We worked with the player, and we have concluded a deal this evening with the Pittsburgh Penguins. We've traded Jerome McGinley to Pittsburgh for Kenneth Agostino, left wing at Yale University, and for Ben Hanowski, a center right wing from St. Cloud State University, along with Pittsburgh's first-round pick in the 2013 entry draft.
Quest for fire. Quest for fire.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to episode 9 of the Quest for Fire podcast. I'm Zach May, joined as always by the big man, the cream,
Tim Daddy.
Tim Daddy.
I have arrived.
As have you arrived. Say you have arrived. Back at your prominent perch on the mic, co-hosting with moi. All right, man. Well, let's kick it off. Hit that horn, Timmy. All right. Face off here. Let's see who wins this face off. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he wins the face.
You got to go NHL.
NHL.
See, doesn't matter.
Timmy won the face off. All right, Timmy, lead us off, buddy.
No, when you win the face-off, you choose.
Oh, you choose.
Yeah, you choose.
All right, what do you want?
Yeah. Well, I'll lead it off. Actually, no, we'll get Zach to lead it off on how things catching up with Zach last few weeks. I know the last pod came out a couple weeks ago. We were talking about the outcome of the Olympics, which came a little later, but looking forward to the trade deadline, which happened about a week and a half ago or so, and. Outside of that, everyone is dying to hear what Zach has been up to and all the secrets he's been holding from society.
Yeah, well, to catch everyone up, I've been in Edmonton with my good friend, brother, Konstantinos Christopheridis. We have started a new business venture up there, and I have just been devoting a lot of time to ensuring that I'm there for all the growing pains. And it has turned out to be true that any new venture comes with its own host of growing pains, but it's very inspiring. I feel as if the business itself is going to be successful. I'm very grateful to be in business with a guy as cool and generous and kind as Konstantinos. And I just get to spend more time there and with his family at Alexander's Restaurant in Stony Plain, Alberta. If you guys are ever there, go check them out. They do really nice food. And on Saturdays, they have an eclectic karaoke crowd. Amazing. It gets hopping out there. You'd be surprised.
I got to check that out.
You'd be surprised as how popular.
What's the place called?
Alexander's.
What was the place he was running in the city for a bit there?
Yeah, the place he was running in the city was Da Vinci's Steakhouse. He rented this spot on 8th, and it had a bunch of pictures of the Vitruvian Man. And so he used that as inspiration to call it Da Vinci's, which was cool. And it was a good name, and he had a good product. He had really good meat. He had prime-grade beef, and he was working 16 hours a day, just giving everything he had. But in the end, it didn't really succeed. It's tough to make a go as a restaurant. So now we're back with a new venture, and it's beef.
I would say the quality was like way better than these franchise steakhouses. It was unique in itself. The menu was spectacular. Mm-hmm. The food was great. Mm-hmm. Zach introduced me to old Dino there, and it was actually felt like MVP treatment. We went through the back, right through the kitchen. Freaking looking at these guys making meals for the lunch hour, and yeah, it was actually a pretty good experience. I recommended it for a lot of guys to check it out. It's sucks that things didn't work out with cost of rent, demand, and
Yeah.
just had to kind of reset, look at Plan B, and hopefully down the road we can see another one of those rise up in the wonderful city of Calgary.
Indeed, man. And that's where we are broadcasting live from. Actually, we're not live. This is pre-recorded. But we are recording this in Calgary.
We are alive at the moment.
Kansas. Yeah, we're live at the moment.
We're
but
living.
Nobody's going to be hearing it live. They're going to be hearing it after you upload it and edit it and chop it up and throw in some of your special sauce.
Yeah, and just make it sound like I'm winning every argument. Just take out Zach's good points.
So you hear that? You hear that? It's making him sound. So
It's all
yeah,
perception,
It's
Zach.
all perception. So yeah, I just been up there, spent a lot of time up there working on this business and learning the ins and outs of a beef operation when it comes to dealing with a producer, a feedlot producer, and then finding customers to get that beef to, and then dealing with butcher shops and storage. And it has a host of challenges, but it's replete and just filled to the brimming, you could say, brimming with just opportunity and incredible amounts of promise. So yeah, I've been spending a lot of time up there. And then I've been also working on a project with a good friend of mine, Alana Bluebird, One Spot. She's from Siksika and Sarcee. She's got family all over Turtle Island. But she and I and our friend Rudy were working on this documentary to honor our friend Ruby Naugijik. She's an incredible woman, and she did so much for her community, but she's just the type of real Canadian just to answer the call when the need was there to step up for her community and save her language. And she did so with skill, tact, commitment, endurance, competency, and flavor, but asked for no recognition. And the only way she found out about the culmination of her work as it was honored was after she had retired. Her daughter was reading a paper and said this school that is opening up in the town that they were living in is opening up with a curriculum that is based upon her mother's life's work. So we're trying to get a documentary made before she crosses over. She's in her 80s, late 80s. She just had a fall and broke her leg, but she's doing better now and at home with Pam, her daughter, her oldest daughter. And yeah, we're just working on a documentary trying to get this thing made. So been doing some of that, and all I can say is just been even keel, steady Eddie, keeping my head and nose on the grindstone, my head down, nose on the grindstone, dotting my I's and lowercase J's and crossing my T's.
Yeah.
And depending on how you write a Z, how do you write a Z? Do you put the line in the middle of the
I
Z?
type it. I don't write.
Oh, you type it. Most people type it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't really. Most of the Z's I write there. Oh,
And if I write a Z, I'm writing it like how Jimmy Page writes a Z, for Led Zeppelin.
I don't remember. Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I remember. Yeah. So yeah, that's what's been up with me, and I worked on a really cool short film. I think I mentioned it the last podcast, but Itzi Tamapi. That was with Adam Solway. That was a cool project to work on.
Yeah, I want to see these projects. Like even with some of the other guys at Cowboy, and I'm like, I hear these guys talking about projects. I want to see these projects. Come on, like.
Well,
And then you guys release them on stuff I don't have, and I'm like, oh, come on, come on.
well, yeah,
Just put it on YouTube.
You just got to let us know, and we'll make it available. We'll find it, and we can watch it with you.
Yeah,
So
I see some of the the B-roll and stuff like that. Some of the stuff, and it looks amazing, know. But yeah, I'm kind of like
you just left out.
I always been fascinated with film. Like my whole life and everything about it, like even the mystique of it and all the behind the scenes. But to actually later in life kind of get to know a lot of guys who kind of are getting, who have that as a career, like getting to know Josh, getting to know Cowboy yourself and some of these other guys like Trevor and stuff like that. And seeing Telly and these guys doing projects and stuff like that behind the scenes, Like I remember like we're doing some camera stuff, and one of the guys was saying, I think it was Telly, he was saying, yeah, if I kind of show you like how to do like some of these shots and stuff like that, you're probably not gonna like watching movies anymore because like a lot of them, they kind of.
It takes the mystique out of it. Watching the film,
Yeah. If you want to try to get certain things, you got to shoot it like this or whatever, like that. But like I think I'm so fascinated with film. Like I hear a lot of guys say that once they they worked on a project, they just kind of not as interested. But when I talk to guys like Josh, like they're so like even though they like do films themselves, like or they done like major projects, like this, like the fascination of it's still there, the enjoyment of it, and that's what fascinates me. It's just like, it's not like one of those things. Like, say if you're a big hockey fan, and say you get a job as a Sportsnet hockey analyst. I know I'm using Sportsnet. Let's say TSN or wherever, right?
Or
like
ESPN.
8 channel or whatever. I don't know.
Could be ESPN 8, the Ocho.
CTV or CBC or whatever.
CBC.
Yeah. Maybe you get on there, but when
Omni.
it becomes work, I don't know if you lose desire of it anymore.
Yeah, you
'cause it's a
definitely lose
job,
passion.
I don't know.
Well, we were talking about that.
Like I'd love
earlier.
that. Like to get paid to do something like I was thinking like, how do you get into this Twitch or gaming thing where you just game like 17 hours a day and go live and just do this like a career?
It's just consistency, man. It's just a lot of consistency. You just do it all the time. Slowly build an audience, find your voice, and carve some space for yourself. And eventually,
We're slowly building out of like our circle here of the guys.
slowly,
Like
and
we have basically had every listener as a guest on our podcast.
Yeah.
So we need to build a little bit more so we can start building a little bit more guests and stuff like that. I know you're going to try to get the Team USA women on here.
yeah, Caroline Harvey and Layla Edwards.
I don't know if they would want to enter your basement, like just some random guy they did a project
not
with.
random. We worked together once, so it's not completely random. No,
I'd like to get
they are doing so
Cheryl
good.
Pounder, Cassie Campbell.
He's just going through all his crushes right now.
Manon Rayon.
but going
her
back to-
son's in the draft this year, as we
Yeah.
found out, which is pretty neat.
But going back to what you said about losing passion for things, like we were talking about with Alexander Daigle. Think of all these athletes who end up losing the love for the game. And they only find it again once they've left the game and the doldrum, the repetition, the work, the grind behind, and then they rediscover that passion. And it is something for film too, because as somebody who works in the industry, I work a lot in independent stuff and I work with a lot of friends, but I've also worked with people who are in the union, the IATSE union, and it's something where I know people feel a lot of pride working for the union, working on these big shows. And I don't know if it's just because they want this kind of validation for their career choices, but it is something cool to be a part of. But I do know that some people lose the luster when you're faced with, months of 16-hour days and one day off, and it's just a big grind, and you're not really given the same type of accolades as somebody who won an Oscar. Speaking of the Oscars, I'm not a fan of the Oscars. I'm not a fan of these award shows. Actually, I lost all respect for the Oscars after that Moonlight drama. Do you remember that movie, Moonlight? It's a really neat story about a coming of age story about a African American guy.
You're talking to the wrong guy. I never watch the Oscars, and the only time I ever seen the Oscars on when, say, like someone else in the house was watching Oscars, and I just so happened to walk in the room.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan either, but I especially stopped caring anything about that institution after Moonlight.
Wait, that's a lie, because I remember I wanted to watch the Oscars one time in the 90s because Billy Crystal was hosting it.
Well, that was one of the best I've ever seen.
Billy Crystal?
Billy Crystal, shout out, one of the greatest comedians the earth has ever seen.
One of the greatest hosts.
And
I
hosts,
love
too.
Billy Crystal, man.
And you remember how he did it? Like, he's always been that classy type of humorist where he never had to get raunchy, but he was always incredibly well-timed. He had really insightful jokes, and he just knew how to work a room.
He was like
Hello?
he was like a cool Seinfeld.
Humpadink.
Like-
Humpadink, don't say that name. Oh, I love an MLT, a mutton lettuce tomato sandwich. I love Billy Crystal, man.
It was like he had a little bit. It was like kind of like the more advanced Seinfeld, where Seinfeld was funny, but like Seinfeld was kind of more like tamer. He had like more rigid boundaries, where Billy Crystal like would test out the waters.
He tested waters, but he was never raunchy though.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
He was never raunchy. That was the thing about him.
Yeah, he was clean cut, like
clean cut.
like
but he
that
would,
was the
but he
old
would
school
test
way.
the boundaries. For
Yeah,
sure.
that was the old school way to make your way up in Hollywood as a comedian. You had to be clean cut. Like that's why Sam Kinison basically never had a career in Hollywood because he was too much of a rock star. So he had a rock star lifestyle, or like, you know. Well, I think
Wasn't he a
Eddie
preacher,
Murphy
too?
had to clean up.
Wasn't he a preacher too, Sam Kinison, at one time?
Yeah, he was a ordained minister. He comes from a family of ordained ministers. He was just kind of like, but he always was like kind of the guy who had like a screw loose. But it just so happened, like I guess he was in a car accident as a young kid, and it changed him.
Oh,
He was a normal kid, and then he got hit by a truck or something, just like Roseanne. Roseanne was like this normal girl, and then she got hit by a vehicle in the car accident. She was like tossed out. She was in the vehicle, tossed out, went through the windshield, and she ended up. I guess she ended up in like wicked trauma, and then ended up in a psych asylum, like and wicked depression. But like, shout out to Roseanne. Like, I know a lot of people like don't like her because of all this political bullshit stuff. But growing up,
She was a pioneer, though.
Roseanne was a great comedian.
Maybe
you
not-
know, terrible at doing anthems. But the Roseanne, the original show was actually pretty legit. It touched on really good things, like
That's how she was a pioneer, right? Like, because it was a family sitcom.
yeah.
But the main character was the wife, the
Gary
mother.
Goodman,
John Goodman,
John Goodman.
yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking of someone else, but John
Gary
Goodman. He, you know, the prototype, you know, father type, and Roseanne, like that was like a classic show, you know. Like I enjoyed
Yeah.
it. They tried to bring it back, and then Roseanne said a couple things and got canceled.
Instantly.
Yeah, it was funny, and
Yeah.
I don't know. She's off, and that's what I love about, like, I love people who are kind of like, you know, like I have people like that in the family, and some people I know where like you can't control them. Like sometimes they'll just say shit like what's on their mind, and hey man, I love those type of people. It's better than people that are just straight up lying to you and bullshit or whatever like that. But what was that?
The
gesture?
5-minute cue. before the
We're
period
doing
is-
cues now.
I'm going to try. I'm going to stick to these.
Are you? Hey,
periods.
wait, are you not done with your update yet?
I'm kind of done with my update. I just wanted to kind of finish with just that even in the film industry, I know people lose the passion when you just work on these shows, and it happens. You do, and I think working in independent stuff like with our friend group and the Napi Collective that we get to do in Sixica, it's just such a warming and rejuvenating and reinvigorating experience working with friends and people you care about very much, where there's lots of laughter. And I think a lot of that is because we're not bound by a lot of the restrictions and rules and constraints that people in the union world face, right? But there's joy to be had on both sides. And I know in the union world, when they get to go see the premiere of a film they've worked on a year before, and they get to dress up and see their names and the names of their friends and the locations that they filmed at, it's really warming. And I've gone to some of those premieres, and it's really special to be a part of that. So it is interesting with like sports and film, like losing interest in something like that, because the work can be grueling, the grind can be grueling, but where do you find your passion again? We're just reconnecting with your inner child who fell in love with that to begin with. And when it's not so much a business and you're able to kind of reconnect on neutral terms again. But yeah, that's kind of what I want to finish with. So tell us about you. What have you been up to, man? How you been these last couple of weeks?
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to add on that sometimes there's always, like in any industry or in any hobby and anything, there's always the politics. There's always
Burnout, yeah.
Yeah, there's always the politics. There's always the groups. There's always the this and that. The
Cliques,
controversies. There's always, what side you on type of shit. Like and like that's the thing. Like I actually like enjoying like the company of different types of thinkers, whereas like some people like
routine.
like think of it this way: like if people like that love Joe Biden, most of them can't sit in a room with someone who likes Donald Trump, eh? And like some people that have like say like love Donald Trump, they can't be around any vicinity of someone who loves like a Harris, eh? and like that's funny because it's like it's not like you know them or understand who they are or like it's more or less an ideological war, that you're just propaganded one way or the other. And I find that interesting because it's just like, some people, I was always taught like, because even growing up on a reserve, but I was always taught like, whatever someone tells you about something else, that's between them and that person. It has nothing to do with you. And if you ever knew that person, but yeah, if it's true, it's true. If it's not, it's not. But how are you going to know if you're going to take the time to know the person? Even if it's a person that's basically a recluse or someone who is ostracized or excommunicated out of the group, it's not, it's something, unless like they're like a murderer or something like that, and they'll probably kill you or something.
Or
like
worse.
that. There's something like else like that, but we're talking ideological ideas and stuff like that. It's actually good to like talk to people who have a different insight or different views than you, because it opens up a way that, hey, you know what? In the end, after a conversation with most of these people, not all of them, you're generally all striving for the same thing. It's generally the same. You realize the humanity in them, that these people just have the same desire to be, loved and cared and have a relationship, have communication, in their life. And most people just need someone to hang out with. Some people just want to, and yeah, some people don't get, it's fine.
Humans are mammals, and mammals are social creatures for the most part, right?
And we'll die if we don't get it, but
we don't get interaction, yeah. So I agree with a lot of what you're saying, for sure. And I don't know if like the political example is the best one to kind of frame it, is the best way to frame it. Yet I think
it's ideological.
Well, I think, but I agree with you. Like, there are people who like routine and people who like being in a group that mirrors a lot of their own values, and then there are people who like being challenged and like being in places that aren't their necessary comfort zone. And but it takes a spectrum of people to comprise a society. So. Here's the end of the timer.
What the hell here's
the end of the timer.
You're timing this shit?
Yeah, 20 minutes. These are supposed to be 20-minute periods.
Hey, no, that was a suggestion by J-Ro.
No, I'm trying to keep us on there lightly. We still haven't even asked how you're doing.
We got close.
We got into this deep philosophical, psychological discussion about mentalities and preferences and I
got to do my update too.
I love variety. Variety is the spice of life, right? I don't like homogenous thought, and I do see the value in homogenous
milk, though.
I do like homogenous milk, but when I can drink milk. But you look at like homogenous societies, why they're able to accomplish more like unilateral decisions is because they all think the same. They all have the same value. Not viscosity. I guess thickness. Thickness in opinion. Right. But, it's just interesting. Like when you look at societies like ours versus a society like Norway, that is a social democracy, and they believe that investing their tax money in free education, in free social services, and free healthcare, it raises the floor of their society because people who are vulnerable are a good investment. But then you look at our society that's comprised of the whole world, and we have our native population here, and we still are having a tough time kind of bridging a lot of these gaps. And we see a lot of tribalism. We see a lot of clickiness. We see a lot of this reluctance to interact and engage with people outside of our norms because it's a comfort zone and it's tough to leave. And, I notice in native communities, they want to hang out with other native people a lot. And I don't blame them because, to tell you the truth, native people can be really funny, and the rest of the world doesn't prioritize being funny at all times and the value of laughter as much. And when you see that, you see people get really stuck up and starchy. Like, why would you want to go save them, or why would you want to go bring joy to their life if they're not willing to have those tough conversations with themselves about where their values really come from and what values are they perpetuating or perpetrating and owning? And in a lot of times, most people are just inheriting values, inheriting spirituality, inheriting morality. They don't question it at all. And why would anybody want to get in there to save someone when they're not putting in the effort themselves? And So like I know why people like tribalism. It's safe, right? People look the same, they sound the same, they like the same things, they have the same values. But to me personally, I like being challenged. I like getting out of my comfort zone. I like finding things that aren't necessarily readily available or apparent. But that's me, and I've always been that way. And music and culture, living in a multicultural place like Canada and Calgary, that is what helped spurred it for me. And when I was a kid growing up in Forest Lawn, I had friends from all over the world, and I'm trying food from all over the world. And we had
International F.
Yeah, and we had our universals though. But I do agree that there are universals that when you talk to people and you get past a lot of the labels and a lot of the inherited values, you see that there are universals and similarities. And I
So you're saying there's
I
a
agree with you.
possibility you have a lot of universal relation to Donald Trump if you're able to sit down with him?
probably, I guarantee you.
I know you don't
probably.
like Trump, but I think if you sit down, like it's like one of those things, maybe he's not the best representative of politics because he just says what he shouldn't say, blurts it out, whatever. Right? He's not following the script or whatever. He has his own script, but like
Is it his own?
maybe, but maybe it isn't. But in the end, like if they even have their own script, like they're not doing it for the sake of someone else. It's always for their own, They're trying to get their best end of the bargain, while they're in a position of power. And that's what a lot of guys will do. It's no different from that. But like even too, like
it's a
like
human
there are guys
thing.
I don't like.
It's a human thing. I agree with you. It's a human thing. Any human in any time, in any part of the world, in any position of power will look to enrich themselves, their family, and their friend circles who have helped get them there.
Yeah.
Above all ways. And I don't think it's really I don't think you see like a level of transcultural altruism very often. But the thing is, what I will just say about that, there was this study that was done at Yale, and it was early childhood development, and they were looking to see if there were any Omen kids, like the Omen Damians, right? These kids who were born evil.
Yeah, I know
and
a few of them.
what they found overwhelmingly that all kids up until like 4 years old, or like 3 years old, or no, 2 I think was the limit. All kids were generous, altruistic, very helpful, very wonderful. And it's kind of that idea
Really?
is that all kids are born geniuses, but it's society that constrains them and shapes them and warps them negatively, adversely.
Not all kids. It's pretty.
They all start off as perfect artists because they're not scared of upsetting or being wrong. They're not afraid of those limits. And it's society that hammers those limits into a lot of their psyches and ourselves as well, in
it's
many
also
respects.
traumatic experience.
There are those, sure.
Having certain parents that have a certain specific.
There's that. There's society that
preferences.
hates you, even in your own country. There's systemic. There are many mitigating factors that will contribute to that.
And there's
But-
even stress on pregnancy that affects the child before the kid's even.
Oh, of
out
course,
the
big
pre-
time,
out of the
big
womb.
time. Like you look at how like babies listen to the mother's heart rate and eat what the mother's eating, and then if a mother's releasing cortisol because of stress, like that has to affect kids and development. Like I agree with you 100%. But what happens? Humanity endures, right?
We're a sports podcast, and Zach's talking about cortisol being released in your body because of stress.
You brought this up. You brought up social philosophy. You brought up this idea of
all I'm saying is
getting to know people past their labels.
all I'm saying is some people that you think is your enemy is actually not your enemy, and some people you think your friends are not your friends. And that's just the reality of life. But how are you going to know that if you take the time to invest and know it for sure? It is reality. Like you could be like Julia Roberts sleeping with the enemy. Actually, never watched that. Fuck. But
I don't think I watched that one. Sleeping with the enemy.
but I don't know. There's that quote that says, "Keep your enemies, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer." But no, I honestly think it's just that I find it more safe to sit in a room with someone who is honest. They could be a dead racist, someone who has whatever views against natives, like I'm a native or whatever. But I'd rather sit in a room where a guy's honest about his perspective on natives, because then there's there's an honesty there that you know where someone else stands, rather than someone
Yeah.
who is basically tokenizing you, trying to be nice to you because they want to get something out of you, but they're trying to just deceive you to get what they want.
Manipulate you.
Whether they're technically racist, but you don't know that because they're just
They're putting on a front
almost
and manipulating you.
benevolently
Yeah.
trying to get you to do something they want, but manipulating or whatever like that. And I'd rather I ran into those people long enough to where I could sit with a guy who say, "Oh, you're a fucking Indian," or whatever like this. You're just a savage. This. I say, "Hey, we could have a 2-hour conversation," and at the end of the conversation, he'd be like, "You know what? You guys are actually pretty cool." Whatever, right?
Well-
But I had many of those conversations. And that's the thing. It's just because, I know when I hear someone talk like that, it's always coming from a place of misinformation, miseducation. Most of it's propaganda since the mid 50s to 60s. All that is propaganda. And even too, when you look at the factual information, even when you're looking at tax paying, you look at a lot of these guys are not given actually a historical perspective on the Native Americans.
Yeah, and that comes down to what I was saying earlier.
yeah.
People just have value systems that they inherit. They don't question or formulate from their own point of view.
Yeah,
right?
you're talking about that when
Yeah.
people just have this inherent, their beliefs or whatever. That's all just kind
Inherited.
of handed down to
Yeah,
them.
and it's
and they don't question it. But that's the thing. It's just that I always put it this way. It's just that I spent enough time sitting in rooms with my enemies to know that in the end of the day, they're not necessarily my enemies. We have small disagreements on certain specific things, fine. But in the end, who is the real enemy? In the end,
Yeah.
the greatest enemy you're ever going to face. Let's talk philosophically. The greatest enemy
Is your
that
own
you will
self-doubt.
ever face is yourself.
It's yourself.
Yes.
And your own self-doubt. And I agree with much of what you say because you are a bridge builder. I am a bridge builder too. You're the type of person who's willing to face some petty, superficial
But I just burned my bridges with Team
contrivance
Canada.
and aversion
No, I was kidding.
and aversions just to see that you can find a way to relate to somebody on a deeper level and show that there are commonalities and universalities. And that's the type of bridge building that I value in my life. And that's why I seek out those types of people. And that's why we're homies. And it reminds me of, do you remember there's that guy, he was in the States. He was this black guy and he would go to Ku Klux Klan meetings and he would have talks with these guys in the Ku Klux Klan.
Was it the professional blues player guy? He would play music, and then he actually spent an entire career actually converting Ku Klux Klan guys out of the
It
Klan.
might have been.
And
but
actually,
and I think it might be the same guy. but
making his
yeah.
best friends actually with guys who are in the Klan, and they actually end up
Leaving.
They actually some of the Klan in certain areas actually started allowing this black guy, who is this professional blues player. They started actually allowing him to attend meetings because he was such a cool guy with the Klan. But in the end, these guys would realize that, hey, this guy's right. This guy, we're all the same. We're all the same. Race does not have anything. We might have
Well, it's
different
the human race.
perspectives. Yeah.
It's
But-
the human race.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many times I've seen those
I'll find you his name.
those examples of pictures and analogies showing that fact. You look at all those different colored eggs, but it's always a yellow yolk inside, right? You see all these different like outer shells, but it's always the same skeleton.
Looking up, his name's Daryl Davis.
Daryl Davis, yeah. Shout
Daryl
out
Davis.
to him.
He was on the Joe Rogan podcast, but that's neither here nor there. He actually has a whole career of just talking with these leaders of the Klan and
Trying to
he's-
change their mind.
Yeah, and he grew
Trying to
up.
build bridges.
And he plays music. Music, it was the great. That's
Connector.
what they connect with. That this guy's such a great musician. They would see him live, and then he just that's how they would interconnect. And they're like, wow, and that. It's amazing how you can build bridges just by relating one thing. And I think that's the great thing about sports, why we do
I was just thinking that.
a sports podcast, because in the end, we might have different perspectives, a lot of people in Calgary or fans of the Calgary Flames, but at the end of the day, when the Flames like eventually win that second Stanley Cup, we're all going to be insanely like, we're all going to be brothers. We're all going to be
Elated,
sisters. We're all going to
jubilant.
be like just ecstatic, and we're not going to see anything but the color red in that flaming sea, and that's going to be like the main thing, because like once you win that Stanley Cup, that's what it's all about. Like you look at the team that's going to win it in the next couple months here, what they're going to experience if they haven't won it before, or if they haven't won it recently. It's going to just unite an entire fan group, and it doesn't matter who's part of the fan group or whatever. All those pre whatever. I don't know. I'm just gonna get on my soapbox because I still got to freaking do my update. We're gonna kill this freaking podcast, and like I was joking when I was saying this is gonna be a 5-hour podcast, but I don't want to be a 5-hour.
I don't want to be a 5-hour podcast today.
I don't mind it if it's interesting enough to do 5 hours, but it's
not my intention.
We're doing
so
it
far.
organically. We don't have anything technically written down right now. Like before,
Yeah, we
would.
freestyle. We go extemporaneous, man.
Yeah. Like Zach, like how he
Insert
works.
joke here.
You can't please all the people all the time. And last night, all those people came to my show.
Slap it in. I don't know, man. I agree with you in many of these respects. And I think sports is a great connector. And I remember the Red Mile of how many people were, like you say, my brothers and sisters in celebration and ecstasy that our hockey team was winning despite all these expectations for it to not go as far as it did. And we had this underdog squad after we had been through a really dark time of the Young Guns and hadn't had much success, and it brought the whole city together, and it was a special time. And sadly, the only thing that I really have to say about it negatively is that how can humans do that without sports? And I really would like to see 60,000 people congregate and treat each other as brothers and sisters beyond tribal affiliations, beyond ideological, theological affiliations. How do we do that? And I know that there have been some people who have tried. I know that the story of a guy named Yeshua, Jesus Christ, he tried. But the reason why is because they said there's a place for the poor, where the poor are loved and the poor are equal, and it's easier for the meek and the poor to get into this level of paradise than it is for a rich man to get to insofar as
The eye of a needle.
a camel getting through the eye of a needle.
Yeah.
And like I get why that was popular, and love is like, what's his name? Oh God, he was a satirist. He was a writer and a political thinker, but he was an American back in the 40s. But he would say that love is what holds this universe together. Love is what builds things, and we sometimes forget that. And I don't know why with humanity, it's we instead of like looking for success, we'll look for vengeance. Or why does a negative comment last longer with us than a positive comment? Right? I just don't get it all the time. And
Well, second chances. Well, you see, like we're just talking about like the Hollywood thing, and with film industry and stuff like that, and it sucks because you see great performers never get the opportunity, and then you see great performers make one mistake, and then they can't get a job. Like let's talk about like Brendan Fraser.
James Baldwin was his name. How was that thinker?
Okay.
Sorry, James Baldwin.
But going well, I just wanted to touch on one thing since you mentioned it was it is easier. What was that? What is that?
It is easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven.
So you know what that actually means? So at the entrance of every town, they would build these walls, and then they would call the needle the entryway, would be this narrow gate. And a rich man, whenever he would come to a new city, he actually would have all his belongings like basically roped on his camel. And the camel actually wasn't able to enter the city because it was the gateway was too narrow. So what did he actually have to do? He actually had to remove all of his possessions off the camel's back in order for the camel to pass through the eye of the needle. And that means that all Jesus was telling the rich man was that you have to be willing. He wasn't saying you have to, but he said you just have to be willing, not mandatorily you gotta, but you just have to be willing to give up all your possessions in order to enter the kingdom.
And I agree with that. A lot of respect, because
means,
materialism, attachments to materialism, I think
it's entirely materialism.
And I think it's one of the cruxes of what are some of the problems
you have
in
to
society.
be willing to give up materialism.
We've abandoned religion. We've abandoned spiritual direction for the most part, and we've replaced it with a love of materialism. And I think
You're right.
that has left us bankrupt in many ways, and it's establishing these precedents that are very frightening. And I wish we could come together for a common cause, a common myth, to inspire ourselves as a global community now.
Well, think of it this way.
But I just don't know it, but I do see signs. I see signs in certain places. Like, I look at how Gen Alphas and Gen Zers are drinking less. Right? There's a lot less alcohol being consumed, and we're changing a lot of attitudes and behaviors. And you're hearing people spending more time with their kids than ever before. And there are some real positive things coming. But I also look at the paralysis of choice, the amount of people, Jeff Hornacek, well, I haven't seen him forever. But we're watching the Raps and the Jazz play.
We're watching Raptors beat the Utah
Jazz
down.
I don't even know if you can call them an NBA team.
goodness.
It's just like a bunch of scrubs.
And they just showed Jeff Hornacek. Shout out to the
Jeff-
team that lost to Michael Jordan.
Yeah, that's right. Carl Malone.
Hornacek could shoot the ball, though.
Yeah, he could shoot.
Hornacek could shoot the ball.
But they had that dog point guard, John Stockton. John Stockton was a fucking dog, man. That guy was a competitor, as big as they got, despite how small he was. But yeah, what a guy who ran. Oh, Danny Ainge, guy who ran the pick and roll. Man, Danny Ainge, he's looking pretty old.
Yeah.
Guess we're all getting
Boston
old, eh, Danny?
Celtic legend.
Yeah.
He made the finals with 93 with the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, and then he drafted Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown back to back.
Oh, yeah. Danny Ainge, man. I love Danny Ainge.
Yeah, he's a good player.
He was on those Boston Celtic teams with the Birdman, the Chief, Robert Parrish.
McHale.
Kevin McHale.
Yeah.
Yeah, and who else is on those teams? I know Bill Walton made an appearance, as the second center on that team.
Yeah.
And then you had Maxwell and Cedric Maxwell.
Okay.
And they had a stacked team back then. Bird and the boys.
Bird and the
And
boys.
I'm a Celtic fan, so
I'm not a Celtic fan at all. I'm a Raps fan.
screw the Lakers. I do like the series they came out with. What's his name? The guy who played on Walk Hard.
Dewey Cox.
Yeah. You know the actor there.
These are drugs, dude.
Yeah,
John
C. Reilly.
John C. Reilly.
Yeah.
These are
what
drugs,
is it called?
dude.
The Winning Time. Man,
The Lakers.
That was a
yeah.
great series.
Yeah, you like that. You told me
not
about
a
that.
fan. Not a fan of the Lakers.
That's because you're a Celtics fan.
But Celtics in the East, Portland Trailblazers in the West. That's how I grew up.
Oh, you got one for each conference, eh? I was Bulls, and then as soon as the Raps came around, I instantly switched to the Raps. And then Vince Carter,
Sellout.
AC.
Were you a Vancouver Grizzlies fan?
No, because Stu Jackson was putrid.
Sharif Abdul Rahim.
I liked Sharif. I liked Mike Bibby, but I just hated the fact that these guys would just bail on Vancouver.
Stromile Swift.
Stromile, man, that guy could dunk.
I love
Stromile.
Stromile.
He was such a vicious dunker. You ever look at any of his old dunks? Man, that guy had lift, power, and he had like style when it
There's
came to
nothing
dunking.
like the 90s to like the dunkers of the 80s and 90s. You know, I know Julius Erving. You know, you had Nate Thompson. You had some of those guys in the 70s that could just pound the ball. But
Yeah, it wasn't the 80s and 90s.
when you go into 80s and 90s, you're dealing with Dominique.
You got MJ,
You got
Clyde,
MG. Even freaking
Sean
Tom
Kemp.
Chambers on the Phoenix Suns.
Sean Kemp. You said Tom Chambers before.
Tom Chambers.
Sean Kemp. You must be going.
Oh,
out of
yeah.
your mind.
Tracy McGrady. Come
was in
on,
the
late
90s.
Late 90s was Vince
2000,
Carter,
his
who
cousin.
revolutionized dunking.
Well, Vince did, yeah. Air
Yeah,
Canada.
I don't know. LeBron was such a boring dunker. I'm glad he never entered the dunk contest because he was such a
he was a boring
ass
dunker,
He
but-
just jumped really high, and honestly, no style whatsoever.
No style. But he didn't need it because his handles were so stylish.
Yeah,
And his-
but
and
not
his
the
no-look
greatest. He's not
passes.
even top 5. So
He's pretty good. He can't call the guy who's got the most points in NBA history, not one of the
Yeah,
top
using
five.
steroids.
He's top
Guess who
five.
else, was one of the tops in the league, winning championships, without using steroids, and he didn't need to get fake hair, was Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Oh, yeah.
He just
Kobe
shaved
Bryant.
it. He just shaved it.
Kobe Bryant, he didn't need the fake hair,
He didn't have a receding hairline.
Yep. Classic horseshoe pattern.
He went full ball, didn't
Jeez. Kobe?
he? Yeah,
For a little bit, yeah, he did.
he went full ball.
He went full bald, yeah.
Well, mind you, guys who get bald heads usually have a really nice shaped skull.
We do.
I'm very envious of guys with nice shaped skulls because my skull is all messed up.
Yeah, you got this like
I wasn't
mangled size 8
I
skull.
wasn't rotated properly as a baby, so got this skull in my brain is probably resting against the back of my back of the skull.
What does it
inside
look
the skull
like?
there? Yeah,
Just looks like some of the stones cobbled together at Stonehenge. Just these arrangement of massive stones creeping, knocking, attacking your brain. So yeah. Anyways, interesting stuff for the first opening.
Well, I got to do my update.
I'm about to transition to that. I'm just trying to say, this is what you get on the Quest for Fire podcast. You get us going any
This is what
direction
you get for timing
at
it.
any time.
Puts
I'm
an
just saying,
alarm on
these
it.
people have been treated to
This dude.
these people have been treated to an audible delight filled with philosophical and sociological
We
and
just jumped on the soapbox and
and soapboxing.
tried to sing in our best way. Feed the world.
Yeah,
Even
make it a better place.
though I didn't like the song, honestly.
I didn't mind it. Michael did a lot for that kind of stuff. I give Michael credit.
He was obligated by contract to do that.
Was he?
I don't know.
You don't know.
The song was. I don't know. I don't like.
The Raps put up 49 in the third quarter on Utah. Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's no
Ugly.
Pistol Pete Jazz. I'll tell you that.
Ugly. Oh, give that guy
No
a foul.
Pistol Pete Jazz.
Give that guy.
No
give that,
Andrei Karolenko AK-47 Jazz.
give that Eastern European guy some free throws for that attempt at the reverse layup there. They haven't scored. Conchar. Don't call me
Sergei
Sergei Gonchar.
Conchar.
Probably. I don't know what his first name is. Probably Sergei or something.
I don't know. He looks like a guy that just came off the street.
Of Belgrade.
Looks like, I guess, looks like any guy that'll come off the street in Utah, straight out of the mission.
This guy looks like he's a Mormon? No. This guy's definitely like Eastern European.
Guy looks like he did 2 years of the missions.
All right, well, tell Tim. The people are dying.
Hey, check it out.
They're dying to
Look
know.
at the Leon's logo, and the guy's shoes are the same color as the Leon's logo.
I think that Leon's logo is superimposed.
Yeah, it is, and it looks terrible.
It looks so bad.
They got to stop with the superimposing freaking. They're just lazy to freaking paint it in.
What do you mean painted? They can't. It's Canadian broadcasters broadcasting and
There's
advertising
like
Canadian
no Leon's
companies.
in the U.S. or
There's
what?
no Leon's in the U.S. It's only our shitty furniture.
Hey, shout out to anyone listening to this that's thinking of bringing a restaurant franchise up to Canada from the U.S. Hey, yo, Sonics. That well, maybe in the first
In-N-Out,
intermission
too.
we'll talk about that, but I'll do my quick update here. First period, checking in.
What have you been up to, man? What have you been doing?
I've been working, twerking, smirking, cooking, and jerking.
Jerking chicken.
Yeah. I don't know. Like it's just been. I just watched Hail Mary.
You watched that, with Ryan Gosling?
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly nice little space movie.
Nice little. People were saying it's the cinematic event of our
It
lifetimes.
was
Ryan Gosling delivers a performance
They
to
have
be
to do
remembered.
it because Ryan Gosling's one of those sacrificial Epstein kids or whatever.
So-
But like he's a child actor, and you have to keep your mind together.
S Club 7.
to grow up. In that.
He was on that
you know-
boat. Remember that boat?
We
It was
got
that
Ryan
stupid
Gosling
boat.
here
It was
because
Canadian.
Corey Haim, couldn't keep it together, and because Paul, Felder lost his mind. But now we got Ryan Gosling,
Who's Paul Felder?
Who's Ryan?
Corey Feldman?
Corey Feldman, yeah.
Corey Haim and Corey Feldman.
Yeah, the Coreys. Yeah, shit.
The Coreys. Rest in peace, Corey Haim.
Yeah, shame on me to ever even think that I was an 80s, 90s kid to freaking mess those
Yeah, how
up.
could you butcher up those two
don't
poor
know.
sacrificial bastards?
I only look at him as like the bald kid who wanted to be like Jason Voorhees, or like the kid on the Goonies, even though it was supposed to be the other kid, he actually had a movie recently.
Who?
The Goonies kid, the Asian one.
Oh,
The one
short round.
Yeah. And he was
Dr.
also
Jones. He was in
Dr. Jones. He was on Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom.
Yeah, and he was in other things too, wasn't he? Another
Yeah,
one.
he was big in the 80s. He kind of faded away, and then all of a sudden he came back on this action. He was on an action.
I forget. I know he was in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Okay.
That one with
I
Michelle
just don't
Yeoh.
recognize him.
You should watch Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's actually pretty fascinating.
Yeah, no,
Talks about like multiverse
the
theory.
actor there, the female actor. She's
Michelle Yeoh. She's
she
a
was
fucking
on
legend.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah,
legend.
man, legend.
Yeah,
She was also on Star Trek Discovery.
next to Lucy Liu, and which is the other one that was on Crouching Tiger?
Lucy Liu wasn't on that.
No, she wasn't.
No. Yeah, that actress. I forget her name.
She was on Rush Hour too.
Yeah, but I forget her name. She was pretty fine.
But other than that,
Michelle Yeoh too. You're fine if you hear this.
Sandra Oh.
Sandra Oh, she's Canadian. No way.
Canadian, yeah.
No, Sandra. No.
Didn't she have a sex scene with
Sandra? No.
Wait, didn't she have a sex scene with Adam Beach?
Maybe.
Red Shoe Diaries.
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't watch Red Shoe Diaries.
I watched a shit ton of Red Shoe Diaries.
Why?
It's the only, freaking that was the only shit that was on after midnight. You know what I mean? Other than
Maybe
the X Files.
Hey, two Canadians going at it.
Right when X Files was done, then you got the Sex Files.
Wow, wow. The triple X Files.
But outside of that,
You
no
watched
hockey.
a movie.
Just
You've been
getting
working. You watched a movie.
Yeah, I know they were doing a March Madness on reserve, but
Rob's did it.
I don't know. Their team's there. But yeah, I had no involvement, but I know that with my son, we had a couple of exhibition games with our cousins from down south, the Gaina Golden Chiefs. Great games, awesome games. A lot of great players. I know they brought out Casey Russell's younger brother there, who's a hell of a hockey player too. I forgot his name, Carter Russell. There's some names there that were playing in that are pretty skilled kids. And 60 good came out. Of course, it was just like pickup, like a little more intense practice, but nothing like crazy. It's probably going to get more intense when we start playing in the tournament, Native Provincials up north in Edmonton and Terwilliger. Shout out to Terwilliger, which is now the Booster Juice Arena or something like that. Or Booster Juice Place.
Man, that's
a 4 arena.
I was at the Leisure Center
facility.
in Spruce Grove, and the Leisure Center they
Cineros.
had a booster juice just inside the pool. You could get like a booster.
That was
juice.
either the Grim Reaper outside your window, or
Mike.
that's Mike Sideros.
Mike Sideros coming back.
the
with his game.
legendary Egyptian.
The legendary Egyptian lover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I 50-50 as the Grim Reaper, 100%. But but yeah, outside of that,
We're having a collective death experience. There's just a wicked carbon monoxide leak, and we're both dying.
we're actually dead.
We just don't even know. Man.
Just knocks on the door, and
We're
it's
just trapped in this perpetual.
Monty Python. He just comes in here. Zach makes freaking the guy Grim Reaper some soup, and just trying to just.
Gives him a Zevia.
Yes, I see.
I think they really like the cream soda, sir.
Yeah, but
Trying to bargain with the Grim Reaper.
But yeah, hockey season's almost over, so we're a couple weeks away from provincials, which is the first weekend of April, and then the second week will be treaties here in the city of Calgary. Actually, tremendous hockey. Sometimes it get a little, intense and stuff like that, but honestly, some great hockey players, man. Kids who play high level. There's actually some junior kids, some prospects of the WHL playing in there, and AJHL too. Probably some AJHL kids actually playing in there too. So, but yeah, it's going to be fun times. Have a little different perspective this year. I just want to try to enjoy, this because it's my son's last year in U18, and then he's going to do whatever camps and stuff like that. He's going to have to hit the gym and pack on some strength if he wants to take that next step. But other than that, just watching the kids grow and I don't know. We had St. Patty's Day recently. I don't know, but I think
I don't celebrate that.
the most the trade deadline. We'll get into that after the.
Was there a third period talk?
Yeah.
Was that third period? Or the second period?
We'll dive into it because the
Let's do-
Flames are basically the central point of the deadline, basically. But outside of that, and we didn't even come up with a podium for this pod. We just kind of went right into it. So we're going in raw, and I tell you what, it was a great couple weeks since the last pod. Hey, Mike, Mr. Cideros.
Hey, Mikey.
We're in the middle of the pod, man. You should come in and join. That was an Egyptian pharaoh, a descendant of one of those pharaohs who got buried with their cat. But respect. I know they haven't found some of them, but one of them's probably alive here in Calgary, Alberta. But eternally, But yeah, outside of that, that's my update. I'm
Sweet.
excited. Just seeing a brand new day Spider-Man. It's going to be coming out. I'm pretty excited for that. And then I'm pretty excited for Gina Carano and Ronda Rousey fighting. I think it's in June or May. I can't remember. That's going to be a wonderful fight. Love Gina Carano. I know a lot of people don't, but Gina Carano. Yeah, I'm hoping she beats Ronda Rousey down. Yeah. And but yeah, that's my update. We could probably go into
Period 2.
Intermission.
All right, hit the horn, Timmy. All right, first intermission brought to you by, since you won the face-off, you get to pick who it's by.
As we alluded to, Sonic's
Sonic
Driving. Please franchise out to Calgary. We need a Sonic's now. There is nothing like a Sonic's. There is no place in Calgary at 1 a.m. to get a foot-long hot dog from Nathaniel's Hot Dogs. There's no place in Calgary to get a friggin' thick-ass breakfast burrito at 1 a.m. There's no place where you could get 60 different types of slushy flavors with a high C's fruit punch, There and 2 burgers for days. The Sonic's burgers, my goodness, if they ever reach Canada here, Peter's Driving will have a whole rivalry up their hands. Because right now I think Peter's Driving's been slacking a little bit, But because they're starting to franchise out, and I'm thinking, come on, Peter's. Come on.
Peter's is people. It's very divisive. You love it. Or you hate
We're literally 4 blocks away from Peter's right now.
it. 4 blocks.
Yeah, but honestly, I still love Peter's Driving.
Me too. I would go
I
for
know
a burger
Mike Sideros
right now.
loves Peter's Driving. I think they sold out when they started selling gravy. But
They changed the fries. When they changed the fries, that's when they sold out.
yeah, because I remember we used to pick up the big family fries box, and then we'd drive down. We'll drive down Edmonton Trail to that old KFC and get a large freaking. Just go through the drive-through to just get a pint of some of that. That was it
Colonel's
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 secret
golden
herbs and spices gravy.
Colonel's goo.
Yeah. Oh my! And that was the thing, man. You pick up your own VHSs. You get home. You slap that on. You crush some fries and watch some classics from the VCR. Majestic machine that brought you all this fantasy. But yeah, Sonic's, you got to make your way up here. You need to show all these restaurant franchises how it's done. You stay open right till 1:30, 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. or even 24 hours just to teach all of these restaurants out here how it's done. We need Sonic's. We need people on those old rollerblade skates to come out and deliver food and not slip and, drop everything on the ground. Yeah, or you get a refund. But, Yeah, we need a whole slew. We need a whole slew of rivalry when Sonics comes in and takes over.
They have too many franchises down there, but Sonics.
I was doing the
drive through.
mathematics on it, and I was doing some research on it. It's going to be $2 million to get a Sonics out here.
Let's invest in one.
So if anyone wants to invest, come talk to me. If you have $2 million in the account, and you want to come and invest.
Hey, maybe not the whole $2 billion.
I could be the guy that will be the taste tester, the guy that makes sure the menu's tight.
The quality
And I
is
could be
assured.
I could ensure that is authentic Sonics. I could be the legit spokesperson for it, and we could use the pod. We could even change the pod to Quest for Fire, the fire brought to you by Sonics Grill.
Wow, wicked shilling for this.
I'd totally shill for Sonics. I would switch this whole podcast from sports just to stock Sonics. Not Seattle Sonics.
I have the feeling
not
you
Sega
could.
Sonic. We're talking about Sonics from 1952, baby. The Sonics that made those fries, the curly fries, the straight fries. You can get the what do you call those other fries with the little ruffles on them?
Crinkle
cut fries. And then you can get your burgers for days. You can get your chicken. You can get your tots. You can get anything, man. The High Seas fruit punch, the High Seas orange punch. Get the High Seas all day.
High Seas all day at Sonics. Yeah, thank you very much for that wonderful description of all of their menu.
I love Sonics.
Honestly, I don't think I've only heard that their drinks are amazing. Like they have so many drinks, different types of drinks.
Oh,
not
yeah.
just pop.
They got different types of slushies. Oh,
Yeah. I'd like to try one day. Maybe I'll try when I go down to Vegas next. Anyways, thank you, Timmy, for that wonderful description of Sonic. They are our official sponsor, the Quest for Fire podcast. Our first admission.
not necessarily official.
Endorsed.
but-
Yeah. Our official, because this guy is he's
Well, we're in America, Sonics.
He's never been that excited about anything.
In order
so
for
far.
Sonics to get after us, they'll have to franchise out here. To be
Boom,
able
get
to
after us, franchise
yeah.
out here.
Yeah,
Tim
get
is,
after us.
Tim is goading you into it.
Yeah, I'm goading you into actually building an entire franchise just so you can sue us in Canada. So I can eat Sonics. And if you sue us, you don't have to, we won't give you our names. Never going to give out our emails.
Nobody's
Never
gonna know.
who we are.
Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
All right, hit the horn. Period 2 started.
How would they know?
2 hours later, Mike, we're in period 2.
Yeah, that was definitely a long
need
period. We
2
really
more
went off on that
periods
one.
go.
Okay, so Calgary Flames talk, man. Post-trade deadline. The Flames are short some of their veterans. They traded Rasmus Anderson, who we thought was going to go. They traded Mackenzie Weegar, who I thought was a good bet to go as well. They got rid of Jacob Battaglia for Brendan Othman at a late deadline deal. Arguably, you'd think the Flames would be worse, right? Well, they've won 3 in a row. They just beat the Florida Panthers. They've beat the Tampa Bay Lightning, and they beat the lowly St. Louis Blues. Not doing much for their tanking chances, but this is a team that just isn't quitting, Tim. This is a team that isn't just going to pack it in. And they have a coach who wants his players to focus on what they can do despite their limitations. And he has them playing impassioned. He has them playing disciplined. And he has them playing enthusiastic out there. And mind you, they did face the Cats and they did face the Bolts on second nights of back-to-backs. And the Cats have played a lot of hockey last few years, if we remember. The last 3 years going to the Stanley Cup final. And I think maybe the length of the season kind of gets to them on a trip like it is up north here, from down in Miami way and Florida way, down in the Keys. To get themselves up here, it's a big trek. So they're probably a little tired after staying in Edmonton for a couple nights and beating the crap out of the dry-sidleless Oilers. Yeah, so we
Pretty easy to beat up a Draisaitl Oilers.
yeah, it's a mouthful, that's for
Yeah.
sure. There's a lot of L's in there, and
Because he's like the Mark Messier of Oilers modern day. And
that's what you say.
And, of course, Edmonton can't win anything without Mark Messier.
Yeah, yeah, and they can't win anything with Connor McDavid nor Leon Draisaitl.
Connor who?
Apparently, Connor McDavid, top 3 in points per game in NHL history. We just showed me.
Well,
So
they
the Flames
start off hot and then they fade.
The Flames are doing better than I thought they do after getting rid of all this veteran talent. And I think it's because there's no pressure on them. And there are certain players, like we were talking about, certain players just seem to play better when there's no pressure. The Flames got Ryan Strome here on a deal. Ryan Strome is an afterthought. He's never played on a contending team and done well on a contending team, but he seems to keep a job and he seams to somehow get traded
He's
to
a
other teams.
serviceable veteran player at this point in time. He's not like no Dylan Strome.
No.
And there was Michael Strome there for a little bit. He never even broke.
Michael Strome?
Yeah, I
don't
think
remember
there's
him.
a third brother in there. But he never even broke into the league. He was drafted, but never broke into the league.
Okay.
But Ryan Strome, can win faceoffs, serviceable, has some skill. He's just what they needed for a 7th round.
7th round pick. And what I'm going to say is it was a masterclass. A masterclass in
A massacre, a league massacre. What do you call it? Being OP or he was cooking.
He cooked, man. And
He
Craig
drugged
Conroy,
all the other GMs he was doing deals with.
Craig Conroy, he showed the league that he is no slouch. He is willing to wait for his price. And that guy is a negotiator.
And he showed that he's probably the best GM this year.
This year, I think he's the most promising new GM in the league.
He probably ain't going to get nominated
How long has he
anything
been the
else.
GM now? What is his 3rd year, right?
3rd year. I think it's how long has Huberdeau been here?
3 years now.
Yeah, he's been here because he took over Huberdeau's first second year.
Second year. So
Because
I think if we
Treliving thought the whole thing. Treliving seen that he screwed everything over for the Flames and said, "I can't repair this," so he ran off.
he ran.
He
But
ran.
who was his understudy?
And then
Who was his understudy? Who was his assistant GM? Craig Conroy.
But who hired Craig Conroy?
It wasn't it Tree Living? No, it was
No, he was here before.
what?
He was here with who was it? Jay Feaster hired him. Wasn't
No.
it?
No, I don't think so.
Who is it? Because he was here before Jay Treliving. Oh no.
Tree Living. No. Tree Living hired Connie as an AGM,
Yeah, okay. I don't know.
assistant general manager.
Shows what I know, but I'll tell you what. Regardless, Craig Conroy's his own man. All he needed to know was just, you know what? Just give me the team. I'm going to take it to where I need to take it. And Greg Conroy is showing that he is a man who's willing to talk ownership into going the right direction. He ain't going to fold like a cheap lawn chair like these other GMs when management tells him, oh, maybe we should keep them for another year and try to go for it, eh? And no, you want to try to do that, you're just going to basically delay your demise, which is eventually going to happen anyways. But Conroy basically took...
Honestly, like the only move he did that with that you're talking about is Mackenzie Weegar. He sold Mackenzie Weegar with term. Everybody else that he's been moving that has been noticeable, they're all like on their free agent deals.
Yeah.
And they're all on their last year of their contract, and they're all looking at like big money and looking elsewhere at greener pastures. So he was able to maximize a lot of profit like he did for Markstrom.
How many second-round picks for
Markstrom,
Weegar?
he had an extra
How many
year in his
second-round
deal.
picks? Was
But
that 4?
Lindholm, Tanev, the guys had to get rid of Anderson. He's had to get rid of so many of the last guard on this Flames team who the whole league knew that he had to get rid of them, and he maximized a lot of value.
And to be honest, he created an environment with the guys he signed, the guys he brought in, and, respect to Huska because the environment improved and these guys were allowed to be successful enough in order to up their value and maximize the return. Anderson was having a lights out year.
He was having
Sorry,
a strong-
Vegas. It was completely for show. He just did it so he can maximize. Shows up in Vegas and he's just terrible. But Vegas hasn't been great as well. But even Kadri was having another stellar year, you know. Kudos to Kadri, kudos to Rasmus. These guys, they knew they were getting moved, and they basically put it all on the table. The one guy, I think Uyghur was probably not expecting to move, but Uyghur is just such a serviceable defenseman. He was one of 3 defensemen with like over 100 block shots, over 100 hits, and he wasn't having a great season, but what he has already done in the past kind of showed. He was on a radar at the beginning of the season for Team Canada, although he didn't get the invite, but he was still being talked about. And it just, and honestly, it kind of shows you that Canada's D-core is not really where it should be right now at this point in time of, this era. But I tell you what, Conroy, like Zach said, master class. He's playing chess when everyone was playing checkers, and he basically excited all the Flames fans, man. Everyone could not say anything wrong about him this year. This is the perfect, now it's up to the scouting crew, Todd Button and all those guys. Hopefully Todd Button isn't listening to Craig, or else we're going to, just throw the draft out and we're not going to get anything. But but Todd Button and the crew guys, they actually been drafting pretty well. Getting Wittenbach last year, which is the steal of the draft, the dark horse of the draft, who's leading the NCAA
in scoring.
Yeah, and he's probably going to go another year, and next year, probably at the end of the year, sign to get that 1 year off the contract, and he's probably going to tear crap up again. It's exciting times, man. We got some college free agency. We just got this young kid we signed last week. What's his name?
Gross.
Yeah, Tyler Gross, who just played his first NHL game the other day. Yeah, the other night.
Tyson, right?
Tyson Gross, Tyson. I don't know. But yeah, he was relatively
St.
okay.
Cloud State.
He actually was 60% in the face-off dot.
Yeah.
Flames need centers, and all of a sudden we have so many centers. We got Max Curran, who we got in the deal
for Nazem,
and then we also got Castagna, who was a college guy that we got from. Was it Mammoth? Was it?
We got Castagna from the Mammoth. He plays in Cornell.
Yeah, and I don't know if Castagna is making that leap this year. I don't think so. I don't know what the deadline is for college free agency. I think it's before April 1st. I don't know. But outside of that, I'm excited, man. I'm happy. They got the young boys playing. Parek's looking good every single game. This past game, he looked like a normal player. He was close he could get as playing regular shifts. But he's getting better every game, and it's good. A lot of guys are saying it's kind of a throwaway development here, and I was like, no, this is important. If you want to round out your game, do it at the highest level. Know where your weaknesses are, and spend your offseason trying to get those things tightened up. And yeah, I'd sacrifice offense, a little bit of offense just to focus on your two-way game. And yeah, sad, he's not going to be like a Jay Bouwmeester that's just going to, you expect him to get 50, 60 points. He's just going to come in and not score and just, work on his defense. I just think, if we want this guy to be a good defenseman, we don't just want him to be one-dimensional. We want him to actually be able to play on a contending team and do well. So we're going to have to sacrifice a bit earlier on for him to grow, because we could just throw him out there and just let him play in every favorable opportunity. But he has to learn how to earn those other slots where, you get those defensive zone starts, you get a little bit of PK time. He's going to take time to get there, but it's exciting times because there's so many, like even Bruskowitz. Hunter, yeah.
Brustevich.
He's been looking amazing too.
I don't know what amazing. He looks good. Like
he's moving the puck. He's getting confident. The young guys, he's like 22 years old, 21. Yeah. He's getting confident. He's getting good, and he's looking like somebody who's serviceable. Like we got old Nacho there that Parek's been playing with, but I think Joe Hanley, but I like Joe Hanley. I love Joe Hanley, but like these, like the Flames don't have, like with Weegar kind of and Rasmus Anderson kind of leaving, it just kind of now it's up to Ball to really take that next step. And Ball really needs to take the next step in that leadership. And Zach Whitecloud's going to be a huge help for these young guys to kind of learn how to play the game properly. And I think that's great for a right-handed shot like Parek to see a guy like Zach Whitecloud playing top-line minutes. It's a fun time, man. And Matt V. Gradin, man, I've been saying this guy's the next Pasternak. I think this guy's like the next Zygmunt Palffy. Zygmunt Palffy. If anyone knows who Zygmunt Palffy is, man, he's probably one of the greatest underrated scorers like during the 90s and 2000s. Zygmunt Palffy is a legend.
Islanders
His
legend.
hair is a legend. Slovak, Josef Stumpel, one of my favorite centermen. They had that when they had in Vancouver, the 2010 Olympics, and Slovak was kind of turning heads with an old Josef Stumpel, these NHL castaways, Stumpel and Palffy, and they were just tearing shit up. Man, I love those guys. And Gradin, man, this guy looks like Zygmunt Palffy. When he gets open, man, it's a snipe. But he can set the puck up. He can hold the puck. This kid, sky's the limit, man. Out of nowhere.
Yeah, sky's the limit. I think he tops out at maybe a 70, 80-point guy one day.
Man, 70, 80-point guy, man.
He needs a good centerman to play with.
Oh, man.
I think the Flames have done a really good job of identifying that weakness in their prospect pool, and they've got a few guys like you mentioned. They got Curran, they got Castagna. They signed the free agent Gross. Like they have some pieces there.
Gradin's 20, eh?
Yep.
But you got to admit, Zach.
He was drafted the same year as Zane Parekh.
Yeah, you got to admit, Gradin kind of came out of nowhere. Even in his draft year, everyone was still kind of, who's this kid,
Gradin? He was drafted out of the USHL.
Yeah, but
apparently, Zane Parekh, when he was being scouted, he told Todd Button that he played with Gradin, and Gradin is a lot smoother than people gave him credit for, and he kind of got lost in the shuffle. But Flames, yes, testament to you. I'll give a gold to you because you mentioned Todd Button and his scouting record, and he has done a wonderful job for the Flames of stocking the cupboards. Yeah. And now the Flames
100 times better than Craig Button when he was over.
And now the Flames have how many bullets in the chamber when it comes to assets in house and those they're about to bring in house over the next 3 years. And we forget that Craig trade Noah Hannafin too?
Who?
Didn't Craig Conroy trade Noah Hannafin as well?
Oh, yes. He traded Noah Hannafin.
And
yes, I think that was one of his first trades.
And what did he get out of that? He got
first rounder?
An unprotected first rounder at when? 2026.
2026.
And who is playing poorly? The Vegas Golden Knights. And they picked up Rasmus Anderson thinking they were picking up someone who was really strong and who's going to be this big compliment and replace the minutes that Alex Pietrangelo munched for them. But he is not Alex Pietrangelo. He is a big step down. Like we've discussed on this podcast, Rasmus Anderson is a big step down defensively from Zach Whitecloud.
I think
the offense he brings isn't stellar offense in the clutch time.
I think they're starting to see in Vegas that maybe Conroy kind of, maybe slipped, what's his name, Kelly McCrimmon, a couple, those roofies before.
A couple extra CBGs, CBDs in his pop.
But I'll tell you what, I think it was just the market. The market was basically right-handed shooting defensemen and with good offense. And Anderson was one of those guys. And two, with all due respect, Anderson was on a career trajectory this year.
But still, it was not more than what? Was it not going to be more than Noah Dobson in Montreal there? And Noah Dobson's he's making what, 9? A little around 9? And Rasmus is going to want more than that. Like, there's no way I would pay Rasmus that money. And I watched enough of Noah and Rasmus, Noah Hannafin and Rasmus when they were a pair here, and how average they were, how middling they were. They wilt under really good teams and really good, fast, strong forechecks. And against really highly skilled top lines, they really couldn't hold their own. And now they're doing that and sinking the team in Las Vegas and improving our pick that we're going to take from them this year.
The only down thing is we have a conditional first-round pick if they win the Stanley Cup or did they make the Stanley Cup final?
No, if they make the Stanley Cup, then a second becomes a first in the Rasmus trade.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I'm happy with it being a second because that means that this pick this year is going to be high.
But we also have like 3 first-round picks this year. So
No, we have 2.
2, yeah.
And we have 4 second-round picks.
Because of Uyghur's trade.
Yeah, the
'cause they
Uyghur
just
trade.
stole all those. I don't know where the hell.
No, it's just Phoenix
I don't know where
had
the hell Mammoth
stockpiled.
did it, but it's one of those weird things.
Not Phoenix. Utah. Utah stockpiled a bunch of picks when they were Phoenix.
Yeah.
And had a bunch of assets, and they don't have the depth for it because you only have a 50 contract limit.
Yep.
So they had to package some stuff, and I thought that was one of the teams that San Jose, Anaheim, those were the teams I was looking at to get some of those assets out of.
Yep.
Because those guys had a lot of extra assets, and Craig swung another fantastic trade. Uyghur, as he was looking like he had bad body language this year, he was really making errors. He didn't look like he was the same guy from 2 years ago, the guy who scored 20 goals and was on that team pushing them to try to get to the playoffs. He didn't look like that guy anymore. He looked like he was upset and frustrated. He was doing his good
Mind
soldier
you-
dance. And I think we got a good haul for that guy. We got Castagna and we got the 3 seconds. I think Castagna is going to surprise people. Castagna has top 9 upside. He definitely might be able to be a top 6 center.
Yeah.
And that's valuable at his size, 6'2", 205. They say he's got elite wheels, elite compete. The guy's a physical specimen. And he's a lacrosse player, so you know the guy's tough. And he's looking good above a point a game in Cornell. And Cornell, didn't they upset a couple teams in the NCAA
Frozen
playoffs?
Four? Yeah.
They're not in the Frozen Four yet, but they're in the playoffs to get to the Frozen Four, and they've upset a couple of teams, big teams. So
Did
that
one
shows that-
NCAA shout out.
yeah, shout out to
Last pod.
He
Greatest,
loves the NCAA.
development.
I like the NCAA too, but let's not get it twisted. The CHL is definitely the better
Let's not
development
go
league.
into another hour of this.
Yeah, we already know who
already know I'm
won
right.
that one. Yeah, me. We know full well. Mike
It's
was
a
there.
good conversation.
It was.
It
We
was a great
we have
conversation.
always have good conversations.
I love the NCAA. They got to add that into EA NHL, but I'll tell you what. You know, if it wasn't for the NCAA, like it allows those guys, those late bloomers, to really just kind of grow into their style, and you kind of get what you get when NHL guys, and that's why they love it, because you're getting a serviceable hockey player who's very disciplined, who knows systems, and who, you know, has usually played under great systems in the NCAA, who are next to the AHL when it comes to systems. So I think it's a good opportunity because they're men too, and it's good for these young guys. Like I know with McKenna, it's an adjustment, of course. Some guys make the adjustment a little easier, but some guys
like who? Like Macklin Celebrini did. He looked good. He was almost 2 points a game.
or like
Boston.
Wittenbach.
Yeah. Yeah, Wittenbach's looking
An
pretty good.
American, yeah, leading
But
the
he-
whole nation.
But he was drafted.
the
so
whole
he
nation.
you know,
or
like
Jack Eichel.
like Veerhoff, McKenna, Macklin Celebrini.
How's Cole Rushny doing?
He won an award. He was the rookie of the year in their conference.
Cole Rushny.
He didn't score much, but he had a lot of points, he had a lot of assists, and he was
Yeah,
trusted.
he's a two-way
he won,
guy
he
with
won a
some
lot of
skill, yeah.
faceoffs. So yeah, look at our center prospect now with Rezhny, Castagna, Curran,
Calgary's filling up.
Potter. Like we have some options there at
That-
center,
and that's
more than
the-
we did, and Gross more than we did to start the year.
And that's the number one thing that you mentioned before, that, you know, Calgary needs to get some centermen or else we're not going anywhere.
We're not.
Conroy listened to the pod and he said, you know what, Zach's right. We got to fill the cupboards with these great, tall, big, lanky centermen. We got some guys coming down the pipe. We can draft some guys in this draft. We can get a couple centermen in this draft.
Who were some centermen in this draft you like?
Well, I like the Rucks, of course.
Rucks, of course.
You
You're-
know,
you're-
of
you're
course, Marcus
definitely
Rucks the center.
big fan of them.
And Liam Rucks the winger, but
Yeah.
Liam's kind of the higher projected mids first. I think Marcus Ruck's going to jump because we're still in the playoffs with the WHL, and I think these guys are going to show these scouts that when it comes big time, these boys are big time. Shout out to Osoyoos, BC, where the boys are from, the Twins, and hopefully we can get both these kids on the Calgary Flames, keep them close to home, and keep these boys kind of in Alberta. It'd be nice to just go from Medicine Hat, but I don't know if they're making the NCAA commitment. Maybe they do. I don't know. But outside of that, I would like to see I'd like to see one of them actually try to do that new rule where you can have a 19-year-old or you can have one of your prospects from the CHL move on to the AHL. I don't know how that rule works out. I didn't look do a deep dive. Maybe that new rule where you can to get one of your CHL eligible players to play in the AHL, but outside of that, I think Calgary's going to have a great AHL. The Wranglers are going to be awesome next year with some younger talent and some college guys who are probably going to get some time in the NHL, some reps, and who knows? Perek will probably be playing some time down there. Maybe it really depends on how he starts next year off. But shout out to the Wranglers. It's going to. You know what? I'll tell you what. Nothing's going to look more better than the Wranglers in the next couple of years because with all these draft picks and all these young guys coming in, it's going to be basically an all-star team in the AHL. Probably these young kids are going to be tearing shit up in the A. Calgary's going to be loaded to the gills. They're going to have so many guys vouching for a spot just to get that time, get those reps in. And, it's going to drive a lot of these guys like Coronado, Gradine, all these guys who are considered to have guaranteed spots. No, they're going to have to work their asses off to keep their job, and it's going to be great to see. It's going to be a great, glorious time in the next couple of years, just watching these kids grow, seeing who they draft on top of that. Can you imagine, Zach? We're gonna have to do a pod where we react live.
To the draft?
To the draft.
I'm down.
No, the lottery.
Oh, the lottery. Yeah,
The lottery and the draft. Because, bro, it's going to be a party if we get top two. Because top two, you're going to get some franchise forwards. Stenberg, or McKenna, and either of those guys, I'd be happy to get anyone at this point in time. Even looking to see how Leo Carlson's developing and developing out in Anaheim, and this Stenberg kid could be better than Leo Carlson, maybe?
Different, though, but Stenberg's, 5'11", 6?
Yeah, but
Carlson's 6'4", 220.
Stenberg's a little more well-rounded.
At center.
Well-rounded,
And he's a center.
Yeah, but it's going to be great, man.
It's a good draft. There are a lot of exciting names. I think there's really good depth in this draft. I think it's defenseman heavy. I think if we miss out on the top two forwards, I think Malhotra or Bjork are decent forwards as consolation.
I think
if you go forward
Bjork
first pack,
I
think the defensive depth is exciting. I think drafting a guy like Carrolls would be a win for this franchise. If we had three left-handed defensemen like Kuznetsov, Ball, and Carrolls, I think we're laughing. I think we're looking real good. Imagine you pair Carrolls and Perek on the first power play. That's a nice looking power play. You got that level of offensive instinct, and then you got Carrells, who is a strong defender, wicked elite skating. So I'm not upset with what's looking like could be the first 10 picks. Bjork, the Rucks. I even like Morozov. I know there's that Finnish kid, that Finnish center. He's got some size, and Hapuna.
What about that Smits kid from Sweden?
Albert Smits. He's German.
Oh, the German kid.
Yeah.
He's playing
in
SHL,
Sweden though. Yeah. He's got a lot of hype. He's tough and he's big, but versus him and Carrolls, I take Carrolls all day.
Well, no, he's not projected
kid.
as high as Carrolls is.
No, they're mocking him at. They're mocking Smits anywhere 3 to 7.
Yeah, Carrolls is projected to be top 5 possibly. And,
maybe. Who does he displace? The only guy he could displace is Reed.
He's looking at 6, 7, 8, maybe a 10.
They're close.
He can fall back. It just depends, the value again, and then also guys who jump. There's a possibility of guys who make that jump from, they could be later round. Then team
Bennett
takes
Seneca?
a risk on Seneca. What?
Yeah, Bennett Seneca was projected to go around 10, 12.
Yeah.
And then Anaheim took him at 4.
Seneca, yeah.
Yeah.
Seneca?
Yeah.
Or is it Indica? No, I'm just,
In,
yeah, no, I'm just kidding. But he actually scored the OT against last time the Flames played.
for a hat trick
Anaheim.
goal.
Yeah.
And it was a beauty. He had a huge game against us.
Snipe. And he's like 6'3", big boy.
6'4".
6'4"? Maybe he grew another inch. Maybe it's
Yeah.
that hair. He just got to cut that hair. But on a good day.
But that's Anaheim's MO. They want big kids with skill, and they don't.
Yeah.
They don't shy about it, and that's why I like Anaheim's drafts, because if they all pop, well, they're going to be a menace to deal with in the playoffs.
Yeah,
McTavish, McQueen, and
Here's the
Carlson,
tough thing is they
and
gotta
Cutter
get these-
Gauthier, and Seneca.
So get this. There's a great thing about having this problem because like San Jose is going to figure it out. They're going to see this problem pretty soon. You're going to have to pay all these guys. And then also, too, you have to round out your roster. Like you look at Oilers, they can't round out the roster because they gave the money to the wrong guys. Like you're going to overpay on one of these guys. They're not going to pan out. And it's going to be something that's going to be stuck on you, like what happened with Nurse and the Oilers. And maybe a couple other contracts. But when you're looking at these guys, you better be right with keeping the guys and keeping them at the right price because you're going to have to say goodbye to some of these guys. And yeah, you can move them for whatever, but you don't want to fall into that position where the Oilers are, where you're going to be relying on like very high skilled guys and you're not going to be able to round out your team because you don't have the cap space to do it. And yeah, you can probably find success. You know, some of these guys, you know, they might be able to get that little window where they can have a chance to even win a Stanley Cup. But the problem is, like, long term today, it's you can't keep all these guys and just draft them all and expect them all to stay. Like, Detroit's getting there, you know? And look at Tampa Bay Lightning. They're doing great right now, but it's because guys like Darren Reddish are actually making they're having some ridiculous resurgence as being a top scorer out of nowhere.
Or could you just say that Nikita Kucherov is one of the best players on the planet?
Maybe he's just setting all these guys up, making them look like crazy. You're right. That's probably what's happening because Reddish did score against the Flames, and it was a nice, beautiful setup from Kucherov. From the bottom where he could snipe the top shelf, and it was a cross-ice pass, and that 100% of the time you could see Cooley. That's always a one-timer in the NHL. But, of course, it's going to Kucherov, who's going to make that one more extra pass to Reddish, who's going to put it right between his legs. And it was a masterclass. But get this, like Tampa Bay, like they haven't been relevant for a long time, but they're good this year. But look at their
relevant for a long time. They won back-to-back cups in 2021.
How long ago was that?
5 years ago.
I can't remember. It's
4 or 5
faded
years
from
ago.
my memory. Like half a decade ago. Okay, yeah, sure. But you look at it now.
Recency bias.
But look at it now. Recency bias. This is the NHL, man. Everything's recency bias. It's what you do to me now. Oh, do for me.
It's a results business. What have you done for me lately?
Yeah, what have you done for me lately? And you look at it lately, but you look at their roster, they have no one coming up. They're in a position where they had the whole world, like where Detroit's getting to, where Buffalo's going to have a huge problem pretty soon. But you're looking at San Jose, where these guys are still puppies. In 2-3 years, you're going to really see how good their management really is. Because there's one thing to tank and be good enough to tank and be able to do it well, to where you can actually sign the right guys, or you could just freaking tank and then sign the wrong guys and having to say goodbye to some key guys and realize you let go of the guys you should have kept and you kept the guys you should have let go. And now you can't even, you have a window, but it's not really a window because you gave the chance to another team. And now you got these other teams coming up, you know, like Tampa Bay has found that out, you know, that they look like all world. No one could beat them. They always been a good team, but they couldn't even make it out of the first round, like forever. And like, I don't know, half a decade or recently biased. But honestly, you know, they have nothing coming up. They have nothing to look forward to. What? Cage Calvius or whatever his name is, Was it Calum Ritchie? That's the one guy they have.
In New York Islanders?
The Tampa Bay Lightning.
No, it's what's his name?
Calum Ritchie actually went to the Islanders.
Geeky. Connor Geeky. Okay, the guy with the pink visor. And you look at it, Nikita Kucherov, how old is he? 34? 34 years old? I'm not too sure. I think so.
Nikita Kucherov is getting up there. He came in late.
Yeah, he is 33.
So Kucherov probably has 3 more years, and
but it's remarkable he's still producing this high.
Yeah,
He leads the NHL in points at 33 years old.
Yeah, he's a better player than McDavid. Yeah,
well, he's a better playmaker for sure. McDavid is the more exciting player because he's the speed. But McDavid, as far as I can tell, he isn't. He hasn't really blossomed because I'd say it's because that development system in Edmonton. You watch what happened with Taylor Hall. When Taylor Hall came to the league, they just said, "Okay, go do what you want, skate fast, and then hit the red line and turn around and look for somebody."
Neil Yakupov.
They didn't. They really skimp out and put this on Daryl Cates' head that they're not developing these kids properly at the NHL level.
Adam Larson.
At the NHL level, in the minors, they're not developing these kids. And it's a massive disservice because when you get a guy like Draisaitl, you get a guy like McDavid, you can't support them with talent that can push them over the top, and you miss out, and you become one of those teams that everybody forgets because they couldn't win everything. They only remember the winners. Flags fly forever. Nobody remembers second place. And he might be one of the greatest to never win when it's all said and done. And he might have to be a mercenary to go on to try to find team that he can piggyback on and hopefully get a sniff of a cup. Because the way they're looking right now with Draisaitl out, it doesn't look good. I don't see the depth scoring. I don't see the defensive system.
The team they were 2 years ago.
They just threw Knobloch under the bus. Not everybody can have John Cooper.
Maybe bring back Jay Woodcroft.
No, God, that guy was a disaster.
Maybe bring back Greg McTavish.
Greg. I think that, a coaching change will do them good. That's the only thing you can really do. She is fine, isn't she? She's that host on Sportsnet. I forget her name. No, but I think that's all you can really do in the new NHL is you can't bury stars and get them to be humble and buy in. So you got to turf the coach. And they're going to have to turf this coach. But who's a replacement? Who's sitting around that they haven't already tried out?
Ted Nolan.
Ted Nolan, I think, would be great to see him back in the NHL.
He would get those guys working their asses off.
And he has a real mystique about his charisma, how he's able to reach his team.
Like what I could see Ted Nolan's game plan.
Emily Agard, that's her name.
We'll get it.
Damn.
Goodness. Let's have her on the pod. Zach, you should get her on the pod.
I'll get her on the pod. I'll reach out.
Get her on the pod. Go reach out. Talk to her agent. But I could see just Ted Nolan running like the old 90s, shutdown, and just have McDavid be the one guy out, just skating around everywhere. And if you get the puck, just wire it down, and McDavid will just pick it up. And that's how he's going to get all his points.
But you said a key thing. McDavid's, he's got 2 broken fingers. He's been playing with broken fingers. These guys are beat up. They played a lot of hockey the last couple of years, and it's taking a toll.
The one thing about McDavid that I worry about, he's the greatest, probably second greatest skater to ever skate, third greatest skater to ever skate in the NHL, behind Bobby Orr and Mike Gartner. But
who else is up there? I'd say that
he has better edges than Mike Gartner.
Solani is up there. Pavel Bure is up there.
He's faster than
Bure. You got to remember,
statistically, he's faster. Bure, when it comes to one step, him and McDavid are about the same. But I think in long distance, McDavid would probably out
a bit faster.
But Bure was quick from A to point B, quick.
But also Bure had the hands too, and he could undress goalies.
And he had the tenacity and poise. Not saying McDavid doesn't have it, but the only thing the thing about McDavid is he could fade. And that's,
you're right. He gets one knee injury, he slows down even a little bit.
I'll be honest. That's why I like Draisaitl, because Draisaitl always seems to be the same threat every shift in, shift out. He holds the puck. He holds along the boards. He can slow it down. he doesn't. He could play the speed game, like skating and passing it, 2-on-1s, 3-on-1s, whatever, transition. But he could also slow it down behind the net, along the boards. Where McDavid depends on getting space, moving the puck, getting speed, trying to catch guys out of position, and catching guys surprisingly, going in, and like I think McDavid really relies on circumstance where Draisaitl can actually slow down the game and make guys watch him. And then when they're watching him, he can dish out a pass across ice to a one-timer, or he could freaking shelf it top shelf, or he could lay it off, disappear, and just set himself up for the one-timer. Where McDavid doesn't have that luxury of setting himself up for a long, because technically McDavid is kind of, because he's McDavid, everybody knows he's out there. And of course, McDavid wants the puck on his stick when he's out there. So it's really hard to not know McDavid's out there. Whereas Draisaitl can just slip. Like he has that Brett Hallness where Brett Hall, like, this guy is like 600 goals in the NHL, but he just freaking disappears. And you're like, and then everyone forgets Brett Hall's on the ice. And all of a sudden there's a pass cross crease and it's freaking top shelf in a blink of an eye. You're like, oh shit, that's Brett Hall. Why wasn't anyone on him? But I'll tell you what, McDavid, I think Edmonton really just did a disservice to McDavid with their drafting, with their trading, by not allowing him to play with a very, pure wingers that are going to allow him to achieve at the highest level. Like the thing I would do right now, if I was desperate, I'd trade Evan Bouchard and whatever first rounds you got left for Nikita Kucherov. If you get Nikita Kucherov and McDavid on the same line, both of them will have 200 points. Nikita Kucherov will probably have 150 assists. McDavid will probably have 100 goals. And I'll tell you what, Draisaitl might not even play with them, maybe here and there on the power play, but Draisaitl could go and do his own thing on the second line, and they would have a Stanley Cup. Easy as that. But you invested into guys like Evan Bouchard who can't play defense. You invested into guys and, that you invested into wrong guys. Fogle was a great guy. McLeod was a great penalty killer. Even like Connor Brown was a great penalty killer, and they still let him go for nothing. And yet, you had all these guys who showed that they could play big-time hockey, and you still let these guys off the hook, Brett Kulak, you gave him away, and you had to go out and try to get a guy replacement this deadline. You had to bring in Connor Murphy, who's a great ad, mind you. I think he's a great ad.
I think he's a good ad.
Yeah, but you had Brett Kulak, who's probably just as good or better than Connor Murphy. And Connor Murphy, is that RoboCop's name?
No, that is Murphy, but his last name is Murphy. But what was his first name?
Murphy,
Connor Murphy.
it's you.
No, it was Murphy, but I forget. Anyways, is this a period dedicated to the Oilers or the Flames?
No. It's just showing how bad the Oilers are.
We know how bad
good
they are.
the Flames are.
And we know.
So it's the same thing, relatively. It's the same thing, And I'll tell you what, where we're going to be in 2 years, the Oilers are going to look at that and they're just going to be shaking their head and just thinking, you know what? We should have done what Calgary have done. We should have
But what should they have done? They never had what Calgary had.
This is the
Calgary
problem.
had a competitive team from the last rebuild that they disassembled and then they sold off smartly year after year to stock the cupboards with enough talent, yet slowly transition into another rebuild after a competitive window closed. And by doing that, they have set themselves up with a lot of assets, whether it be veteran leadership assets like White Cloud, whether it be Strome, whether it be Matta, whether it be Coleman. They have these guys in place. They even have younger guys like Frost and Farabee who can be traded for assets at a later date if they're too old for the next competitive window.
Exactly.
So they have all the draft picks coming. Then they have all the prospects they've drafted. Honestly, I'd say this is again a big kudos to the work that Craig Conroy, Dave Nonis, and co have done.
I forgot Dave Nonis is in there.
Yeah, he's the AGM for us. And I think they've done a terrific job of steering this ship.
Yeah, Nonis
and
is a Burt guy,
I was
yeah.
upset that the Flames didn't go scorched earth earlier because I wanted in that Macklin Celebrini draft and I wanted centers from that last year's draft. But these guys are pros, these guys know the game better than us, and it looks like they have a plan. And this plan is paying off. And sadly, the Oilers, after 5 first overall picks almost in a row, and a generational player, they couldn't field a team that could support their generational player. And now they're potentially looking at a future where Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, despite being the top 2 players in the world, never win a championship. Never win a Stanley Cup. And it couldn't happen to a worse bunch of administrators and owners. That is, I think Daryl Cates is one of the worst owners in the league. Did you hear about that scandal he did with the 50-50?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, that's a fucking deplorable fucking stat. In fact, that guy fucking stole money from charities.
And that's on top
what
of...
a fucking creep.
That's on top
What a
of
fucking
being
creep.
one of the most, in the last 2 years, being one of the most profitable
Brands out there.
organizations in sports, in the world.
In the world.
The Edmonton
And you're
Oilers
stealing from charity?
have made so much money just on these last 2 Stanley Cup runs, having Connor McDavid as the poster boy, Leon Draisaitl second fiddle, and you're looking at it. Edmonton Oilers are the epitome of making value over having what do you call it? Having very little of what you have, but basically pouring out so much value out of one guy like Connor McDavid. And the problem here is that they're greedy, and 2, sometimes it's not about the product, it's intentionally about making the money. And the issue here too in Oiler country, which always been an issue, was it was an old boys club. And that's what eventually led them, because you had guys like Kevin Lowe. You couldn't tell him what to do because he'll just say, how many cups have you won? And he was burning this team, not building a winner. You don't think I can build a winner? Yeah, you can't build a winner. Look, bro, you almost destroyed this franchise, even though it had A-plus prospects and players.
No, it had 2 of them.
Yeah, but they had more than that.
No, they had Draisaitl, they had McDavid, Nugent Hopkins. He was a number 1 overall pick, but he wasn't a blue chipper. Nail Yakupov did scream blue chipper, but he failed miserably. And Taylor Hall was a blue chipper too. But they traded him for Adam Larson, which was a horrible play. You imagine Taylor Hall and Connor McDavid and Draisaitl. That's could you imagine that line? The speed, the size, the finish. Holy moly.
This is the problem.
Taylor Hall and Connor McDavid burning down.
And again, this goes back to having those guys. These guys burned the guys they should have kept. And
and look at last year. They got rid of Holloway. They got rid of Broberg.
For nothing.
For basically pennies on the dollar. They gave up 10th and 14th overall draft pick capital, who developed well.
Well, even
they
McLeod.
look good.
Their
for nothing.
best penalty killer.
Yeah, look what they got rid of McLeod. McLeod was one of the better parts of their team. That speed that he brought from the penalty kill into the third line, when other third lines and fourth lines were out there,
Yeah,
it was a
Warren
real
Fogle.
threat. It was a real threat, and he scored a lot of goals. And they traded him to Buffalo for what? Savoy?
Yeah.
Savoy getting a little younger because Savoy was 9th overall.
And you got to admit,
Savoy's-
Corey Perry, why did you let him go? He was one of your best players in the finals.
I was just up in Edmonton, and that's what a lot of the fans are saying.
Why do you let him go for nothing?
Corey Perry dragged guys into the fight.
Who gives a shit about his age? He just showed you that even though he can't keep up or skate, he could still do what it takes to win you games in the playoffs, and you let him go for nothing.
He was
'Cause
gritty, and he knew how to get his guys head in the game.
They reached a point in that finals
That
against
leadership
Florida
was
Panthers.
invaluable, and they got rid of it for nothing. But so it goes to show again, okay, all of these examples, Tim, all of these examples amount to their management and their ownership group being completely fucking clueless. And it couldn't happen to a better organization, because I am not an Oiler fan. I am a Flames fan, and there is a rivalry because we are on either end of the QE2, and the Oilers have dominated during the 80s, and they still live by that 80s magic that they had. But, it's tough being second fiddle to a city like that, an organization like that. But they need something up there because it's cold and miserable, and the potholes are everywhere in that gosh darn road. And they call it a grid, but you can't get anywhere in that gosh darn city in under a half an hour. It's insane how long it takes to drive anywhere.
Too many one-ways. You guys got to fix that up, clean it up. But I don't know. It's an infrastructure that can't be reversed probably.
Nope.
But like once you make a wrong turn, you basically have to have to go around half the city to get the, turn around on those highways. It's crazy. But I'll tell you what, hey, Anthony Henday, sure, it's a whole lot of driving to get even, like, it takes just as long to go around as it is to go through. Let's just put it that way. It's pretty wild.
It's wild. And there's only two roads that go straight through, and that's like the number one, the Yellowhead, and then the White Mud. And it's like, oh my God, they're just so long. And
like, do you ever try to get downtown?
South. It's insane. Like
Edmonton is the hardest city to just get downtown. If you just want to go downtown, you have to take like this turn, that turn, up this turn. You got to go like through residential areas, go under a bridge. And then you have to go peek on the other side, go up a hill. And next thing you know, you're downtown.
They say go down Gateway, but then you get to this road where you have to hang a 90-degree turn, and then you have to do a hairpin switchback to go down this like residential road just to cross the bridge to get into downtown. It's wild. Like, I do not know what they're talking about. Like, it is not a grid. But I get why
it's amazing.
People have a chip on their shoulder there because it's a beautiful river valley, but it's a hard city to live throughout those harsh winters.
And you guys better just take out that circle intersection in the northwest because you guys don't even know how to use it. Come on.
Come on. Calgary has
Clean it up.
We have our problems too. We have our problematic drivers. But anyways, I'm liking where the Flames are going. I really think that we have a lot of assets in the cupboard now, prospects and picks, and then we have players that we can ship out for more assets later. These guys that we've picked up that play well with no pressure, a la Ryan Strome, even Mata. We have these guys, and Coleman's going to fetch a hefty return next trade deadline. We got a lot of assets coming up. Morgan Frost, Farabee, and who's to say that we don't? There's not a play for a Zane Parekh one day. Who knows what this team could cook up? I'm confident in the management. I'm confident in the scouting department, and I really think good things are coming. So let's sign Witten back. Let's sign Rezhny. Let's sign Weeb. Let's sign these guys. Let's sign Castagna. Let's get him into camp. And if we got to trade Coronado,
Mike Raschi.
If we got to trade Coronado, if we got to trade Backlund, we got to trade Frost. I'm happy to do it. Open up some jobs for these kids. Be bad for a while. Commit to getting blue chippers, and then support them. Don't do what Edmonton does. Support them.
I think they'll be okay. But get this, Zach, and your opinion. This is a topic right now in Flames country. Might as well talk about it because all these other guys are talking about it. I don't want to, but it's just interesting. Do you think Ryan Huska is the guy for the rebuild?
Well, to tell you the truth, when they hired him, when he was an assistant, they said his level of communication really stood out in his ability to communicate to the players what he wanted them to do at each position in each phase of the game for development purposes. They said his communication was going to be a strong suit. And so far, it looks to be the case. And he's always had a knack for developing defensemen. He developed Shea Weber, right? He was that coach in Kelowna, who developed Shea Weber. I think he had a hand in developing even Duncan Keith. So, he has developed some big-time defenders.
Yeah.
And I think Kevin Ball has looked good under him. I think Kuznetsov has looked amazing under him. I think Parekh is looking pretty good defensively so far. There's a lot of work to do yet with the physicality of the forecheck, and because he's not a TJ Brody, right? He's not a guy who's going to, sidestep and Quinn Hughes himself out of a tricky situation. He's not that kind of defender. He's going to take hits because he doesn't have the skating and the edge work. He's not a Cale Makar. So he's got to be able to bulk up and get stronger and learn how to take a hit because these forecheckers are coming. They're coming furiously for him. And I think he'll be good for him. And I think also we have our guys like Muse. We have Brustewicz. We have a lot of defenders. And whatever we get out of this draft, I think if it's a defender, are really going to flourish under Huska.
Remember Eric Brewer?
Yeah, I do. But what I'm scared of, with Huska is I have not seen offensive players flourish under him. Okay? And by that, I think we are at a crossroads when it comes to development. Not yet, but soon, is what kind of coach do we want in our system? I want to be able to have kids who feel like they can take chances on a rebuilding team and play some river hockey and up the skill level and not restrain the skill. I look at a guy like Connor Zary has really stepped up. He's played great hockey since November, but the results haven't been there. And the results haven't been there because we have a terrible power play.
Yeah.
We don't have the horses. We don't have those guys. And I swear, a guy like Gradine, a guy like Zary, a guy like Coronado, those guys would flourish if we had a top dog offensively. Perek too. But we don't have a couple of dogs who can just score almost at will, give us that 35% power play success. What? We don't have that in the farm. We don't have that on the horizon. So if we had that, though, everybody else plays better as a supporting role when those guys are out there drawing the lion's share of defensive assignments. But until then...
What do you mean, like high-end skill?
High-end, super high-end, like
think,
the Kucherovs, the
like you don't
the Stamkoses, the Ahos, the Barkovs, the Dreisaitl's, the McDavids, the big-time power plays in the league, the Pasternaks. No, we don't have them. We don't have the Cutter Gauthier. We don't have the Cutter Gauthier trigger man. We don't have the Leo Carlson big-time center.
Still improving.
I'm a fan. You see that slap shot he has, that one-timer he has from the right?
But he's also an idiot for the way he left Philadelphia, being a little bitch. So
he didn't want to play there. Something happened. Something's wrong with Philadelphia. But you know what? Athletes...
I don't like that attitude. I don't like those guys.
Sure, he's American.
I don't want him on my team.
He's American. But, if you had...
on my team. I don't think you can win with those guys. They're great, but they're just going to turn like...
We'll find out.
They're going to look like Millers.
They're
just going to look like JT Millers down in the end. They're going to be all great there. Once they get their big contract, they're assholes, just like JT Miller. Got his contract, you can't win with him. You can't win.
I think JT Miller's tanked 2 teams. But I'm not saying that we have Cutter Gauthier. I'm saying that Anaheim looks good with Cutter Gauthier. There are these guys out there who are these strong players on the power play who become really lethal on power plays, and that's where we're lacking. We might have a good penalty kill, but... I just don't see the guys who are the elite game breakers on the power play. Gradine could be, but I think he needs a centerman.
We were talking about this earlier. As a GM, you have to make a choice. Cutter Gauthier or Seneca?
I would take Seneca because he's a Canadian, for one. I'm biased.
And you would get rid of a Gauthier?
Because I'm a biased guy. Because... I value Canadian talent over American talent because I feel like...
because of last pod, eh?
No, because it's just that I think the Canadian kids, they grow up dreaming of being Stanley Cup heroes. American kids grow up want to be NFL heroes. They want to be baseball heroes. They want to be basketball heroes. Most of them do.
No.
The vast majority do. Nobody's playing... ball hockey in the streets in the United States.
There's kids in Canada
outside of
that
Minnesota,
want to be NBA,
outside of Minnesota that wants to be a Stanley Cup champion. You can't tell me that. Austin Matthews does not look like he wants to be a Stanley Cup champion. The guy,
that's Austin Matthews, and it shows.
He's from Arizona. I guarantee you, he wasn't in.
Does Blake Coleman not want to be a Stanley Cup champion?
He is a Stanley Cup champion 2 times,
and he's playing. He's playing in a tough role. But I guarantee
you,
this.
Hockey wasn't his first sport in Texas.
He's playing in a tough role, but get this. He plays with his heart on his sleeve wherever he plays. He only knows how to play one way, and that's to win.
Sure. But
in the last game, I said he's the best player on the ice for the Calgary Flames. He's the best player. He's in every...
Because he's got a high motor.
And he's physically in there. He's putting his body on the line. And these games mean nothing. Everyone's in Calgary saying, oh, you need to lose games because you need to get that higher draft pick. Coleman's busting his balls, getting punched in the chops, laying hard hits.
And that's why you're asking saying about
penalties,
Huska because
blocking
Huska
shots.
is catering to the veterans and the mindset and the culture of the Flames that they're not taking any nights off. They want to
And I
win
like that.
every game. I do
like
too,
that.
but it comes at a cost. And I
There's
don't
no
want to
cost.
turf.
What cost?
I
You're going
don't-
to
the
be
cost-
10 years of fucking rebuilding? 10 years of rebuilding? Like
We don't know.
Buffalo? Or
We don't know.
We're just going to let these guys play.
We don't know.
We're going to let these guys play. San Jose could be in 10 years of rebuilding. They're not going to.
They're done rebuilding.
No, they could be in 10 years of rebuild. You got to make the playoffs and actually have success in the playoffs before you can say you're done. You could get lucky like Calgary and
They're
make
not.
the
They're,
playoffs.
they're not getting to the top of the draft again.
Calgary
Unless by a
got
miracle.
lucky. We made the playoffs with Johnny Gaudreau and Sean Monahan. We made the second round. We put out Vancouver Canucks. And then we played an actual team, and we couldn't even get a single game. You know, and you're looking at San Jose saying, oh, they're done the thing. They haven't won a playoff game.
No,
man.
but they're
Let's
done being at the top of the
hold
draft.
back on that.
They're done being at the top of the
Hold
draft.
back.
They found a
They don't have a
superstar.
decor. That's why they needed a
they found a
defenseman.
superstar center, and then they have nice supporting
Superstar center
pieces.
can't win faceoffs. A guy who's still young. Yeah, he's good, but he's not going to carry
Good.
this team anywhere.
Good. He's got the second most points for a teenager in NHL history. To only who? Wayne Gretzky. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's more than good. What I'm just saying is
What?
they're
And
not.
what, that's
they're
gonna
not
lead to
going
10 cups?
They're not
What?
going to the top of the
How many
draft.
cups did the lead from Connor McDavid?
0. But they're not going to the top of the draft anymore. Is what I'm saying. They're done with that type of play. They're not tanking like that.
That's
They're
the
looking to
assumption
contend. They're
gonna be.
looking to contend.
With
and-
Dickinson? What?
Well, it's going to take a couple of years yet. Misa's going to look better in year 2 and 3. Dickinson's going to look better in year 2 and 3.
They're relatively still
Makmadulin's going to look
rebuilding.
better.
They're not there yet. They're not a
No.
playoff team.
They're close, especially in the
Yeah,
Pacific.
you can be close, but you're not there until you actually
They
win.
get there, and they're close, and they're almost there. And
See, I love Buffalo. I'm a huge fan of Buffalo. Buffalo has not won a single or haven't sniffed the playoffs. And what? How long has it been?
it's the longest drought in professional sports.
2009 since they had Daniel Briere. Don't, God forbid it was Chris Drury, because that's forever ago, you know, or like Christian Ehrhoff.
Former Flame Christian.
Yeah. Well, probably when they had Robin Regeer was probably the last that made the playoffs. Would make sense because Robin Regeer is a winner. But the problem is that Buffalo, I love them with all my heart. They have been lights out, the best team in the last 30 years. They have been the best team in the last 30 years in the last 40 games. And I'll tell you what, they haven't proven anything until they can show it in the playoffs. And until then, they're still a team that's still on trying to figure it out. They're anywhere closer from rebuilding to actually being a contender until they can prove they're a contender. You're not a contender until you're an actual contender. You're either rebuilding.
This is a good question. What makes a contender?
A contender means that you're a threat to go to the finals. You're a threat to get and win the show.
Okay, what about those Flames teams that won the Western Conference? Were they contenders?
Yeah, they were.
They were. See, that's what I think about a contender too. A contender can do well in the regular season, but can fumble even first round of the playoffs. Like they ran into a juggernaut that was Makar and McKinnon, and the refs that series too that helped them out quite a bit. So I think like contenders.
Oh,
Yes.
you talking about the time when they had Peters on there?
Yeah.
No, they weren't.
They were.
I told you guys when they hired Bill Peters, I told them that is the worst decision Calgary's going to make, and it's not going to pay off. They ended up having a great season. I still didn't give a shit about the coach they had wasn't going to do it for them, and it proved he didn't.
It was the
do
first year there, and they won the Western Conference. They almost won the President's Trophy.
Oh yeah, any coach can salivate off of his first year. Show me a coach in his fifth year having success. That's a real coach.
Well, there aren't any of those coaches.
Any coach
There
can go
aren't
in
any of
on
those coaches. The second longest tenured coach
Any
behind
team-
John Cooper.
any-
Do you know who the second longest tenured coach is behind John Cooper is?
Yeah.
Who?
What's that?
Who is the second longest tenured coach with the same team in the NHL behind John Cooper? Do you know?
Who's that? No.
It's actually would shock you.
What?
It's Ryan Huska.
Yeah.
The coaches get fucking turfed all the fucking time.
Yeah.
All the fucking time, man. Like, there's no coach. Coaches are barely making fifth year.
And that's a problem. That's a problem, man.
Well, it's a problem because these stars make too much money. They have too much fucking power. You can't bury them in the minors. You can't force these guys to be humble like they used to be. You have to treat these guys with kid gloves. And the guys who pay the price for bad and underperforming teams are the coaches.
And that's
all
right.
the
That's
time.
where I submit to you. You don't need a fucking A-class superstar to win the Stanley Cup. You don't. You don't. You just need to build a team of guys who want it. And that includes the stars. If they don't want it, you're not winning nothing.
You're not winning nothing.
But you need a team. Buffalo Sabres made the Stanley Cup Finals. You know? Calgary relatively made the Stanley Cup Finals while they had Mika Kiprusoff.
We won the
Yeah,
Stanley
we won the
Cup.
Stanley Cup. We had Mika Kiprusoff. Of course, yeah, like
Jerome
you said,
McGinley.
I believe, Dominic Hasek, if you have a once-in-a-lifetime goalie like Dominic Hasek, Mika Kiprusoff, you know, we have a Dustin Wolf, bro. That's our ace in the hole, bro. That's what we need.
I don't know.
He is our superstar.
He's regressed huge this
Gradin's
year.
going to be... You don't need a... Gretzky
Devin
can't
Cooley-
win shit without
Devin
anybody
Cooley
playing
looks
with him.
better than
Connor
Dustin
McDavid
Wolf.
can't win shit with anyone. Celebrini not going to win shit without Will Smith or Eklund developing into stars. So those guys can go kiss ass. You need an actual management that can build a solid team.
You're right.
Or else you're going to be in a
Look
decade of silence where
Look
like
what
some
Bill
old
Zito
show
did.
guys.
Look what Bill Zito did. Look at as much as Kevin Adams screwed up in Buffalo, it's his team basically that Kekalainen is to getting credit for. Buffalo is on this historic run because of Kevin Adams' roster management. Now, they may not have liked him, and it might have been the galvanizing catalyst to start playing better, but they're playing like a house on fucking fire because they got a ton of fucking talent.
And you could argue in the same logic that Tampa Bay is where they are because Steve Yzerman did everything for that team to win the Stanley Cup, and then he left.
Or you could argue that they hit on their first overall pick in Steve Stamkos. They hit on their second overall pick in Victor
They won a
Hedman
Stanley Cup
when they
without
had,
Steven.
When
They
they,
won
had
that
another
first cup.
undrafted Hall of Famer in Martin St.
They
Louis.
won that first Stanley Cup without Steven Stamkos. He only played one game, the last game. They didn't even need him.
He got them to the game.
They didn't even need him.
He got them there.
He didn't even play in the playoffs the first time they won the
No,
Stanley
but
Cup.
how instrumental was
He
he in the
didn't
playoffs?
get them anywhere.
How
He was
instrumental?
the captain, but he was useless.
He scored 60 goals in the regular season on a dominant power play.
Nikita Kucherov and Vasilevsky, all drafted by
Yeah,
Steve
and
Yzerman,
Vasilevsky.
won that for them.
Yeah.
And who was the MVP?
I'm just saying that they had pieces beforehand, and they had pieces before that helped them get there. They had a very good collection of talent. And yes,
The whole roster was
Steve
built great.
Yzerman was
The
very
whole roster
instrumental
was
for that.
built great, and that's
And then
what
they
Conroy's
also
doing
had
right
they
now.
also had a superstar in Martin St. Louis who was there to coach those kids and float one-timers, perfect sauce passes, cross ice,
You're talking
right into
wait,
Stamkos' wheelhouse.
You're talking about a different era of Tampa Bay.
No. That era of Tampa Bay, he was
St. Louis haven't played with Tampa Bay since like 2010, 2011.
No, he was there playing with Stamkos. He
Yeah,
was setting
They
up.
didn't win anything then.
No, but he showed Stamkos the ropes of how to score in the NHL.
And then they didn't
he was
need
a superstar
Stamkos to win their first Stanley Cup when after the
they didn't.
Yzerman
No,
left.
they did. Okay, so he was one of like the Kyle Connors. He's like one of these guys who scored during the regular season and had you a dominant power play, got you the points, got you the seed, and played in the playoffs somewhat. He was injured.
And they could do it without him.
Sure, but they had a
could do
really
without
deep
him.
team. They had an incredibly deep
But
team.
what we do
Blake
know,
Coleman was on that team.
yeah, Blake Coleman was on that team. That team was built by Steve Yzerman. Yeah, they added a few pieces or whatever, but Yzerman didn't draft Stamkos, did he?
Yeah.
Was he on that team?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't.
Yes.
He was still under Detroit at that time.
Oh, when they drafted Stamkos?
Yeah.
No.
He was still working under Ken Holland in Detroit. And then he went to
Tampa.
Tampa.
I'm pretty sure that he
He was an assistant
Jay
GM for
Feaster,
years.
Jay Feaster drafted.
It was 2012, around there. And then he was
find
given
out.
the reins around 20.
Let's see. First hit of the game.
All right. Fact check time.
Steve Yzerman, GM history. Okay. General manager. He was the GM from 2010 to 2018. He drafted Steve Stamkos.
When was Steven Stamkos drafted?
Boom.
Wait a minute. Who
Steve
are
Stamkos.
You're about to get folded, bro.
What to see? Oh, he was 2008. Oh, I got folded.
He just got, well, mind you, it's only been a couple years. So he technically still had responsibility in developing him when he took the reins.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, yes, the guys need to learn how to win. That's where we're at. See, Tampa was still, in those Stamkos years, they were still very competitive. Even, who was the toughest team that the Boston Bruins faced in 2011?
They won a Stanley Cup. Listen, they won a Stanley Cup in 2004, and then they were picking first overall in 2008. In a market like that where nobody gives a shit about your fucking hockey team, you can do that, and you can recoup talent that way, and they managed to
See
do
how
it.
quick they turned things around, eh?
But they still had St. Louis.
Okay, but
Because they found a fucking insanely good scoring center.
I'm saying that
But they
Steve
had St.
Yzerman
Louis.
built his team. He built his team. But what I'm trying to say right now,
So Steven Yzerman, as a GM, inherited a team with Victor Hedman and Steve Stamkos. Pretty tough gig. He drafted, the only thing he drafted that was meaningful was Kucherov and
who's a Conn Smythe winner,
Vasilevsky,
Vasilevsky, who is a
Vasilevsky
Norris
as a
and
Vezina.
Conn Smythe winner.
Vesna. and
Stamkos
Conn Smythe.
didn't win a Conn Smythe at all.
No,
You
but
know,
no,
who
but
else?
Vasilevsky
Hedman
did.
didn't. Wait, Hedman win a Conn Smythe? No,
Who else was it? It was who was there?
it was Vasilevsky and Kucherov who won the Conn Smythe both times they won.
Conn Smythe winners.
But I'll tell you this. This is a lesson when it comes to building teams. See, you look at when Stamkos, they did finish last. They ended up drafting Stamkos, but within a couple of years,
It was Hedman. Hedman was the first one.
yeah.
And then
But that team was actually where the Flames are right now. Well, not where we are right now. We haven't got the first round pick. It'll be technically we would be like where
a first and a second.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Calgary's not going to do that because we have Dustin Wolf, we have Gradine. And we have Cooley, who's of all things, those are the things that are stopping us from actually taking that step to being absolutely horrid.
But the thing is, though, that's only if you keep them.
But this is
See,
the
my thing is if you
don't
trade
fuck-
those guys.
If you trade Wolf, we're done. You could frick off with the rebuild. We're done.
Yeah.
We won't have a goalie. Then we're going to spend the next 10 years looking for a goalie.
What
Then-
about we got we got
should have
Cooley.
should have kept
we got
Dustin Wolf.
Cooley. We got Sergeyev. We got
Unproven.
We got
Cooley's unproven as a and I watch Cooley get lit up
Zarubin.
times. Zarubin's unproven. He's a KHL standout. Yeah. So was Carey Ramo was his KHL standout.
not as a kid. Carey
get
Ramo
this.
went through the Finnish hockey system.
But get this. This is what I'm getting at. Tampa Bay didn't let up on the gas tank. Tampa Bay put their, even when they were in those times, they were putting their foot on the gas trying to win. What everyone's complaining about Ryan Huska. And when you look at it, even in that time, in 2011, not too far after they were terrible, the Boston Bruins, who was the most difficult series they faced all that run when they won the Stanley Cup, the Boston Bruins in 2011? It was the Tampa Bay Lightning. They lost to them in Game 7 in overtime after Tim Thomas made 2 insane and stellar saves. And a lot of people don't give recognition to Tim Thomas as being one of the greatest goalies of all time just because it was such a short reign, but he had to earn his spot. But Tim Thomas was he was as good as Hasek and during that run. Yeah, a lot of people don't like him. But I'll tell you what, when you're looking at teams that are rebuilding, you have to not let your foot off the gas pedal or else you're going to end up 10 years in a rut. And when you look at it, I don't mind it. It did. Yeah, it caused us to impede ourselves a bit because guess what? When we were rebuilding and we got Johnny Gaudreau Monty, we still made the playoffs. We made the second round. Of course, we were in a land where we shouldn't have been. The Anaheim Ducks proved that to us. But you can't let off the hook. You can't let these players off the hook because once you start letting them off the hook, which is possibly an issue in San Jose right now, which was an issue in Buffalo for years, which was an issue with these with Edmonton Oilers for a decade. And once you let it off the hook and you just say, just go out there and try your best, and we'll let you guys make all the mistakes you want. And yet you're not developing them. You're just getting them to coach themselves to a point of where once they become a good player, like you look at Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, they coached the team. You don't want that. You're not going to get, unless you get Quenneville in there, unless you get an actual coach who actually has a reputation, who could tell McDavid, shut the fuck up. Who gives a shit? You haven't won shit. I'm going to show you how to do it. They ain't going to win shit.
But how many coaches are out there that like that?
How many coaches did they go through?
Quenneville would have been a good one.
Quenneville would have been perfect for Edmonton.
Better than Stan Bowman.
Quenneville would have been perfect.
I'd say Quenneville was
Daryl Sutter. I pray
important.
to God every day that Daryl Sutter does not decide, hey, you know what? Maybe Edmonton's desperate enough to give me a call if they fire Knobloch. I'll tell you right now. I'll guarantee you right now.
That is an interesting pull.
If the Edmonton Oilers signed Daryl Sutter anytime in the last 3 years when after he got canned by the Flames, they would have already had a Stanley Cup, because that's all Daryl Sutter needs. You have the roster, you have the players. All I need is just 1 or 2 years. These guys are going to be Cup winners. And that's what he did when he went to LA. Oh, yeah, I just need 1 or 2 years. These kids, yeah. Just like, I tell you what, LA Kings are a perfect example. They just needed 2 drafts to create a Stanley Cup winning team. And like today's modern NHL, because they got, in 2 years, they got Kopitar, they got Dustin Brown, they got Jonathan Quick. Boom. And then they signed Marian Gaborik as a trade free agency, whatever. And then they got Mike Richards in that stellar trade, Jeff Carter, in through trade. So you can build a legend. You can build a Cup team in 2 drafts, and you
got to get lucky with a guy like Kopitar.
But you also got to get lucky.
Kopitar was more important than Doughty.
Yes. It's like hoping you get like a Patrice Bergeron in a second round or something. But I'm telling you what,
those guys are so exceptional.
This draft is going to be the awesome thing about this draft, it's going to open up the doorways where we're going to have the opportunity, a high percentage opportunity, at least getting players that pan out, and possibly a small chance of getting a player who could be an exceptional. And that's all we need. We have the goalie. We have some skill. We have some prospects coming up the pool in defense, like Parekh. We got some guys like Hunter Brzeskevich. We got guys that are in the pool right now. We just need those guys that they can just be that one guy that can, be that
top dog.
Be a guy who can, not necessarily top dog, but a guy who can play a winning formula for this team to win. And like, they don't have to get 80, 70 points, but if they can win every single face-off and be like an all-world on penalty kill, like if Castagna can do that, if Max Curran can do that, if the guy if we draft Malhotra and he turns out to be like his dad where he can win face-offs at will.
He's better than his dad.
Yeah, they say he has a better playmaking. But
better offensive player.
That'd be pretty hard.
Did you see Malholter's stats when he was drafted ninth?
It doesn't matter
New York
about
Rangers?
the stats. It's what he turned
into. It does.
into.
In junior, the guy was like barely worthy of his
stats.
selection.
Doesn't matter. Malhotra was all-world defensive defenseman who could.
Sure.
Defensive center who could actually win faceoffs at will.
Center, yeah.
And it hurt Vancouver Canucks when he was injured during that 2011 run, because Patrice Bergeron feasted on the Vancouver Canucks at center. If they had a healthy Malhotra that entire series, maybe that would have been an equalizer to help them defensively.
Maybe.
But I'll tell you what, only Malhotra was able to compete with Patrice Bergeron in the center scope, but he was too injured. And then they also got.
So then, what are we actually saying? So we're saying that the importance of a center is very, very significant, because
no, I'm just using that as an example.
They are the ones who are obtaining possession in the zone, or they're winning a draw in the defensive zone.
And you can pick those guys up in free agency. You can pick those guys up in trades.
You can't. just winning a faceoff? No. We're talking about guys who won faceoffs and contributed on top lines, except for Malhotra. Malhotra was a guy who was an incredibly strong defensive forward.
You're putting too much in Caleb Malhotra.
And he was a 7th pick. I think Caleb Malhotra,
I
from
think
what I'm
Marcus
hearing,
Ruck is way better than
I don't know.
Caleb.
He's not as
big.
big.
I think Caleb
has
Malhotra
the
is going to
motor.
be a flop, if anything.
I don't.
I just think a lot of guys just like him and he's high because of who his daddy is.
No.
But
Have
I'll
you
tell
seen
you
his
what.
play? You haven't scouted any of his play. The guy's got an incredible work
did-
ethic. He's got an incredible motor.
Comparable
He's
to
6'2", 190.
Comparable, everybody has 86 points. He has 86 points in a season. Everybody
But he's
has 86
playing behind
points.
Jake O'Brien. Jake O'Brien is playing
He's
number one
playing with
center.
an all-star team.
Yeah.
Look how easy it is.
Look at Matt Tkachuk. Matt Tkachuk played with an all-star team. So did Mitch Marner. They still develop well. Not everybody is like
Yeah.
a Mark Scheifele needs to be the top dog on a bad team.
Yeah.
I'm not putting anything
And
by
that's why
this
I will
kid. This
put
kid has
Marcus
work
Ruck
ethic.
above
This kid has
Caleb
motor.
Malhotra because
Not
Marcus
being-
Ruck
no way.
is the go-to dog.
So you're
at
telling
center.
you're telling me that every fucking scout from every popular list,
Not every scout.
what scout? Show me one scout that puts Ruck
And I
ahead
don't give
of
a shit
Malhotra.
about a lot of these scouts because they fuck up all the time. They fuck
It's
up all
a-
the
it's a-
time.
it's an inexact science.
Especially from 3 to 7, they fuck up all the time.
It's an inexact science.
Of course it is an exact science. And that's why guys will go off of guys who, his dad has NHL pedigree. He has NHL pedigree. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
he does.
fucking
And coaching.
what? So
It helps.
Wayne Gretzky's
It helps.
son.
It helps in some things. It
Brent
helps in some-
Gretzky. Brent Gretzky had Gretzky pedigree because he was raised by Walter Gretzky. Get out of here, man.
I said it helps sometimes. There are a
Helps
lot of
sometimes, but-
there are a lot of players who are former
Yeah,
pros.
yeah. Chris Pronger took how many?
Sons.
We were just talking. Chris Pronger took how many teams? Who was center for that? Name me one center on that Mighty Ducks team that Chris Pronger led to the Stanley Cup in 2000. Was it 2006?
Joe Flacco.
What?
Yeah, Joe Flacco was. What? No, what's his name?
Oh fuck!
Not Joe Flacco.
I think Joe Flacco is actually a very elite quarterback.
See, you don't need a center. You need players who are skilled, who can play. That Timo Solani, great winger. Yeah,
Joe Sacco, I think it was one of those teams.
Joe Sacco.
Yeah, who was his name? I think it was a Sacco. Was his last
Rob Niedermeyer is there.
name? Rob Niedermeyer was there. Yeah,
But he's a guy that was picked. He's a guy you can get guys dimes a dozen on the free agency market. He was picked up for nothing from Calgary.
Well, I disagree. I think Anaheim. I think it requires some type of dominance at either a number one defenseman, a number one center, or a number one goalie. More often than not, Stanley Cup winners are led by number one centers.
No.
Yep.
Tampa Bay, led by Hedman. First Stanley Cup. You look at Boston Bruins, led by Zdeno Chara. You look at the Ducks, led by Chris Pronger. You look at the Detroit Red Wings of 08, or was it 09 or whatever, 08, they were led by Nicholas Lidstrom. Yeah, there are outliers, but yeah, like there are teams. You could look at goalies too, because you could look at Dominic Hasek. You know, the goal was disallowed. You know, Brett Hall's foot was in the crease, whatever. They had centers galore there, but really it wasn't like anything. They were worlds apart. It was tight. It was a different game, yeah, but really.
Oh, they had Ryan Getzlaf on that team.
Yeah, rookie Ryan Getzlaf, who was
Sammy Paulson.
But Ryan Getzlaf was
He
not
wasn't a
Ryan
rookie.
Getzlaf.
He was drafted 2003.
Ryan Getzlaf was not Ryan Getzlaf as we knew him on that team. He was getting bottom line.
He was 4
He
years
was a
into the
bottom.
league.
He was getting
He was their
bottom
top
minutes.
center.
He was getting bottom. What was his average ice time that year? Pull up his average ice time. And two, he was nowhere near as effective as he was several years later, being Ryan Getzlaf.
Sure he was. He was a dominant player for a long time.
No, not as soon as he broke into the league. He was a relatively okay player to make the team, and he could win whatever faceoff. He was big, but he wasn't an all-world center.
Getzlaf led the Ducks in postseason scoring with 17 points. And that year he had 25 goals, 33 assists, 58 points.
58.
For a fourth year guy. Like, I don't know what you're talking.
But that's not
you're going
that's not
too
number
extreme.
one. That's not number one center status. That's a
But he
guy in his
became
fourth
that.
year.
But he became that because he had 2 number 1 D-men. He had Timu Solani and he had Corey Perry. He had such a deep team around him that he was able to be that.
Corey Perry was also a rookie.
And they had
wasn't
John Sebastian
relatively.
Jaguar.
He wasn't relatively the Corey Perry
And
we
they
know
had
now.
John Sebastian Jaguar.
You're looking at guys who weren't as effective on the ice as their counterparts, and you're so geared on this center thing. Like, well, then Eric Lindros should have won the Stanley Cup. Whoa, whoop-de-doo. Dale Howard-Chuck should have won the Stanley Cup.
Pretty close.
Put them both together, see if they win the Stanley Cup. They got swept by Detroit, you know.
But who had who? They had how many centers they have? They had Steve Yzerman, Sergei Fedorov. And what else? Chris Drake and Igor Larionov. Sounds like some pretty deadly.
Yeah, every team had like a bunch of centers back then, and that's when you could just buy guys at will.
Centers.
Buy guys at
A
will.
bunch of centers. There weren't a bunch of centers.
Like I was just telling you.
They're
I was
a
just telling
rare
you.
commodity.
Chris Pronger. I was just
Number
telling you.
1 D-man.
Zdeno Chara.
Rare commodity.
Victor Hedman. I was just telling you.
Rare commodity.
Rare commodity.
Those 2 defensemen are drafted number
Rare
2
commodity.
overall.
You don't
Number 2
need.
overall.
You don't need a legendary center to win a Stanley Cup. You
don't need it.
You don't.
You don't. But
You don't.
I'd say more
You
teams.
don't.
I'd say more teams that have won because of strong center depth.
No, because of team depth, Zach.
Team depth.
That's
but
how
they
you win
had-
the Stanley
But
Cup.
they had a number
Team
one. They had a
depth.
number 1 center who was more dominant than the other team's center. They won faceoffs when they needed it, and they played great defensive
Superstars
hockey.
are shit at. It doesn't matter. You just need a good center who can win faceoffs.
No.
Stefan Yao could do it.
Yeah, but we didn't win.
Yeah, we did win.
And we had Greg
04,
Conroy.
We won.
Well, we did, but
Yeah,
not
Greg
technically.
Conroy was he a solid second line center on another team,
But he managed
we
to
still
gel
made it.
with Jerome McGinley.
But that was built on the team behind Mika Kiprusoff, just like the Buffalo Sabres were built behind Dominic Hasek.
That was a team that was a team of depth that was led by a leader like Jerome McGinley,
Led
who
by
was beating
Mika
the
Kiprusoff,
every single
because
captain
according
on the
to
way
your
to
logic, wingers are not able to do that. So.
Name a winger. Name a dominant
But
winger.
you said guys can get goalies, so it's Mika Kiprusoff.
Name a dominant winger who's ever won a Stanley Cup as a winger, and that was the leader on the team.
Alexander Ovechkin.
One time.
And the Conn Smythe winner.
One time.
And the Conn Smythe winner.
One time.
Mike Bossy.
But they had a super team. Trottier, Dennis Potvin.
Hey, Zach, this is a funny thing. You have to be a super team to win the Stanley Cup. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to be a super center team.
You just have to be
a super
the
center
Flames who
team.
won, and they weren't a super team. They were an underdog team.
We're in a different NHL nowadays where your team is going to have to be built by free agency and trades. Drafting is a part of that now. But free agency and trades, that's the big part. And you look at every Stanley Cup winner in the last, Sam Bennett, Conn Smythe's winner.
Center.
How did they get him? They got him through a trade.
Center.
Yeah,
Fourth
but they
overall
got him
pick.
through a trade. And he played wing.
For us, because we don't know how to
Played
do we
wing
didn't know how
for
to
the
develop.
Florida Panthers.
No, he didn't. He played center.
Yeah, he played wing most of the time.
No, he was a center for them. He was their second line center. Come on. And then they had a first line center in Barkov, but they did have a super team because
did they draft Sam Bennett?
No, we did. Don't get me started
Zach,
on
no, I'm
He's one of
telling
my
you right
greatest-
now. You're
he's one of my
saying you
greatest
can
losses.
only draft
I never said
legendary
only.
centers. You can only build a team through the
I
draft.
never said only.
That is,
I said it's the most
No,
likely
no.
way to win and to have a
no.
dynasty.
And you're saying you can only win a Stanley Cup with having a legendary center.
I never said only.
Yeah.
I said most likely.
No, you're insinuating it. And I'm trying to tell you, no, you could do it with a great defenseman like Chris Pronger or Zdeno
But the thing
Chara
is,
or a Nicholas
Chris Pronger
Lidstrom.
never won without having Scott Niedermayer, without having Getzlaff, without having Perry, without having fucking Solani. You know what I mean? He had a super
What are
team
you
around him.
arguing
And
about?
John
What are you
Sebastian
arguing
Reguer
about?
was a
Chris
team player.
Pronger's the most winningest defenseman in playoff history, and you're saying he can't win?
He had one cup.
It doesn't matter.
You're saying he's the most winning.
How many cups
contradicting
does Eric
yourself.
Lindros have? How many cups does Eric?
Well, zero
Then
because of
he's
the
fucking
concession.
useless.
He's not
a
useless.
fucking useless hockey player.
He won a Hart
He's
Trophy.
a useless hockey player.
He won a Hart
So
Trophy.
then Chris Pronger, and he has a Stanley Cup and
He
a
has
Norris.
one. He has one.
Yeah, and where is Eric Lindros' Stanley Cups?
He was pretty close until that
Fucking
concussion.
useless, got swept. He shouldn't even have belonged there.
They
And
did
that
pretty
was the
good.
last sniff he ever had.
Yeah, it was.
They were completely out of their element.
But injury took him out.
Complete.
But that was what? His 5th year in the league? He would have had
No,
more.
it wasn't his 5th year in the league.
It was.
Well, okay, what about his 10th year in the league?
Well, he was a shell. He was a shell of himself.
He's a shell himself.
Because the injuries caught up to him, and that's sometimes the
man.
limiting factor.
I'll tell you what. The Flames
Look
just
at-
you
look
just
at-
need half decent. You just need a solid crew of centermen who can win you faceoffs. You're good. They can kill penalties. You're good. They just have to have enough skill to play on a PP and be half decent. You're good. You don't need this legendary John Tavares. You don't need a legendary Wayne Gretzky or a Connor McDavid. What you do need is you need to build yourself a team that can actually have
So it was his
a
5th year.
solid depth defensively, offensively, that can kill penalties, that can lay the body, that can win faceoffs, and a goalie who can make timely saves and be solid. That's what you need to build a team. And like Calgary, with the pieces we have, if they reach what their expectations are, we have the pieces to build around. And if what we're going to get this is going to add another piece for the core to hopefully be a part of that, it's not going to be a center. It's probably likely going to be a wing or a defenseman. Hey, nothing wrong with that.
But that's not going to be the only piece.
I tell
That's
you
just
what,
going to be from
that
this
just
draft.
means we're just going to have to look at free agency where you can find centers dime a dozen. You're going to have to look
Dime a
at
dozen.
trading where Craig Conroy has proved that his trading prowess is on a second level. So I ain't
Dime a dozen.
if we need a centerman, if we legitimately need a centerman, I ain't worried if Conroy needs to pull the trigger on a trade. We got enough.
I am.
We got enough.
They're a rare
no,
commodity.
but this is because we got enough resources right now at the helm right now. As Calgary sits with draft picks and prospects, we could trade today. Well, not today because the trade deadline passed already. But
Okay,
at the
give me
draft,
a center. Give me a
at the
center that you
draft,
think is available that could complement this team, that could push this team over the top, that we could acquire with trade with what we have. You tell me one that any team would give up.
I would say Tage Thompson.
He's not a center. He's a winger.
He's a center.
He's a winger.
He's a center.
He's a winger.
You don't watch enough Buffalo games, brother.
He's a winger.
Reckon he's a center. He's a winger, maybe on Team USA, gold medal team.
He's a winger on Buffalo.
No, he's a center.
He's a winger.
He's a center. And mind you, he's one of the best centers on their team with the best percentage of winning faceoffs.
But Brady Tkachuk, he wins faceoffs too, but he doesn't play center.
Yeah, but he doesn't take as much faceoffs as Tage Thompson, who's a natural center. But this is the thing, Zach. Those guys are going to be available because just like
They're not available.
So
They're not
they
trading
are.
Tage
They
Thompson.
have to be available because guess what? They're going to
not
price. They
trading.
can't afford to keep these guys
They're not
together.
trading Tage Thompson.
They can't afford those guys. And then you're looking over at San Jose. Eventually, they're not going to be able to afford a lot of guys. Calgary could just go in and swoop Will Smith out of their hands. Or you can go and you can get because
Will Smith's not a center either.
Will Smith's a center.
No.
He plays more center than Macklin Celebrini.
No, he doesn't. He's a winger.
And two, there's really nobody on San Jose, so they're getting all the ice time wherever, so it doesn't really matter. So that's a terrible example. But I'll tell you what, you're looking at these teams, anyone can be traded for with the resources if you have the draft picks.
No,
and
it
you
just
have the
takes two
prospects.
willing parties.
Yeah,
I don't think there's
it
another.
does.
I don't think there's a
And
willing
this
party that
shows
wants to
that
make a trade for
Conroy-
a young center.
Yeah.
They just don't. They
that
don't come around
you're-
very often.
You're so stuck in drafting. Which center did Las Vegas draft to win the Stanley Cup? That's all world.
They traded for Jack
Exactly.
Eichel. But that was a very rare
Very
occurrence.
rare. Calgary
Name
could have had
another
him.
one.
Calgary
Name
could have
another
had
one.
him.
Name another young
Calgary could
center.
have had him. Calgary could have had him.
Yeah, if we traded Tkachuk, which I think we should have done, but we didn't.
There are plenty of centers in the league, brother.
There aren't. There
There are
not plenty
plenty
of
of
top.
centers in
There's
the
not
league.
plenty of top young
No, you don't need a
first
top
line
end.
centers available.
You don't get it. You don't need a top line. You don't need a top end franchise center to win a Stanley Cup. You just need a decent center.
Well, Vegas couldn't win till they got Jack Eichel.
Jack Eichel? Well, they could have went to get Jack Eichel.
Who else? Name another center that got traded that was that young And that recently drafted that high pedigree.
What argument are you going to choose here? Because I'm telling you, you can get a trade. You can get a centerman through trade. And you're saying, no, you can't get a centerman through trade. Only through the draft.
I'm saying,
come on,
very
man.
rare. It's like so fucking rare. And that was only because Kevin Adams. Because Kevin Adams was fucking blind. And he didn't want to let Jack Eichel get that fucking surgery.
Like, you know these guys. Like, you know every GM saying, I'm not trading my center. I'm not trading my center.
Most don't. Name them. When do these guys move?
Jack Eichel was traded.
One guy in how many years?
Austin Matthews going to get traded.
Well, not when he's young. He's well past his prime at that point.
Well past his prime? He's one of the still elite goal scorers in the league right now, bro.
Massive regression this year. Next year is probably going to be worse. He's going to be out for half the year. He's not.
You even watched hockey when you're looking at Austin Matthews, captain of the gold medal team?
Who did nothing in that game?
Captain of the gold medal team.
Did nothing in that game. That team got caved in.
So? Salbrini didn't do nothing. Connor McDavid didn't do nothing.
They looked way more dominant than the Americans. The Americans got lucky on the first shot of the game. And then they played turtle the whole game. Net. He didn't get a shot on net. He didn't get anything.
Oh, yeah.
He looked
Jack
terrible.
Hughes didn't miss the net.
Yeah, because he was wide open on 3-on-3. Fucking 3-on-3.
See, this is your fault. You're only thinking there's one way to get a center.
No.
Like having a shit
it's
team.
Drafting.
No,
it's drafting or trade, but trade is very rare.
No. Trading is often, man. How did the Dallas Stars get Joe Nieuwendyk?
It was a trade for Jerome McGinley.
Yeah.
When they already had Mike Modano.
Which most GMs wouldn't have done that trade. They would have kept Joe Nieuwendyk. They wouldn't have traded him. But get this. There's always a price. And Greg Conroy showed that he's willing to...
When was that? 1993? 94?
96.
Oh, so 96. Okay, so what's the next big-time centerman that was traded after that? That really moved a team.
What?
Tell me another big-time center that was traded from their organization.
Zach, do you want us to go down every single center trade?
In the prime of their career.
Every single center trade?
Because there's not many of them, I'm saying.
There's not many of them.
If all, I'm saying Jack Eichel, Joe Nieuwendyk.
You're stuck on one point. I'm saying you don't even need an elite centerman to win a Stanley Cup. You just have to have it in other areas.
And I'm saying that on more Stanley Cup winning teams, there was elite centerman. That's the argument.
Ryan Getzlaf is not an elite centerman on the Ducks. You're going by his name. You're going by his name. And Corey Perry wasn't even an elite player on that team.
They were 4 years in the league. They were kids surrounded by Hall of Famers. They were surrounded by Hall of Famers.
They weren't even the main guys on that team.
They were still a Hall of Fame. Ryan Getzlaf is still a Hall of Famer.
Well, Ryan Getzlaf's not a Hall of Famer.
Yes,
Corey Perry's not a Hall of Famer.
They will be.
No, they won't.
Yes, they will.
They're not even a touch of Hall of Famer.
No,
they don't have it.
They will.
They won't have it. No, Ryan Getzlaf's not a Hall of Famer.
I disagree.
Ryan Getzlaf's not a Hall of Famer.
I disagree.
You disagree, and I'm right because they're not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, right now, he just retired a couple years ago.
He retired like 4 years ago.
Yeah, a few years ago. Not that long.
2 years ago. He's qualified to get into the conversation, and he's not in a conversation.
I don't even know if he's qualified yet.
He's not. He's qualified, and he's not getting in there.
Exceptional people get qualified immediately after retirement.
Only one exceptional.
Still, that's one team who had, 2 Hall of Fame defensemen, legend all time, and then they had a fucking incredible goalie who's a very strong goalie.
Were they drafted?
And then they had a Hall of Fame
winger.
winger.
Were they drafted by the Ducks?
And they had a Hall of Fame winger.
Were they drafted by the Ducks?
No, they were signed free agents.
Yes, there you go.
Because they were California
free
teams.
Agency, trades. There are many ways you can build a team. There are many ways you can, not just the draft is one avenue.
They got defensemen and they got Team Ensolani because they're in the Sunshine State.
You're such a Detroit fan.
A team like Calgary
can't
attract
Detroit
free agents like that.
That you think every team has to get drafted
to win a Stanley Cup. We are not a destination city.
Every team has to draft.
We are not a destination city that attracts free agents. Okay? We're not like New York. We're not like California. We're not like Florida. We're not like Vegas.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so therefore,
it doesn't matter.
Free agency is off the list for
superstar
doesn't matter.
Players. We signed Kadri on free agency.
Oh, he's not a superstar?
He's relatively. He was second line. He was second line on a Stanley Cup winning team.
Second line. He wasn't Nathan McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon was their star.
Are you on drugs or something?
Nathan McKinnon was their star. You're saying I'm on drugs for saying Nazem Kadri isn't a star? I think you need to take drugs or something.
I think this is the problem. You think you have to build an all-star team to win a Stanley Cup and you can only do it one way? I say there's a multitude
I
of
say the
ways
Flames.
which many teams have went to win the Stanley
I
Cup.
say the Flames
Name me
have only
one
one
team
way.
that never trade for a top 6 who has won a Stanley Cup.
A team
Name
that
me
has
one
never
team in the
traded,
last 10 years
that has not traded for a top 6.
that their top 6 was entirely from their draft.
Yeah, that'd be
And their top 4 was defensemen?
Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay was all their draft.
No.
Yes, it was. Who was the two they trade for?
No.
Blake Coleman was third line.
No.
Boom. There's 2 of them.
I'm going to fact check the shit out of this one.
And then also St. Louis. And then Colorado when they won, too.
Ryan O'Reilly was drafted by St. Louis, their number 1 center who won the
Yeah,
Conn Smythe.
drafted.
Conn Smythe winner.
No traded.
Conn Smythe winner.
They didn't trade for anybody that got them. That was a first line player that got them to the hump.
Zach, are you on drugs?
Show me a player that was drafted on those teams. Oh yeah, I guess. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Ryan O'Reilly. They did pick him up from Colorado
Okay, Zach.
because Colorado traded for him.
Zach, point proven. You don't have to draft all your players from the draft to win the Stanley Cup. You can still build a team. You can have relatively an okay drafts and have guys who come from your core, but that doesn't have to mean that's the core you need. You can still get a core from trading and signing. There are many ways to build a team, and those are also assets that GMs will use to build a team. And that's what they use, and that's what every Stanley Cup team will use. Like Colorado went to get Nazem Kadri to fill a second line on the best team in
But
the league.
Their core was drafted top 4, number 1 overall. That's it. Gabe Landeskog, their core, number 2 overall. Their core is drafted. Barkov, number 2 overall.
Who was their
Ekblad,
goalie?
number 1.
Who's their goalie when they won?
When Colorado won?
Yeah,
Nobody. I can't even remember.
Darcy Kemper.
Darcy Kemper, exactly.
Who's he drafted by?
Phoenix.
Yeah. How did he end up in Colorado?
Trade.
Yeah. Who was Florida Panthers goalie?
So arguably,
Who's Florida Panthers
it was
goalie?
Bob.
Yeah, and where's he drafted from?
He was a free agent signee from Philadelphia.
Yeah. Yep.
So arguably,
free agent signing.
Arguably, you
what?
you don't get a goalie who wins the
Conn
Stanley
Smythe.
Cup.
A
You
Conn
don't get a
Smythe.
goalie in the draft.
So
you
Conn
build your
Smythe
core.
winner.
You need core superstar talent from the top of the draft.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, that's you
Okay,
can
we're
get
gonna
decent talent from the draft.
Okay, that's it. We're going to the we're going to the last.
Well,
Stanley
let's
Cup
look at
winners.
this. Let's look at this.
Check it out. Let's check it
look
out.
at this. Patrice Bergeron. You have to go to the top of the draft to get Patrice Bergeron. Where was he drafted?
High second round pick.
Sam Reinhart. You ever get a top line?
He was 4th overall.
Yeah, 4th overall. And how did
Actually,
they get him?
Sam Reinhart was
how
second.
did they get him? How did they get him?
Okay, Florida Panthers. Their top 2 picks, Barkov, and they have Ekblad. And then they had Bennett and they had Reinhardt on that team and Kachuk. All high picks.
Wait. Who was drafted?
Barkov and Ekblad. Vegas.
No. Name those other 3 names.
Reinhardt, Bennett, and Kachuk.
And those guys were drafted by Florida Panthers?
No, drafted by Calgary.
How were they acquired?
For trade.
Again,
but they weren't the core.
Again, boy.
But they weren't the core.
They were the core.
They were not.
They were the core.
Not. You're out of your mind.
You're saying a guy
they
who
are
won
not
the
core.
Conn
The most
Smythe.
valuable players
You're saying
are
a guy who
drafted
won a
number
Conn
1 overall
Smythe is
too.
not the core of the Stanley Cup team?
No. He wasn't the most important player.
Bro, do you even know why they have that? Do you even know why they have that trophy?
But he wasn't playing first line minutes.
They have that trophy
How many
because
times
he
the
is
Conn
the
Smythe
MVP
guys, these guys,
of the playoffs.
These guys who
He's
end up
the MVP
being the
of
leaders,
playoffs.
the leading scorers on a playoff team because they're playing third line minutes. They're playing third line matchups.
Okay.
The first line matchups are usually the toughest matchups.
Where's Alexander Barkov's Conn Smythe?
Where's his Conn
Did he
Smythe?
win a Conn Smythe? Was he the MVP?
No, he didn't.
No, because he wasn't the MVP.
But it's Conn
No,
Smythe.
he wasn't.
Is that the reason that they won?
No.
It
But
wasn't.
I'm
It was
arguing-
a team collective.
I'm arguing that if you
that
win a Conn Smythe, you are the core.
Barkov was
You
the
are
reason
the
they
core.
shut down McDavid and Draisaitl.
Was Joe Nieuwendyk?
And Barkov shut down every center on the wing. He shut down everybody in Tampa Bay.
I'm gonna
he
take
shut
you,
down Aho.
I'm going to take you down a stroll to memory lane and I'm going to do this the right way.
So core of Tampa Bay was drafted by Tampa Bay.
No, you're biasly
Okay?
looking at. You're only looking at guys who
their
were drafted.
core, drafted by
You're
Washington.
only looking at the guys who were
Pittsburgh
drafted. You're not looking
Penguins.
at the guys who were traded
Pittsburgh
or signed
Penguins.
as free agencies.
But who's their biggest contracts? Their core players. They signed to the biggest contracts
Not all these
that they
teams.
draft in-house.
Not all these teams. And the best player in the playoffs.
The vast majority of these teams. The only one who hasn't done that is Vegas. The only one. The only one in the last 10 years.
I want the truth. You
Is Vegas.
can't handle the truth.
The St. Louis Blues core, their best player was Alex Pietrangelo.
You know what, Zach? Every team has a core they drafted. Every team. And
Every
I'm telling
Stanley
you right
Cup
now-
champion does.
And I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
You can build a Stanley Cup winner. It's called trades and signings.
Sure, there are
Trades
multiple ways to
Zach.
skin a cat.
Okay.
But let's
yeah.
look
Do you know
at
what a Conn
every
Smythe
team.
trophy is?
The
Do
most
you know what
valuable
the
player in the playoffs.
Yes, and is that an important player for that team that wins the Stanley Cup?
Well, look at the Conn Smythe winners.
Hey,
Look at
quit
the Conn
running
Smythe
around.
winners for guys
You
who didn't
keep
even win a
running
cup.
away from the question. Answer the question.
McDavid won his Conn Smythe.
Yes, and was he valuable for that team to make the Stanley Cup Finals?
Of course he was. But
Yes.
he wasn't on the winning team. So that just undermines your argument. Okay.
No,
Let's go through
every
here.
year.
Florida Panthers, 2 cups. Core players drafted high. Okay, Colorado Avalanche won a cup. Core
Hey,
players
you're
drafted
looking at
high.
this.
Tampa Bay Lightning won 2 cups.
2 core players. This is subjective.
Core players drafted
You're-
high.
you're looking at
St.
it
Louis
subjectively,
Blues,
bro.
their best player, Alex Pietrangelo, drafted high. Washington Capitals, best player, drafted high. Pittsburgh Penguins.
Actually, it
their
was
2 top
Kuznetsov that won the Conn Smythe for.
but you're saying
Yeah.
the Kuznetsov no, it was Ovechkin and it was Backstrom that led that team for all those years that got them to that position.
Yep,
Same
yep.
with Pittsburgh,
Yep.
core drafted. Chicago,
Yep.
core drafted.
And
Los
what-
Angeles.
so what
core
what
drafted.
point are you trying to
I'm
make,
trying
Zach?
to say the core is usually drafted. The best players on a team that are the core are usually drafted high.
But not always.
But not always. I
But
said
also,
usually.
too, they're
but
not
what does
always
usually
centers.
mean? Well, what does usually mean?
They're not always
Usually
centers,
means
too.
most
What's
of
in
the
the
time,
core?
not all the time. Is
Yeah.
what the word means.
This.
You're missing out here, bro.
No, Zach, you don't know how teams are built to win the Stanley Cup. It's called depth. It's called signing.
Yes.
It's called
what do you
trading.
mean I don't know? You're missing my point that that the draft usually identifies
Because
your
you're
core,
blinded by
and then
big
you
guys.
outfit
Quentin
and support
Byfield,
them.
that would be
Then
your
you
guy you would
outfit-
build around, eh? Quentin
I never
Byfield,
said that.
eh? Yeah, you
I
did.
like him.
You showed the Flames.
I
I
like
would
him.
give anything to draft Quentin Byfield.
He's probably better on our team than he is on the
he wouldn't
Kings.
have.
We got a phone call. We got our first call in. It's someone's. It's your family. We've gone way too late.
And
We're-
Flames did relatively well in our drafts. We got a core, yeah. And we can add to that core through signing, trading, through this draft.
Yeah,
so
that's called supplementing.
whatever.
We don't have a core.
So we'll have guys drafted when we win the Stanley
We don't
Cup.
have a
So
core.
what is your point?
We don't have
we
a core.
We still need to
We
sign
don't have a
guys
core.
to round it out. We still
We
need
have-
to trade for guys to round it out.
We have the supporting
and one
cast.
of those guys actually might be the Conn Smythe winner, might be the best player in the playoffs.
But like, how often is the Conn Smythe player the player that's the best player that got him through the season? That's their most valuable player all throughout the entire year. It's usually the Conn Smythe is usually awarded to a guy who was best in the 7-game series.
No,
You know,
no.
Yes,
no.
it's not all playoffs all the time.
It's all playoffs. It's all playoffs, yeah.
No, it's not.
You have to be proven all playoffs.
It's not true. It's not true.
It's not true.
It's not always a body of work where it's just the entire playoffs.
Like here's the thing. First, you start your argument on getting franchise defensemen. That's the only franchise centers. That's the only way to win. And I gave you examples.
I never said the
yeah,
only.
Yeah. And I said
I
you
never
can
said
win
the
with
only.
defensemen. And then now you're saying, oh, they all have to be drafted. The whole core has to be drafted. I said no. Like LA won it. Marin Gaborik was their leading scorer, and yet he was
But
just
he
a guy
wasn't their
that
most
was added.
valuable player.
He was their most
Their
valuable
most
player.
valuable player was Kopitar. Like he was drafted. Doughty, they were drafted high.
Yeah, and you're cherry picking every single.
I
You're
looked at
cherry
every
picking.
single winner from the last 20 years,
No,
bro.
no,
and
no.
there's only like 2 or 3 exceptions out of 20
2
years.
or 3 exceptions.
Anaheim Ducks, the Vegas Golden Knights, and the Boston Bruins. Because the Boston Bruins' most dominant player, that Stanley Cup, was Zdeno Chara. And that whole run was Zdeno Chara. Everyone else is all drafted.
You're cherry picking the entire argument, man.
And Detroit got lucky.
cherry-picking the entire
Detroit got
argument.
lucky because they had Datsuk and Zetterberg in the 7th round.
I'm trying to tell you, you're not getting what I'm trying to tell you.
No, you're saying
I'm
you
telling
can
you,
get
you can build a team.
franchise players numerous ways. When I say no.
Yes, you can.
You cannot.
You can.
No,
Yes.
History and the stats tell us
History
you
and the
cannot.
stats tell us. Like
You
you said
cannot.
last podcast, like bullshit. I showed you the stats and Canada's stats and this.
Yeah,
you didn't show
on
any
development.
stats. You
I
just
did.
made that shit
Who-
up
I know.
like you're doing it
I
now.
said who has
There's
more-
no fucking stats that prove
Canada,
what you're talking
yes, there
about.
is.
No, there
Canada
isn't.
produces more higher draft picks. They produce more Hall of Famers. We produce more people out of the CHL. That is fact. Okay? You're trying to say it's
No, I'm saying based on percentage.
You're trying to say NCAA is the Americans have better development. I contest
Oh,
it.
they do. They do.
don't.
They do, and that's
They
why
don't. The
that's
proof
why
is
the
in the
best
numbers.
CHLers are going to the NCAA to
That's
become
only
better hockey
this year.
players.
That's only
And
this
there's gonna
year.
be next year. It's going to be every year after that.
Yeah, we'll see how many go.
100%
But the
every year
CHL
after
is
that.
still producing how many NHLers? How many first-round picks are still coming from the CHL?
Yeah, because it's a larger league with more players and more teams.
But from a smaller country.
Percentiles,
But we're a country that's 10 times smaller
More
than that country.
percentiles. But they're going to the U.S. to play better competition.
Some are. Few.
The best
Some.
are.
Some.
The best are.
No, not the best. Not the best. It's just we have McKenna this time, and then we have Keith Beerhoff.
Celebrini.
Yeah, Celebrini went.
Almost every single guy's going to be going to the NCAA. Anyone who's a top 10 will be there, definitely. Projected first round, 50-50. They'll be there.
I don't know. We'll see.
No,
What it looks like,
I'm
'cause
telling
it's
you
a
right
new.
now.
You're telling me, but
I'm
you're
telling you right
you're just
now.
going on vibes.
I tell you,
there's no way to predict
half
the
of
future.
half of the guys that are going to be drafted in the first round this year are going to be from the NCAA.
I don't know about that. I don't think so. There's still a lot going to be drafted from CHL. A lot.
And then the top prospects of most of the NHL players that were drafted from the CHL will be moving on to NCAA.
I guess time will tell.
And I'll tell you why.
Time will tell.
I'll tell you why. Because not only is it a better ground to really test your chops against men who are still development, still where you can still get your game to a next level, but it's also a place where you can make more money through marketing, through being able to be known, and also too, there is more of an influence from being on campuses than there is going to CHL because they can't even fill arenas more than 3,000 to 2,000 to 1,500 people. And you're going into sold out stadiums to play. You know, and when you look at the locker rooms, most of the NCAA that are going to be in the Frozen Four this year and in the top 16 in this year have better locker rooms than most of the league in the NHL. That's why these kids are going, because it's a higher caliber of treatment than whatever the CHL's producing.
Yeah, well,
I'll tell you what.
Well, look at the money a
It's
university
paying off.
makes versus a CHL team. Like, there's not even the same stratosphere.
And the majority of
the amount of
undrafted
money
players-
an American private university makes versus a CHL team.
And the NCAA every year produces the most undrafted free agents for the NHL every single year. There ain't any other league
But how
that
many
produces more
undrafted free agents
undrafted
become
free
anything?
agents.
How many other than supporting players?
Oh, brother.
There's no
you
stars
want me
that
to
are
pull up that
undrafted.
list for you?
Yeah, show me some star.
20% of the NHL right now is undrafted.
How many of them are stars?
Plenty, bro.
Who?
Plenty.
Name one.
This is your problem.
Name one undrafted free agent
Zach,
that's a star.
This is your problem. You base everything on being a franchise or high skill, this and that. Okay. We know it doesn't really get you anywhere.
What?
You have to build yourself a fucking team.
No, yeah, you have to build a team, but when you have a team,
I'm starting
it's
to think-
usually the cream
I'm starting
that
to think-
rises to the top. And there's
I'm
usually a
starting to-
reason.
Zach, you were at
that
the bottom of
franchise
fantasy
players-
this year. I don't think,
I won 2 more recently than you. I won back to back.
but you were last this year, so
Yeah, because I didn't even play. I barely fucking played.
But I'll tell you this. We can agree to disagree, but I believe you have to build depth in all facets and all resources that are given to you. And that could be free agent signing, college signing, that could be through trading, and that could be through drafts. But you need a combination of those, and only one team every year gets a combination of those that work. And I'll tell you what, Yeah. Every single team can produce a core from their draft because that's what you do every single year. Not every single team's gonna.
Thank you.
Not every single team is gonna have 7 signings in the UFA market. But I'll tell you what, most of the teams that win the Stanley Cup have to make critical signings and have to make those critical trades to add to a core to make it able to win a Stanley Cup.
Yes.
You can't solely win off of just this ain't the times where you ain't competing where the guys didn't really give a shit at the draft. But now, like, Detroit feasted for many years in the 90s because most teams didn't really care about later round drafts. Detroit recognized
They didn't scout Europe. They didn't scout much of Europe. They went for size over skill a lot.
And now every team does it. So it's not an advantage anymore. It just comes down to the teams that are willing to put together the pieces that work. We know Edmonton Oilers.
Every team is willing, but not every team is lucky enough to have the right pieces in place.
All 31 teams every single year
are willing to do it.
All 31 teams every single year.
Everybody wants to win, but they can't. They
not
know
everybody.
But they know they can't.
Not the Flames fans who want us to tank. Honestly,
I'm actually happy with the Flames' direction. I'm happy just that we're still at the bottom of the league. We have good odds, but we're not mailing it in. We're not being what Vancouver's doing. We're not doing what these other tank teams do. We still have a winning culture here, but we're giving young guys the chance to prove themselves. And by doing that, you create more assets for the future. And that way you can keep moving chairs. You can keep moving assets.
Rewind back to when I was talking about keeping your foot on the pedal. You can't let up on it. Especially when you're developing players. Because if you want to develop losers, then make it okay to lose. That's the problem with a lot of these
Until
teams.
you get a guy like Sidney Crosby.
No.
Or you get a guy like Mario Lemieux.
No.
Like you get these guys that just take over and then they just start driving the bus and everybody gets on board with them.
It's different rules now. So it's different rules now with the draft. So you could still pick fourth, when you get Flames could be second and still pick like third and still not get up there. But that's the problem. And 2, I would say that's not a skill. And 2, that, you know what?
I miss old hockey so
I'll tell you, those teams are the teams that will go through 10 years of bullshit. And I'll tell you what. The Flames are doing it right. And 2, Parekh, I'm thinking this kid's rounding out his game right now. He's going to be top level. Once his game's rounded out, this kid might be just as good as Quinn Hughes. And I'll tell you what, that'll be worth it, because he had to learn how to win before he could get a freebie. And there's too many guys in the league right now getting freebies because of how high they were drafted or they were given because, we're in a transition period. We need to give these boys freebies to let them grow, but they're not growing the proper way. And a lot of these kids don't learn how to be winners. They need to learn how to win through great veteran leadership, through great team direction and management.
I agree with
and
you,
through
but
attitude.
But where I disagree is that in the NHL, only one team and 20 guys can win every year. That means the other 600 guys can't win. And most of these guys who get to the NHL have been winners their whole fucking careers, have been captains. They know how to win. But it's just when you get to the top, where the margins are the smallest, only one team comes out victorious. And how many times never got a sniff? Like, you can't tell me Jarome Iginla isn't a winner just because he didn't win a Stanley Cup. But I agree.
He's not a winner.
I agree with you on so. He's not a Stanley Cup winner.
He had to play with an all-star team to win in the
Olympics. He's an Olympic winner,
and he still fucked up in the fucking Olympics.
Gold medal winner twice.
In 2006, that was his team. He was a captain of it, and he fucked up.
He won a World Junior.
Lost to Switzerland.
He won a World Junior.
He wasn't as great as you think he is.
Oh, he is.
And I think he's overrated because Mika Kiprusoff allowed that team to be better than what it was.
No, that guy fought every single captain of every single team, scored massive goals, responsible defensively, and he played without a valuable center. He had Craig Conroy, a 6th-round pick, who was just good enough to win some jobs, like you say, be a serviceable center, and he could get that guy the puck in spots where he could score, and where he became the highest scoring player in the 2001 season and won a Maurice Richard and an Art Ross that year. He is a very valuable player for many reasons. He just never got over the hump.
Mika
But the
Kaprizov was better.
NHL is littered with players like that. Every sport is littered with
Mika
players
Kaprizov
like
is
that
better than
who
that.
could never win because they just didn't have luck on their side or the right team to overcome the team that they were faced with when the chips were down. And it's just the nature of sports. I don't think these people aren't winners
How
just
does
because
that
they don't win
disprove
a
my argument, though?
They don't. I'm not disproving that. What I'm disproving about you is you're saying that.
I'm saying there's multiple ways to build a championship team.
And I'm saying there's only one is you have to draft
You have to draft a center.
You have to draft a core. So this has been the longest second period in history.
Yeah. But you can build that core through trading and signing. So
which is uncommon with Stanley Cup winning teams.
Doesn't matter. You have to be uncommon to win a Stanley Cup. So what's your point?
My point is most Stanley Cup winning teams from the last 30 years have always drafted their core. And actually, it was only
not
more
100%
prevalent.
of their core.
Not 100%, but it was
But
more
the best
prevalent
player in that playoffs
before
wasn't even
before the
part of their
salary cap.
drafted core.
Before but the thing is, you're saying the Conn Smythe winner is the most vital piece, which I say it's not. I say it's not.
I would say it's
How many times did Conn Smythe winning players not contribute enough during the regular season, a la Sam Bennett? Right?
It's not about.
It's about the whole body of work. You got to get to the playoffs. Then you got to outlast the other teams in the playoffs.
Let's go back to guys who ain't in the Hockey Hall of Fame. I'll tell you what. If Ryan Getzlaf, Corey Perry, and these guys go in the Hockey Hall of Fame before a guy named Claude Lemieux, that would be a disgrace to hockey and a disgrace to guys who are actually winners and guys who actually know how to play the game. And I'll tell you what, Claude Lemieux was a winner wherever he played. And Claude Lemieux, he was never a core piece, only on Montreal, but everywhere else he went to win, he wasn't a core piece. But he was one of the most prominent players in that core. He became the core of that. He was the core of New Jersey. He wasn't drafted by New Jersey, but he was the core of New Jersey. When he won the Conn Smythe, and when he also was one of their best players, game in, game out. And if anyone was having a tough game, Pat Burns would throw him out with Claude Lemieux and Pepe Le Pew, and Pepe Le Pew would fire them up because when it came to game time, he did not expect anything but the best from his line mates and from his team. And that's raised the level. And that's what Sam Bennett did for the Florida Panthers. That's what Joe Nieuwendyk did. And that's what Mike Vernon did for the Detroit Red Wings when they won their first Stanley Cup with Stevie Y. That's what, when we can go down the list and look at all of these teams. But when you look at all these teams, it's going to be natural to have most of the guys in your core to be drafted because those are guys, most of your teams built out of guys who you're drafted, but it's the teams that make the right trades and the right free agent signs to round that out, even to add to the core pieces that are going to be core pieces for the championship win. Just like Marian Gaborik in LA, just like Daryl Sutter in LA, just like Robin Regeer in LA.
Gaborik was a complimentary
You're
piece,
saying,
if anything.
Robin Regeer was Robin Regeer a complimentary piece for the off?
Yeah, he was.
Bro,
he wasn't a core player.
He was the top line defense core, man.
Yeah, he played with
He was
Drew
the top
Doughty.
line defense core. That's not you have to be a core player to be drafted. Okay,
No,
that's what we
I'm
learned
saying
today,
is
Zach.
They didn't develop him.
You
They
have
didn't
to.
draft and develop him. They signed him as a free agent.
Yeah.
After he was traded
And
to
you have
Buffalo
to
and
do
became
that
a
to
free
win
agent.
the Stanley Cup.
Yes, it takes all types of
If they
moves.
didn't have him,
But
they
what
wouldn't
I'm
have won.
saying is the vast majority of Stanley Cup winning teams, the core of that team is usually drafted and developed by that team. And then they supplement it with trades and smart free agent signings. And,
So you're saying zero core of every Stanley Cup team is a guy that was acquired by free agency or
I
trading?
said very few. I said
Very few.
I say very few.
Bro,
I said Vegas. I said Anaheim.
you went through two
and
players.
Boston.
You went down your list and listed two players, and the only time you listed more than that was Florida, and three of those guys were acquired by frickin' free agency and trading.
No, by trade,
Bro. And you didn't even
I'm
list the
telling you.
best player on that list was Bobrovsky, who was acquired by trade.
No, the best player on that team was Barkov, man. By far.
Bias, yeah.
I watched how many games I watched where Barkov shuts down their best offensive players.
Bobrovsky was all world, bro. Bobrovsky. Barkov would be useless without Bobrovsky. This is the problem.
I disagree.
You're going
I disagree.
Hey, you can say you disagree all you want, but everyone who watched and seen the way Bobrovsky plays in the Stanley Cup, that's the best goalie in the world. That's the best goalie in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look at them now. They have the best goalie in the world backstopping their team, but who are they missing? And they look like they're going to be in the lottery. Yeah.
Oh, well, they also had a bunch of injuries, bro.
Yeah.
How long was
one to their biggest player?
How long was Matthew
I'd say
Tkachuk
their
out?
most important player,
Verhaeghe,
Barkov. Barkov was gone.
And then Ekblad was suspended, or how long? Like 23 games or something like that for whatever, AIDS or something. But I'll tell you what, man. We can agree to disagree. But I never seen a team win the Stanley Cup with only their core drafted players. I never seen a
What do you
team.
mean?
Never. Maybe Montreal back in the 70s and
Florida,
60s.
man. Florida.
Okay.
Colorado, Tampa Bay, Washington, Pittsburgh, Chicago, LA.
Saying these names does not mean anything. Tell me every player on that
Detroit.
roster and tell me they're all core players. They're all
Detroit,
drafted
Carolina.
players. Tell me list me that roster and tell me all the players on the roster and tell me those are guys that are drafted and core players.
Florida, their core players.
No, don't tell me the core players. Tell me their best players.
Barkov, drafted. They also had a very nice host of other players.
Now you're
they had Verhaeghe. They had Tkachuk. They had Sam Reinhart.
Verhaeghe was drafted by who?
Not
Toronto.
Florida. Not Florida.
Thank you. Who was Matthew Tkachuk drafted by?
But these are complementary players.
Tkachuk was a complimentary.
Yes.
They wouldn't
The
even
guy
have
is
made
a
the second
one-dimensional
round.
player.
Bro, you're not. Okay,
He's a
this
one-dimensional
conversation's
player.
over. You don't know nothing of what you're talking about.
What
you
are
just
you
proved it.
talking
You
about?
know nothing of what you're talking
Obviously,
about.
you are too
You're
myopic.
cherry picking.
You're too myopic.
You're cherry picking.
You have one point.
Matthew
You're
Tkachuk's
dying
not-
on this hill.
He wasn't drafted, so he's not a core player. Oh, Bobrovsky, he's not drafted, so he's not a core player. What the fuck are you talking about?
He wasn't one of their drafted core players, is what I'm saying. I'm saying every one of these teams drafts
All
high
these teams have
and
to
has
win
a core,
with their core players.
and it has a core that they draft high.
Every team that
Every
wins.
one of them. I've
and-
shown you the stats.
every-
You're twisting it, moving the goalposts.
You're just saying team names. Once I tell you to say
Okay.
one roster, I break down your argument.
Crosby,
Any
Crosby and Malkin, Jonathan Taves, Patrick
No.
Kane.
Read me the roster of that team. Read me the
Hedman,
roster of that team.
Vasilevsky, and Stamkos.
Read me the roster of that team.
Man, I'm telling you who their core players are. Boston, their core players on that team was Patrice Bergeron, and there was also Zdeno Chara.
Yeah.
Zdeno Chara was a fucking freak. He was an exception.
No. Who was he drafted by?
Detroit
that team?
Red Wings. Nicholas
bro.
Lidstrom. That's one team out of 12.
Every single team, Zach.
Over to 15.
Every single team.
You're fucking. You're not comprehending what I'm saying.
No, Zach. You just don't know that a team to win the Stanley Cup have to get core players elsewhere as well.
They can't get. No, I'm saying they're very most often.
Okay,
a
correct
core
what you're gonna
player,
say.
a core
Correct what you're
group
gonna say.
is drafted early.
No. A core player is a player that is a huge contribution to that team winning.
No. That's a complementary player, and that can be a very successful one.
A
core
complementary player
is drafted and developed, and is the fucking franchise face of the franchise.
Okay, Matthew Tkachuk, you heard it here, folks, that the last Stanley Cups, Matthew Tkachuk's not a core player. Bobrovsky's not a core player. Verhaeghe's not a core player. Sam Reinhart's not a core player. I guess by definition for Zach, core players are guys you have to draft, but that's Zach's definition. But historically, when you actually look historically, core players for winning teams are significant players that help that team win the Stanley Cup and win in this case, we're multiple Stanley Cups. And if they get rid of those players, that core, whatever Zach defines as that core, is not going to win a Stanley Cup. If you remove any of those significant pieces, you move Bobrovsky, I guarantee you that Tampa Bay would have walked over them. I guarantee you Toronto might have beat them, put them out. But I'll tell you what. Okay, we agree to disagree. We learn now that Zach's definition of core players for a team that wins a Stanley Cup are players that are drafted. My definition of a core player is a player that is either drafted, by free agency, picked up or traded, and becomes a significant piece of that team in order for them to win the Stanley Cup. And that team invests in those players as well to be part of the core. And that's how a team is being built. And I know if you go off of every team that just goes off draft, you have to go probably back to the 60s and 70s. But this is, in the expansion era, in the drafting era, when drafting is now a thing since the 70s, where guys had to lure guys in, it's always been free agents, trades. But we can disagree on our definition of what core players are, sure. But to me, winning a Stanley Cup, I'll tell you what, it's not like if I was the coach of Florida, I wouldn't tell Matthew Tkachuk, I wouldn't even dare tell him, yeah, you're great in the runs, and Sam Bennett, you're great too, but you're not a core piece here. You're not a core piece here. And and it'll probably hurt their feelings, and they probably would want to go somewhere else. But if that's how Zach wants to view it, okay, he wins his argument. But if I go by the way I define it, okay, I think you can't just build a core just by drafting. You have to look elsewhere as well. And that's just the reality.
I agree. You have to make smart supplemental moves.
Okay, we agree to disagree.
But the thing is, though, you're not getting number one defenseman very often from a trade or
you're not
free
winning
agency.
a Stanley Cup very often.
You're not getting a fucking first-line center franchise forward very often through trade or free agency.
Wait. Wasn't there a franchise defenseman that was just traded? What's his name? What was he? Did he win the Norris? What's his name? Matt, is it Hughes? Hughes is traded. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, and another
very
player,
often.
Rantanen was just traded.
Yeah, they were because they couldn't afford him in this salary cap era.
Yeah, exactly.
But they were at their ages where they're getting paid for past performance. The only one who got paid, who got the better deal, was Quinn Hughes. And he had basically said, I am not signing with this team. I am not coming back here. I want to play with my brothers. I'm going to the States.
What happened this past offseason with the Toronto Maple Leafs? They had to trade a player at the draft to
Marner because they couldn't afford him. They didn't want to pay him, who was drafted and developed, and they didn't want to pay him. And now look what happened.
They did not want to pay him, or he did not want to stay.
He would have stayed if
they
would
gave
have paid
him the contract.
They didn't give him a contract that he wanted, not the one he wanted.
But if he wanted to stay,
they should have paid him more.
He actually took.
It was a tree living.
He actually took $1 million
bundle.
less. He actually took $1 million less than what the Toronto Maple Leafs.
That's in a place where there is no state tax. And that's an unfair advantage in the NHL landscape, where states that don't pay that don't have state tax, they can lure players in and pay them less and maximize their salary cap space.
That is partially part of the argument, but also too is you're not adding into our argument is escrow. Escrow is a big part of their contracts as well, where they still have to pay escrow.
Sure, they do, but it's still not the same as income tax. Okay, income tax is something that's gone, lost forever. Escrow is an investment in the league.
So you're
in terms of there being a down season where the salary cap lowers.
You're saying it's rare, but it happened like 5 times in the last
what
6 months. A franchise player leaving his team.
Okay, Quinn Hughes. Okay, they traded Rantanen because they couldn't afford him in the salary cap era. If anything, it's more common in the salary cap era, but you'll never see these guys in their prime. Quinn Hughes is at the end. He's kind of in his prime. He's probably the more exceptional one. Rantanen is kind of at the end of his prime.
26 years old.
Yeah, he's in the start of his prime.
26 years old.
Yeah.
He still has relatively a decade of career, man.
Of career, but how much is going to be top?
Probably more than that.
Top production.
The way he plays.
Top production, offensive production usually dries up after, 27
okay, then you got to apply
29.
that to every other defenseman that age, Cale Makar.
And he's looking like he's slowing down too this year.
He was the best player for Canada in the Olympics. Mm. He was the best player for Canada in the Olympics. He was better than McDavid or McKinnon.
I don't know if he was the best player. He was our best defenseman.
He was the best player.
Because our defense has suffered huge over the years. We haven't been able to develop
Cale
enough
Makar is
defensemen.
the best defense. Now you're just trying to argue against it because I support it.
No, you're those
being
teams.
A little,
okay, so you're saying
you're being a little unfair with the playground here, bro.
Okay, but I'm just saying that Okay, Quinn
We don't
Hughes,
need to disagree just to
Rantanen,
disagree.
These guys aren't.
We can agree
aren't
on some
leading,
things that we
These
do
guys aren't
believe in.
leading to like these teams winning Stanley Cups. They haven't done that yet. They still have to win something. Okay, you can get the odd top line player, top first player, defenseman through a trade or through free agency, mostly through a trade. But it's very rare. It's very rare. And how many of those people have gone on to lead teams to Stanley Cups? The only ones of recent were the Florida Panthers. They were able to pilfer Buffalo and Calgary to get Bennett and Kachuk and Reinhart for pennies on the dollar because
Now you're
those
making
guys
exceptions. Now you're making
they were
exceptions,
exceptions, but they came to a team with an already established centerman. They had Bobrovsky that they signed as a free agent to a $10 million contract because they had a ton of cap space because they were in the basement for so long, drafting guys top of the draft like Huberdeau, like Barkov, like Ekblad. But they had that core.
Oh, she wants to sell.
Because of that core,
my
they were
monkey.
able to outfit it with players from other teams that were trying to get rid of them because they didn't know what they had.
Yeah, and every other NHL team that won the Stanley Cup done the same thing.
Yeah, well, I don't know about the same thing, but they've made good moves to supplement their core. And that's where we
No,
agree.
to add to the core too.
Yeah, supplement
as well.
is what it means. Supplement means you
Yeah,
add
but
to
you're
it.
saying these guys ain't core.
Well, yeah, no,
That's
they're not.
your whole
they're-
argument.
No, I'm saying the core
Okay,
is
now
usually
you're-
drafted
okay,
and
now you're
developed
coming
by
on
the
my
team.
side.
It's drafted
Now
and
you're
developed by
coming
the
on
team.
my
I'm not.
side.
I'm still maintaining the same thing.
Okay, but you're wrong
the
in
co-
maintaining that.
No,
You're wrong in
I've
maintaining-
shown you the majority of teams
Okay.
that drafted and developed their core and then added pieces later that pushed them over the hump.
That's a weird definition of core, bro. And it's weird that you're the only guy I know that has that definition. But
What can I say?
like I would say that Shanahan was part of Detroit's core.
I wouldn't. I would say that he was.
He wasn't part of his core?
No, he wasn't
Because of
drafted
your
and
argument,
developed.
you have to.
He wasn't
you have
drafted
to
and
say he's
developed.
not as,
He was already a finished
he's
product.
not a core player
He was
for
a top
Detroit.
line power forward.
Yeah, he
on
was a top
Hartford
line
and
player,
St. Louis.
but he wasn't a core player. He was just a top line player that
He was
you
a
know,
valuable
produced.
player. I said a
Valuable
core
player.
was their drafts.
A core
It was
player is a
Fedorov,
player that
it
you
was
need
Yzerman,
to win.
Lidstrom.
The
No,
defining of core is a player you need to win.
that's not true. A player you need to win cannot be core.
That's why it's
a
called
player
the
who is a
core.
good pickup.
If you're
There are many
defining core as
supplemental players.
some random guy we just drafted, but he's on the team, sure, okay. You know, yes, we drafted him, so he's core. You know, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's their
according to
franchise
the
core.
logic, according to the logic, then we'll say, okay, Jeremy Poirier for the Flames, he's a core player on the Calgary Flames.
Yeah, if they became a contender and if he could stick in the NHL.
If he can stay in
Because
the
he was
NHL.
drafted and developed here, but he's never been able to become more than an AHL defenseman. So a better argument would have been if Johnny Gaudreau had ever won a cup, he was a core player because he was drafted and developed here. And he was a bit of an exception because he was a fourth-round pick. Monahan was part of that. And Bennett should have been a part of that, but we developed him poorly.
And if they won the Stanley Cup with Markstrom, he would have just been another player.
Yeah, he would have been a mercenary goalie. He was somebody who got drafted and developed in the Florida system.
Okay, you're defining it's kind of like
It's just different than
it's-
yours.
No, it's just weird to me.
Okay, that's fine. It's
Yeah,
weird.
to me,
it's
and
different
two,
than
it's
yours.
disrespectful for the players who actually put more to a winning team that wasn't drafted by that team to help them win the cup. You know, like Bobrovsky.
Obviously, you can
I would
say
say Bobrovsky is the team. He is Florida Panthers. More so than
how
Barkov.
bad was he
More
before?
so than Barkov.
How bad was he before those cups? And everybody wanted him gone.
It
They were
does
saying he was
not
a
matter.
horrible signing.
It does not matter.
He showed up. He
won
a
the
free
Stanley
agent.
Cup
He was
and
a
he was the
mercenary.
best player in those playoff runs because, you know, he played when it mattered. And we judge guys on when it matters. McDavid is nothing without a Stanley Cup. He's nothing.
He's the third.
You know,
He's the third best
he's
point
nothing.
percentage in the NHL history.
Yeah,
He's
you're
not
looking
nothing.
at stats, but he's nothing.
He's not nothing.
Dale Howardchuk's one
Well,
of the
then
best point percentages.
I think your definition is weird. They're only worth something is if they win a Stanley Cup. And that's not fair either. There are many, like I said, out of 32 teams, only one team gets to win.
Yeah,
Out of
but
600
my
plus
argument-
guys, only 20 get to say they won.
But this is the thing: is I think that McDavid isn't even the best player. How can you be How can I give him that status when Leon Draisaitl's better than him? You know, and two, And two, honestly, yeah, McDavid, he can't win with Team Canada, you know? It's just too bad. Yeah, it sucks, but it just shows that there are certain guys that can raise their game to the next level. Certain superstars don't have that ability. It's just a matter of fact. Certain guys, even core players, can't raise their game to the next level. But they can get other guys that can do that, and those guys are more valuable to them. I would argue those guys would be more of a core player than they ever were if they did not contribute as much as the guys that they brought in.
I guess the only way to objectively say it is what teams are signing what players to what deals. And if whoever's garnishing the longest and most contract dollars are usually their most valuable players, a.k.a. their core. But I'm saying most of those core pieces, the most valuable pieces, are drafted.
You're using the language most, Zach. You're supposed to think
usual
all.
Most. No. Most and usual.
Now you're coming on my side.
No, I'm not. I'm still on my side.
Most core players.
All of these teams, I've told you, the majority of them, their core is drafted and developed.
Yeah, part of their core is drafted. Not
Most.
all their core.
Most.
The best players in some of these teams are not even drafted by them.
No, only own 3 of those teams. That's Boston, Anaheim, and Vegas.
3 of those teams.
And Vegas. That's it, man. And you could maybe make an argument for Bobrovsky.
Every time you make a list, you tried to go with St. Louis and the second player, Ryan O'Reilly, and you couldn't make an argument.
Their best player was Alex Pietrangelo.
Ryan O'Reilly was their Conn Smythe winner.
But I'm saying, okay, he may get a Conn Smythe, but I'm saying a more valuable player is a player
You're saying I'm crazy earlier because of I disagree with scouts because I don't lean on to some central scouting, which no NHL scout actually reveals their actual list.
What player is more valuable, Sam Bennett or Alexander Barkov?
I would say Sam Bennett when it comes to Stanley Cup.
Yeah, right.
He won a Conn Smythe.
Okay, sure he did, but the most valuable player in all of those series shutting down the other team's top lines.
Bobrovsky. He shut them down.
It was Barkov.
It was Bobrovsky.
I watched the board play.
Yeah, and I watched Bobrovsky.
I watched the defensive zone
game
coverage.
Game in, game out, make those ridiculous saves.
Those guys. Sure, he did. But
Bobrovsky shut down McDavid. Bobrovsky shut down Draisaitl when it mattered. He made those critical, and he did that playing most of the minutes, dominating, ripping it up.
See, I have to agree to disagree. And I think
I
there are
already
some
told you that like 3 times, bro.
And I've tried to agree with you about that numerous times as well.
Agree.
Yes, I'm not trying to convince you to my side.
You kept arguing.
Yeah, I'm defending my point. I believe
you're
that I am right.
But you're wrong.
And I think you're wrong.
I think you're wrong.
I think you're wrong.
And I said we agree to disagree, and we're back here the third time.
You're wrong.
But you keep arguing, saying, I made a list. But every time you say players on a team, I'm saying, not a core player by your difference. Not a core player by your difference.
I think you're wrong.
But he's the best player on that team.
Because you think that every Stanley Cup winner in their core are somehow acquired via free agency or trade when it's not fucking true.
Okay, Zach. Well, I need to get going. So what we're going to do here is we've been
going on too long.
We're going to go right into
the third period.
We're just going to go right into our.
We got to keep the format. Let's just
no. We're going to go right into our what do you call it? Our podium, and we're going to end off there. We're going to call it because I got to get going. I got work tomorrow.
Oh shit!
And it's midnight.
I know we went too long.
Yeah.
Okay.
You should have just told me your definition. I said, okay, now I know that if I try to make this argument, you're just going to fight back on this way and that way. Okay. And now we know. So we know if we ever go in there. So for the podium, don't have it written down.
I was thinking top 3 unicorns of all sports.
I was going to say top 3 cores of all sports.
Top 3 cores. Okay, let's go with yours. Top 3 cores.
I'm just kidding.
Let's do unicorns another day then.
Okay, top 3 core players. Top 3 core players that were drafted, to be fair to you, but never won a Stanley Cup.
That never won a Stanley Cup?
Top core players that played their whole career for that team, but never won a Stanley Cup.
That played for the whole career and never won a Stanley Cup?
Yeah, let's make it hard on them. Let's stress out.
That's going to take longer, unprepared.
Let's stress it. No, it won't. No, it won't.
It will.
If you don't know, you don't know.
That never won a Stanley Cup? That played. Okay, that's a tough contingency because you're saying they played the whole team their whole career and never won a Stanley Cup. Reggie did win one, but he was part of that core. And then,
Don't do that to me, bro.
well, he was developed by the Flames, right?
But he was part of that core. Don't use that language.
He was developed by the Flames. Like we traded Darren Fleury for him.
You're saying he won a Stanley Cup.
No,
He was a part of that.
no. He was part of the Flames core.
Don't do that to me. We're going to get another hour.
He was part of the Flames core. So I'd say the Calgary Flames, or Ginla, Regier, and
No, they can't have won a Stanley Cup in their whole career. That's the whole thing about.
This is almost impossible. Then
No, it isn't.
it's just too many contingencies to think of on the fly.
Top 3 like high draft picks, doesn't have to be specific on how high, but high touted prospects who are high draft picks, expected to be franchise players or whatever, but never won a Stanley Cup. But but we're core players where they're drafted, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be Eric Lindros would be one.
Okay.
Yeah, he never won one.
And he's your bronze or
Yeah, he's probably my bronze just because he never got gold status because he's just never had a lengthy enough career
we'll move the
because of the injuries and he was just never as dominant.
We'll move the unicorn talk to next podcast.
Okay,
And
unicorn
do
to
that-
next
We'll do
podcast.
that with a guest.
Okay, so still cores. So I'd say like the Renberg, the Lindros duo because everybody else was kind of like Leclerc. He was from Montreal. I'd say they were close to the one who never won.
Renberg was drafted?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was drafted.
I believe you.
Pretty sure.
I don't remember him playing with anyone else before that, but
Yeah, I think he ended up playing with.
there's a lot of
Toronto
weird
little bit.
things that happened in those years where guys would get drafted and immediately traded, which was weird. I don't get that.
Well, because they didn't. Well,
Like Islanders, they draft Luongo, trade him. Draft Spencer, trade him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get those years.
well, sometimes it was the GMs who were just not convinced that a youthful player was going to be as valuable to them. Whereas in the salary cap era, where you need those cheap years of production, you got to hope somebody hits so that you can rely on that because it's so many constraints with the salary cap to fill a team of 20 players. So yeah, I'm going to say Lindros, and then I'm going to say LaFontaine. Like he was never able to pull one off.
That's a good pick.
I'd say he's silver. Him and
New York
McGillney.
Islanders in what, 80, 84, 85?
I think it was after because they got denied by those.
He scored 100 goals in the queue.
Yeah, but they got denied by those
Shit.
those Montreal and those Edmonton teams. And then who's my gold who never won a Stanley Cup but was part of it's got to be like Iggy, like just because he's sentimental and he did everything like he could have won. He did everything he could with the teams he had. And like who else was on that team? Like Stillman was drafted and developed there, but then they traded
He
him.
only played 4 years with them.
They traded him to Carolina.
And then he ended up winning the cup against them.
He won twice. He won with St. Louis and he won
Carolina.
and Carolina. St. Louis at the end of his career.
He won 3.
And with Tampa, yeah.
Tampa Bay against 04. He was on that team with St. Louis.
Yeah.
And Corey Sarich, I think.
Yeah. So he wasn't part of the core of the Flames, even though he was a high pick, but they got rid of them way too fast.
Yeah, I like Corey Stillman.
And then maybe who's another big time kid who never ended up winning? You could maybe say the Danny Heatley, Daniel Alfredson, and Jason Spezza core. And the Wade Redden, they just never got to win one, and that was a pretty tough core that was pretty talented, but they just couldn't win. They got close. They got to the finals once, but they just never got back there.
So you're picking multiple players, eh?
Well, cores, right? Like,
Yeah, okay.
like groups of players that are drafted and developed, and with like LaFontaine, it was like who else was on that team? Like Turgeon, wasn't he on that team?
LaFontaine,
Benoit Hogue.
Pat Flatley, he was a captain at a small point in period in the early 90s there.
And Pat LaFontaine never got to win one. There's so many, though. There's just so many. There's far more guys who never won than one, right? Yeah. So, yeah, that's the best I can do with this limited amount of time.
I know it's but we didn't even talk about the podiums, but since we're in that argument, I'm going to throw the horn in there, but just because of time's sake. And this could have been very well another 4-hour podcast.
We're both very passionate, that's for sure.
But core players, I never won a Stanley Cup. It's pretty hard to put a player with him, but I would probably put. I'd probably look at a player like David Legwand. David Legwand would be a bronze. He played his entire career respectably with the Nashville Predators. Made the Stanley Cup Finals.
Did he only play with?
Yeah,
Even at the end, he
never played with another team.
Never deviated, eh?
No, it's amazing. I like him. He was what, first overall?
Second
overall? Who was first overall that year? This was 2099.
I think it was Stefan.
Oh, Patrick Stefan? No, Stefan was then the Sedins.
Might have been DiPietro.
That was 2001, I think, was it? DiPietro?
I think it was DiPietro.
It could have been
then
DiPietro.
Legwand,
Yeah, it could have been DiPietro's or
Kovalchuk.
It's really hard to think, but I'll tell you, David Legwand, he was the first pick of the Predators, I believe. Was he?
He was the second overall first pick of the Predators.
But the first in the franchise.
The inaugural one. So then he would have been a 98 or something.
Yeah, that's when Tom Fitzgerald was their captain.
That would have been
So
like
they would have been a
98,
franchise, which would have been a unique because they would have been made up of the guys of like basically expansion draft guys. Like Sergei Krivokrasov. Who else was on that team? Man. But I would say David Legwand, he was one of those. He went through multiple cores eventually with the Mike, draft. I guess you can say drafted players that were expected. Like I think Roman Josi even came in to the Nashville franchise when David Legwand was still there.
Yeah.
And couldn't get her done. They made the Stanley Cup Finals.
Vokun they had too.
Yeah, and who did they lose to in the Stanley Cup Finals?
What was that?
Shit.
I think I got the winners right here.
I remember in Nashville they lost to
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, the Penguins. So David Legwand's my bronze. I'd go with silver. Silver would be Marcel Dion.
Kings, eh?
Marcel Dion was I think he was actually this is where it fucks up because I think he was actually drafted by Detroit.
Hey, sorry, quick point to raise. Do you know who scored the winning goal in that Pittsburgh-Nashville series?
Let me guess, Chris Kunitz?
No.
Or wait, Talbot.
Patrick Hornquist, who was a Nashville Predator.
And was the last pick of the draft.
And he ended up scoring on his old team.
Yeah.
For the Penguins.
Yeah, Hornquist was the last pick in his draft. He ended up making the team. Actually was pretty relatively good producer for a core player.
Yeah, he was a franchise player.
I'm actually getting Zach's idea here, but I still disagree with it, but I get it. I'll give you props for that. Maybe there's more people that I think that would agree with you. Maybe
that's a fun point about discussion.
But I tell you what,
everybody agrees.
And I can't say Marcel Dion because he was traded from Detroit. He was drafted by Detroit, played a couple of years and was traded. So I would have to say Dale Howard-Chuck.
That was a tough one. I was thinking Dale Howard-Chuck.
Yeah, Dale Howard-Chuck.
Yeah.
And I think when he was playing, who was the other guys? Thomas Steen.
And didn't they have Solani for a couple years?
They had Thomas Steen. They had Solani for a couple of those years. I don't think
Solani scored 76 his rookie year
because he was traded, I think, in like '89 or something to Buffalo, and he actually
Howard-Chuck was
he ended up ripping it up with Buffalo, but he was one of those original Winnipeg Jets guys who were drafted, and he represented Canada in the '87 Canada Cup, which was one of the greatest tournaments of all time. Mind you, Russia was in there, Soviet Union, and man, that was a great, was that a 5-gamer they played with Soviet Union? One of the greatest tournaments of all time. The legendary Sergei Makarov was second in leading scorer behind Wayne Gretzky in that series. I have the DVD thing back home.
Should bring it over sometime.
I don't know where I put it though. You got a DVD player?
We could find one.
But yeah, in the 87 Canada Cup, probably the best hockey, highest level hockey you could see of the 80s. And then, so Dale Howard-Chuck, and of course, he did make the finals with back in 97, was it? No, 97 with the Detroit with Philadelphia Flyers, Eric Lindros, the Big E, and Ron Hextall, and was it Ron Hextall, or was it that
no, I think it was Soderstrom, wasn't it?
was it the guy with the big pads, Garth Snow?
I don't know who that goalie was. I thought it was Soderstrom, Tommy Soderstrom.
Like Garth Snow, who had the lead, like they'd probably be illegal now, but he had those shoulder pads that went up to his ears, and everyone complained about it. I remember Philadelphia put out Buffalo, and they complained like shit about it. And but my gold for guys who went and never were able to complete it that were core players for their team. They're drafted, and oh my goodness,
It was Garth Snow. Nice call.
I'd have to say Mike Gartner with the Washington Capitals. Mike Gartner had an amazing career with Washington Capitals. Eventually, he would go to Toronto with New York, have a stint there, and had a cup of tea near the end of his career with the Phoenix Coyotes, but he just could not take that next step to win, and especially with the Washington Capitals, who were basically a franchise that was, not the greatest franchise in the 80s, but they did have a Scott Stevens who they traded away and who was part of that core. They also had, was I Frady drafted by the Washington Capitals?
I think so.
And then he was given to the Leafs. Another guy was that other guy.
Rod Langway?
Rod Langway was a legendary Washington Capital who was a high-scoring defenseman, yeah.
Wasn't he born in
He's American.
He was American, but his birthplace was always weird. It was always like Fiji or something, or Tonga, or like Philippines or something.
You know what's crazy is
I Frady was drafted by the Leafs, 4th overall.
Who?
I Frady was drafted by the Leafs.
But yeah,
Rod Langway was.
Yeah, Mike Gartner, Dale Howard-Chuck, and David Legwand. I didn't go with the core. You kind of went an extra step with guys who played together. Maybe Peter Bondra and Dale Hunter. That would have been part of, near the end of Gratton's Capitals career. But Peter Bondra and Dale Hunter, they ended up making the finals together in 98 and they ended up losing to the Detroit Red Wings in, was it 6 games? No, it was like 5-6 games. I can't remember. But it was so sad because I was such a fan of Adam Oates, and Adam Oates scored a beauty goal shorthanded in that game. And
he never won a cup, eh? Adam Oates?
You know what? No. I don't think he ever won a Stanley Cup. Adam Oates was drafted by the Detroit Red Wings in the 80s.
I think he was a free agent signing.
He came out of college. I know that for sure.
He was a free agent of college. He's one of the...
Undrafted?
Yeah.
That'd be crazy if he was undrafted. He was undrafted.
I think it's like he's...
Adam Oates was undrafted?
I think he's one of the best versions of...
Pull that up. We might give him... we actually might give Zach a winning... Out of all that bullshit, we probably have given Zach... I didn't know that. Fuck. Yeah. And we might have to give Zach a fucking goal there because that's fucking crazy news to think that one of the greatest playmakers of all time was just a pickup as a free agent.
1,400 points. And he's actually one of the most sterling examples of the American NCAA late bloomer development system.
But those guys ain't getting missed in the draft anymore because no one gave a shit then. Some teams didn't even give a shit.
Well, then look at Joel Otto. He was a late pick. Joe Nundyk was a second-round pick. Yeah. But even though it was only 20-something teams in the league, but still, how did so many people miss on a center like Joe Nundyk? How?
Oh, my goodness. But... one of the things, there's certain things that blow my mind. When I learned of them, this actually blew my mind that Adam Oates was a free agent. And I'm like, that's insane. And not only that, they let him go. I don't know what they gave him up for, but I know he eventually would go to St. Louis, where the Hall of Notes was probably the greatest scoring duo of passing goal scoring duo. And then not only that, he goes from Brett Hull to Boston to play with Cam Neely. And then he goes to Washington, and he relatively still offensive, but became more of a defensive, like rounded out his game, which was Adam Oates became a really good two-way centerman around that time.
And then at the twilight of his career, he had a 76 point, 71, 82, and 68 point season.
And then he went to the
in
Ducks.
Washington. Then he went to Philadelphia, Anaheim, and Edmonton.
He had that 1 year in Edmonton. And then he became a coach in Edmonton just to teach guys how to win faceoffs.
I remember that.
Shit. And actually, wait, he was there helping Sean Horkoff and Jared Stoll, like when Edmonton, before they made that one run in 06, when they lost to Carolina,
yeah.
he was like their face-off coach or something, like their offense coach, and he would teach them face-offs. And those guys were like Jared Stoll ended up winning the Stanley Cup with LA.
And that was probably the best part of their center depth was the fact that Pisani, Stoll, and
Doug Waite was long gone.
No, but who's the other one you said?
Jared Stoll and Sean Horkoff. They had another center.
They were all. It wasn't Marchand.
Yeah, they had Todd Marchand.
It was those four guys. Jared Stoll,
no, Dean
Marchand,
McCammon was long gone.
Jared Stoll, Todd Marchand, Sean Horkoff, and they had Pisani.
They had Chris Pronger.
Remember Pisani had that. That was a 2006 run. But when did they have Pronger? Oh, they have Pronger in 2006, right?
Was it Roman Hamrlik?
No.
They didn't have Roman Hamrlik.
Calgary did.
They had Penner, Dustin Penner
for a bit. Yeah, after Penner had been good with Anaheim.
No, Penner won the Stanley Cup with Anaheim.
Yeah, he was part of that kid line.
So that was before Penner's. Yeah, shit. And that was the Rollison era when Rollison was rolling.
Rolly the goalie, yeah.
And Rollison was actually a backup in Calgary.
Yep, for a little bit.
I remember that.
And then he went to the Wild, right? And the Wild.
Yeah.
And then
he was good for the Wild.
Game.
And then he was good with Tampa Bay Lightning. Speaking of Steven Stamkos going back to that team, Dwayne Rollison was their main guy. And who was it?
Howie Boulin was
Tim Thomas. What did Tim Thomas said in that Stanley Cup run with the Boston Bruins? He said Dwayne Rollison. He said, like, he did not think Rollison was going to allow a goal in that Game 7 because Boston ended up winning that game like 1-0. But they said that like that was like the most perfect game ever played. Like, and it was a perfect tic-tac-toe kind of shot that went past Rollison, and Tim Thomas had to make two ridiculous saves on and so like Tampa Bay could have won a Stanley Cup in 2011, or it could have been Vancouver beating
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
And then Tampa Bay went back in 2015 and they lost.
Yeah.
And then they won in 2021 and 2020. Fuck.
Well, that's when they still had Vincent Lecavalier, and Lecavalier was kind of at the end of his.
At the end, yeah.
But Lecavalier.
But they had Stamkos.
Yeah.
They had Hedman. They had St. Louis.
But all due his respect, Lecavalier was good until he left Tampa Bay. He was still good. Like, he was still like.
He was good. But he didn't get good until 2003, though.
It took
him that one series with Iginla, that fight with Iginla, woke him up, and then he became. Like, not a Hall of Fame caliber guy, but a guy who was a dominant number one center.
That's a classic example. We were talking earlier about, like, I don't know if we talked on a podcast, but earlier we were talking about late bloomers.
Mm-hmm.
And
he was a late bloomer, yeah.
Vincent Lecavalier was first overall. He was expected to be the next Jean Beliveau, which is insane. But he came into Tampa Bay, and everyone was, even guys who didn't even know anything about hockey thought he was a flop. But he actually became like a leader of a Stanley Cup team. Yeah. And with the help of fucking getting St. Louis for free, thank you, Calgary.
Brad Richards. That
fucking
was a nice pickup.
Brad Richards was of course, like
Deadly
Brad Richards
pickup.
was an amazing
third round pick.
Conn Smythe winner, Brad Richards. And I know he was the guy that came out of Rimouski right before Sidney Crosby started ripping it up as a 16, 15-year-old. In Rimouski. But Brad Richards, that team was, but a lot of people don't give it credit. Nikolai Habib-Bolin
He was the wall, the Bulin wall, man. He kept them in that game.
He was Bobrovsky. Like
in that 2006 game, we were all over them. In that 2006 Game 6, we were all over them.
And we scored like 3 goals on him already. But we just couldn't get that fourth goal, allowed. But outside of that, that would have been Martin Jelina's cap it off fourth elimination goal.
It would have been, yeah.
That would have been insane. Martin Jelina. And but yeah, I think
those are pretty good podiums. I'm going to give one honorable mention to Jumbo Joe. Jumbo Joe, I'd say he was part of that Boston core. He couldn't get it done. And then they traded him because they didn't like how he played poorly in the playoffs with his injured back. And then even in San Jose, he was one of those rare centers who was traded in that prime age and became part of the San Jose core, because he was San Jose, him and Marlowe, right? They were that was a deadly dude. That Marlowe Jumbo Joe was a deadly core that never won. And it's got both of our conditions.
But they got the gold medal in 2010.
They did.
They got the gold medal in 2014.
Yeah.
And, honestly, I have that, weird thing where, to me, it's Zach is right. It's unrealistic to expect the guy to win, but also too, a guy has to have
supporting cast.
A supporting
Can't
cast.
do it himself. Yeah.
Supporting cast. But that next, I believe there's a next level, to a lot of players' game. And certain guys just don't have that next level.
Certain guys do.
And you see guys who
Benny does, right?
Yeah. We knew it. Even if guys who
we
didn't,
saw him when he played with us when we beat Vancouver that series, he was the best player on our team.
That's unfortunate.
It is, because we traded the guy who was fighting bigger guys, scoring big goals. He gave a shit in the playoffs. We traded him for nothing, and because we didn't want to. And then the guy we got for him is doing great in New York Islanders, Heineman. Fuck. This is such a horrible trade. Tree Living has got to be the worst GM in NHL history.
Look at all of the
worst.
The no trade and the no trades he has with everyone he signed. Chris Tanev, mind you, he's a great defenseman.
He was a good signing.
He has 5 more years of no trade, bro. 5 more years? You think Chris Tanev's legs are going to last 1 year?
Maybe.
Are they even going to get back together in time? And not only that, he's handcuffed with Austin Matthews because how they were handcuffed with Mitch Marner. I think that was Dubas's signing, but you could say what you want to say about it, but yeah, they lost him for nothing. And that was horrid. That's horrid, asset management. And you're looking at right now, they might run into the same problem with Austin Matthews. They need to get on the horn. He has 2 years left of his contract after this year?
You got to get rid of him.
And,
you got to try to recoup something.
They got to get something. That's the only chance right now. I don't know if you trade Nylander. I don't know what there is, because even Nylander, you have to plead with him. And these guys are only going to pick 1 or 2 teams that, okay, I'll go here. But you can't just trade these guys anywhere because they have no trades. So you're basically
massive salaries.
You're at the mercy
of the player.
And Tree Living, I don't know what he can get. He's going to have to start right now to get an idea of what Matthews wants to do so he can work with that team for the next year to find a deal that works. Or the sad thing is that the team knows Matthews is coming and they're saying, you know what? Fuck you, Toronto. We're going to wait till he's a free agent. We know he wants to come here anyway, so fuck you. We're not giving you nothing. That's what Vegas almost did to them. And just out of respect to the Toronto Maple Leafs fans, I think Vegas has said, okay, we'll give you Waugh. And they just traded Waugh to Colorado.
For a first-round pick, though.
So they got a first round for
a late.
So we're going to see what what Mitch Marner's trade tree is going to look like with his first.
Probably pretty shallow.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows?
Late first rounder.
They could pick us Marcus Ruck late, and who knows? Like, if Marcus Ruck transitions well to the next level, you're getting a very skilled guy, like maybe like a Marco Rossi type.
I don't know. I think Marcus Ruck is saying to everybody, "I want Liam with me, and I won't sign." Like,
that's a pretty tough ask, but because they're so split apart by, it's possible. It's really possible because they're so split apart right now, according to Central Scouting. But I do see Marcus Ruck being a little higher, like more or less late, like kind of late teens, early 20s, because of center, it's skilled centers are not something you just come across all the time. And you can teach skilled centers how to play a two-way game or win faceoffs. You can't, and like
look at McDavid. Like,
you can't teach some guys who don't have the skill to have the skill. They're just what
exactly.
they are.
You can't coach. It's easier to get a Mustang to wear a bridle than it is to get a donkey to win a quarter mile. You know what I mean? It's like you can't expect a donkey to race against Mustangs, but you can try to rein in a Mustang so he's not wild.
But that's what I don't like Jay Feaster. I know a lot of people, but he actually changed a lot of GM's minds about the draft and scouts, because I think it was mostly Weisbrod that came up with that took care of that, because Jay Feaster was the business guy. Weisbrod had this view that you take the highest skill possible because you can always train it to be defensive or whatever. Yeah. You can't get a guy who has no hands to be skilled. It's just what it is, but you could always get a skilled guy to round out his game and become a great defensive. Like Kopitar proved it. Bergeron proved it. You can become a great two-way player, and be great at it and win Stanley Cups. But I really do think that Marcus Ruck is a little higher than what people project, because there isn't like Preston. Preston is another guy who was highly touted, top 10, and he fell. Preston was one of those kids, Matthias, with Spokane Chiefs. Yeah. And I know he's like 6'1". He does have skill. He can move. But I was wondering why he fell. So just like Ryan Rubruck, like you're saying he's soft. But I'm thinking like he's still fucking 6'4", 6'5".
Remember,
and he's still a center.
Winning if you can't.
But he's not tracking well. He's not developing. Like, he can stick handle and he can make a nice play in front of the net, but he doesn't drive play. He doesn't win board battles.
Right.
Doesn't use his size. And same thing with Preston. Preston just hasn't elevated his game. Like, usually, you look for guys with helium going into the draft who had really good second halves.
Or think of it this way: it's like one of those things. Like, you can't teach size. And what if a team just sees Ethan Belches as you know what? He might not show it right now, but what I think we can turn this guy into, he could be like a massive. He could be like just.
Honestly, he if he puts it together, he could be a Bertuzzi. You know what I mean? Just a load on the cycle, a guy with decent hands and a decent shot. He's not going to back check much, but he's going to be a winger. He's going to be fucking first on a forecheck, leading a hit on a forecheck. Yeah. It's a valuable player, but is he going to get there?
6'6",
6'5", 240, 230.
I think Ethan Belches, he has some skill. I think guys are going to bring him up. I think just because of size, you've seen it happen with Blake Wheeler. He was considered a late rounder, but he was brought up by...
because he had the size, so they overdrafted him in Phoenix, and then he didn't want to sign.
Yeah, he was drafted by Phoenix. 6'7". He was drafted, top 3?
6'5". Fifth overall.
Fifth overall. But man, when Blake Wheeler was on top of his game, when Winnipeg first came into the league, my brother's a huge Winnipeg fan, so because he loved Dustin Byfuglien, he loved Blake Wheeler, he loved Andrew Ladd and those guys. So I remember we went to go check these guys out when they first came into the Dome, and
Monsters.
Watching Blake Wheeler move, it's ridiculous to think of how tall he is because he was the fastest guy on the ice.
Really?
And not only that, seeing Dustin Bufflin, just to give a taste of what we might talk about next pod, the Unicorns. But to me, seeing Dustin Bufflin touch the ice, and we were in the second deck, and you could feel the strides when he would fucking cut into the ice with his skates. You could feel the ice getting broken under his skate. like you could, and everyone in the arena could feel that. And it just kind of shows you that some of these guys are such, we don't necessarily appreciate some of these guys while they're here, but when they're gone, like Pavel Datsyuk, like once he was gone from the league, I actually felt pretty sad. Just like Patrice Bergeron. Bergeron said he wasn't going to be back in the league. Once they're gone, you're like, well, fuck, that's it. Like Scott Niedermayer. Scott Niedermayer, when he said he was going to hang him up, he actually came back like later, and then they had to create that rule where you have to sign before the first with an NHL team before you can actually make a comeback. Same with Radulov did that. But when these guys like are actually gone, you just feel sad.
It's a loss, yeah.
Because like
a dog that you love that's gone too soon, or
like you always
your
like
homie
watching
or your
them,
family.
but you just kind of think, oh, maybe I should have appreciated him more. Just like Steve Yzerman with the Flame, when they played in the Flames, he got that eye injury, and I think that was it. He got a nasty eye injury in the series against the Flames early in the series, and he was done after that.
Yeah, I remember that.
But I was thinking even Yzerman thinking like, well, even Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg was one. I was happy Peter Forsberg actually made a comeback.
There's so many that have had to hang it up too early because of injury. LaFontaine. You had Lindros, my favorite. Bufflin. Like that's a core that you could honorably mention. That Winnipeg Atlanta Thrasher core. The Scheifele, Hellebuck, the Bufflin. Even though Bufflin he wasn't drafted, nor developed, but he'd won 2 cups with Chicago.
Same with Andrew Ladd, won cups with Chicago.
With Chicago, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of had a little bit of that benefit, but
I guess that core would be like Scheifele and Hellebuck. I don't think and Connor. I don't think they're going to win one.
Well, right now, you have Scheifele, you have Connor, you have Morrissey, Hellebuck, all drafted, but Adam Lowry was drafted,
Lowry was drafted by them, yeah.
Captain. Yeah. I actually like it when guys drafted, he becomes captain. Like Legawand became captain of Nashville there, But you're drafted,
Cavalier
your whole career.
Oh, Cavalier was first that draft. And then it was Legwand.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was 99.
Yeah. No. It was 97.
1997.
97 or 98.
Predators were there since 97?
Yeah, because I remember there was a guy in my high school year in 99. He had a Predators jersey, and they had been around for a couple of years or something.
Fuck, I remember going to see the Predators one of the first times I came. Ed Ward was on our team. He had a breakaway. He had 2 breakaways and shot it over the fucking glass. Ed Ward, 42. And I'm trying to remember who was in net. Was it freaking, was it Ken Raggett? Was it Raggett or was it, who was in net then? I'm trying to remember. I can't even remember, but I remember Ed Ward. I remember, Valerie Bure. No. Valerie Bure wasn't on that team. That was too early. I remember watching McInnes when he first
98.
When McInnes first got traded to St. Louis. And I remember we went to go check out St. Louis Blues, and it was just random because McInnes was my favorite hockey player, and my dad just scored tickets to Flames St. Louis, and it was his first game. And I remember going there, and I remember we were sitting freaking 4th row or something like that. We just had the Pringles up in the big winter coats, and I remember, man, just sitting there and watching warm-ups. And Al McInnes taking rippers at the net, and I'm just like, that's Al McInnes. My goodness. I could not believe it. I could not believe it. It was Al McInnes. And Al McInnes is one of my all-time favorite players of all time. So, but shout out, There's a lot of players that had great careers who didn't have success. I guess you can say on a winning side. Maybe some of them had success elsewhere, like in the Olympics or the men's worlds or World Cups and stuff like that. But some guys have to go elsewhere to win cups, and that's just the reality. Ray Bourque had to do it.
Yeah.
Ray Bourque had to go another place. Alexander Mogilny had to go somewhere
And that
else.
was one of those teams, that Colorado team. It had a core, like it had Joe Sakic, right?
Adam Foote.
But they were drafted in Quebec, but they were a destination because they didn't have a salary cap. Wall went there, Blake went there, Bourque went there.
Wall was traded there.
Yeah.
He was traded by Jocelyn Thibault.
For Tebow, was it?
That was a straight up, I think. It was a straight up Jocelyn Thibault for Patrick Roy because Jocelyn Thibault was such a highly touted
Player from
guy. And of course he was French, so Montreal was willing to sell for any guy who was
and they were
French.
tired of Patrick Roy's attitude.
Yeah, and because of his issue with what his name, Tremblay. Tremblay was such a douchebag, and Tremblay basically out of ego fucking ruined the fucking chances of Montreal ever winning another Stanley Cup. That freaking bastard.
I'm looking at the expansion draft results for Nashville. Ugly. Nothing like what Vegas had. Oh my
Tom
god.
Fitzgerald.
Man, Mikhail Stalenkov. They have Bob Bugner.
That was
JJ
so
Daniel,
bad. That was so bad because
Old
when
Ally Afraidy.
Even you look at
Krupp.
you look at the
the
Thrashers,
end.
you look at Nashville, you look at
Look at the
Minnesota,
forwards.
and
Blair Atchinham, Paul Brasso, Doug Brown, Andrew Burnett, Patrick Cote, Jeff Daniels, Craig Darby, Doug Freeman, Tony Herkich, Greg Johnson, Denny Lambert, Mike Sullivan, Scott Walker.
Cliff Ronning.
No wonder.
Cliff Ronning was on that team
No, not yet.
yet. Yeah, but get this.
No wonder Lego one never really blossomed. 'Cause he had no
Expansions
supporting
then were so bad because teams they would just say, the league would just say, just give them a list of 5 players, and they'll just give them a list of the 5 shittiest players they didn't want, and they had to choose from those lists.
Yeah.
From each team, and so it's the opposite where you had to have a certain contract. Rookies were disavowed for the Vegas and the Kraken, but what made those teams be able to build so good is that you were only allowed to protect 5 contracts or something like that, and then the rest went to them. So it was the opposite, and you were only allowed to protect. Was it
7 or something?
Yeah, and if the guys had a no movement, right? No movement.
You had to protect them.
You had to protect them. So that's why teams lost. That's why I think that's why Vegas was so good so early, is because who was it? Fucking McCrimmon and McPhee. They just put a master class on fucking holding teams hostage. Say, you don't want us to take this guy? Give us the second rounder, and give us that player, give us that prospect. And fucking they had, here you go,
Well, they had the best expansion debut in NHL history. They went to the
Stanley Cup Finals. They also had that tragedy that probably brought the team together.
Oh yeah, that's a fucking wicked rabbit hole. That tragedy, that Las Vegas shooting.
I never went. The guy was a CIA kind of
a psyop.
Psyop.
Yeah, he was a sleeper agent. But they're thinking actually they just framed him because there ended up being reports of gunfire from multiple vantage points. But the official story is only one guy on that one balcony.
And then they loaded up his room with weapons.
Yeah, and then there was helicopters.
That was the weird thing about that. How do you get that much weapons in a fucking...
Yeah.
And the guy was a regular there.
Yeah.
He was a high roller there. Yeah. Loaded to the gills. He had so much to lose.
He I forget who I think he worked for a defense contractor or something.
You know what? Maybe he was part of the Epstein.
Who knows, man? It's just that the dirty side of society goes so deep and it's so ugly. Basically that was a false flag mission. The Americans fired on American people at that at that festival. Like they were saying there was a helicopter firing at the crowd. You know what I mean? Like there are some people
festival,
country music festival. They're saying it happened near this the Luxor, and there's like these Egyptian obelisks there, and they were saying it was like a great sacrifice. It might have been. And there's all these iterances of these sacrifices.
See the three-way at
Wars of
sacrifice. You got a
all things of
33 and a third
sacrifices.
chance of winning.
Because there's still these old cults.
Some
that
type of
still
sacrificial
prayed.
Baal, the
Yeah,
cult of Baal. I
Baal
shouldn't
and
say that out
Moloch.
loud. I rebuke the name of Baal. But
They're just sky god. It was just a sky god for simple people who wanted rain. You know what I mean? Because they depended on their crops.
yeah,
But it's just that.
But it's crazy, his
kept
imagery.
It as like the imagery, and then
The cow?
The fact they still
Yeah.
pray to it is because
the ox or the
it's
cow.
a way
yeah.
to separate elites from the common people.
Yeah, when and like too, when you're like such at a high level, you over like decades and lives of just being at the top of the game, life will probably get so redundant. You have to like create something that is almost supernatural to make.
Well,
life
yeah, because
interesting.
chicks and a
why
hockey
not?
game and a steak, they didn't do it anymore.
Why not? Why not just start? Hey, let's start meeting with all these guys who say they have supernatural powers and start doing.
Well, that's exactly the story of Aleister Crowley, right? Like he, all
He
he
was
was
a
was a
wealth,
rich
yeah.
kid
Yeah.
who was hanging out with a bunch of other bored rich kids.
Yeah.
And they said, "Oh, let's become magicians."
Yeah, and they created Thelema.
Yeah.
And then they started going into like doing like drugs and hallucinogens, and he was an
Rituals.
artist. Like, yeah,
Rosemary's Baby stuff. Who knows what they were doing?
yeah, Polanski stuff,
Anyways,
sacrificing his wife or something.
so quick recap: podium, Gardner, you're first.
We kind of fast forwarded through.
Howard Chuck, you're second, and then who was your third again? Your bronze.
David Langwan.
Legwan, that's right. And then me, it was Iggy for Sentimentality, LaFontaine,
You know who we should have picked? Fucking Goulet and Peter Stastny
and Lindros.
and Anton Stastny.
And they had the Nordic.
Yeah,
Because think of that core that they had. If they never traded Lindros, imagine that core they had. They would have had Sundin, Lindros, Sakic,
That's
Goulet,
just
Stastny,
Owen Nolan.
Owen Nolan. Like holy
Sands
moly.
Ozelich. No, he came from
San Jose. But they still would have had Leshizian. They had that other French defenseman,
Adam Foote,
Foot, and another guy, not Galley, but what was his name?
Steve Duchesne.
Duchesne. Yeah, it was Duchesne.
Steve Duchesne. Yeah. That
And honorable mention
is
to Jumbo
insane.
Joe.
Chris Simon.
And honorable mention to Jumbo Joe.
Oh my goodness. That fucking core argument just wore me down like a dog.
I know, we gotta
Fuck you. It's like there's things we can't talk about anymore. We can't talk about core. We can't fucking talk about development. Fuck.
But this is good because, like, the bad part is you got to work tomorrow. But the good thing is, like, this is like riveting discussion, passionate discussion. It's divisive. People are going to pick a side.
Like really, it's subjective. We have our personal perspective, and we base them on whatever we hear, whatever we feel, or whatever we see. But yeah, it's just like certain guys. Like there's probably like guys who've been in the game for years who just have the definitions, but then another guy would have the same definitions that would be slightly modified. Like you know what? Like this is crazy. Phil Jackson, the legendary coach from from Great Falls, Montana.
He was from Great Falls, Montana?
Yeah. Fuck, he grew up with the Blackfeet, man. And in his book, he talked about them too. And Phil Jackson, he has a 40-20 rule. If you want to be a championship team, you have to follow the 40-20 rule. You have to have 40 wins before you get 20 losses. And I don't know, I didn't look at it, but these guys looked at it through NBA, and it's fucking true. I didn't look at it through hockey, how applicable, but it's the same amount of games. It wouldn't necessarily apply to teams like freaking LA when they won it. It wouldn't apply to certain teams, or even, but I would say that 40-20 rule, that's interesting. Like that they'd have that certain way of thinking. I wouldn't like completely agree with it. NBA is a different sport though, but I do see that any team that wins the NBA is usually a very dominant team, so they would probably do 40-20 all the time. But NHL, because right now I think they were talking today. There's about 6 teams that are right now 40-20 teams in the NBA today, right? 6-7 teams that fall in that category.
6, 7.
Fuck off.
Anyway,
Mellow.
I like Phil Jackson. It's a neat rule, and we're watching Rock'em Sock'em Hockey.
Maybe I'm going to look
Scotty
at it when I
Bowman,
get home,
Jock
or I'm going
Lemaire.
to talk to AI to keep me awake when I'm driving. But I got my electrolyte. The third period was sponsored by Electrolyte. Get your electrolytes and premium. I choose blue raspberry. I don't give a shit about the sugar because everything I have is sugar, and we're all going to be diabetic anyway. So either way, it's supposed to be give you the electrolytes and give you proper amino acids and whatever you need. But I started drinking these just because it looks like medicine and it looks healthy.
It is actually
It's
healthy for you.
psychologically is
No,
probably
it is healthy for you because
they do have zero, which tastes shittier, but
No,
if
you don't. They put sucralose in it. But the thing is, look at the list of like the benefits of it.
yeah, on the side here, yeah.
Yeah, look, it's got like
I started drinking this, but
potassium. What else is in there?
I like
Potassium,
grape.
niacin.
yeah, I like grape, and it also has like vitamin C and calcium and
Yeah, it's got a lot
yeah,
of.
and fucking lactates. If your nipples lactate, chloride. Shit, what you're missing is probably za. But those are crazy.
Rock'em
jerseys.
Sock'em,
What about
man.
those
I
jerseys?
miss hockey. Man. I miss this hockey so much.
Yeah,
This was so violent.
that's why we like Pat Seeloff, and that's something we both love. Is we love
Those types of
we love the
throwback players.
tough games. We love
Randy McKay,
Randy
Look at
McKay can
Victor Arvidsson.
frickin'
Come on,
score. He
Arvidsson ain't
can-
doing shit.
can fight.
Oh, Jay McKee, he was a beauty.
Jay McKee.
He was
Shout
a
out to
fucking
Jay
beauty.
McKee.
He was a beauty.
He's coaching out in the OHL, I believe.
Oh, yeah, he'd be a good coach. He was a good defenseman for Buffalo. He went to he was part of that team that went to the final with
Yeah, Jay McKee, the McKees with the Max. Jay McKee, he played with, he was on line with Alex Zhitnik.
yeah,
Then
Alexei
there was
Zhitnik.
Rhett Warner, James Patrick. Who are the other defensemen?
Svoboda wasn't he on that team?
Peter Svoboda?
Yeah.
There's other defensemen. Freaking can't come to. I just know there was Richard Schmalek, another
Schmalek.
defenseman. Freaking
Wasn't Vladimir Mihalik on that
Brian Holzinger.
team? Holzinger, yeah. Mihalik was he on
Oh,
that
Jason Woolley. Remember Jason,
team? Jason
Woolley?
Woolley, I remember. Yeah.
Jason Woolley.
Oh, dumping a fucking linesman.
Oh shit.
Oh, that was a bad one Primo got.
Primo. Keith Primo. I love Keith Primo.
Dude, injuries though, it took him.
Oh man, I love Keith.
It's just-
Al McInnes. No. Oh. And McInnes just slammed a stick on the thing and hit the trainer's hand, and the guy's laid out because McInnes' stick. I remember, you know how at the Saladome they have used player stick. I remember they had Al McInnes' stick one time there, and I couldn't even lift that stick. It was so thick and like there was like no give to it. I'm like, no wonder why the guy has the hardest shot. Oh my goodness, that almost looked like that hit on was it that Tom Wilson laid on was it Larson?
No, Larkin.
Larkin in right like first
Gold
shift
medal
of
game,
Team
yeah.
Canada and gold medal. Oh my goodness, that
Lapointe.
Jeff Cordnell,
Lapointe was a
Lapointe, Claude
Martin Lapointe.
Martin Lapointe, Valerie Kaminsky. Getting laid out. He was a classic.
he was a classic.
And he was an original
Trevor.
Quebec draft pick too. Valerie
Trevor
Kaminsky.
Linden would be a good core piece that never won a cup. I like Trevor.
Yeah, Trevor, Pavel Bure.
Yeah, the Trevor Linden.
Pavel Bure never won a
Bure,
Stanley Cup. Kirk McLean.
Yerky.
Yerky Lume never won it. That could have been in that list for sure. Andrew Chuck when he was a Devil.
He was a big guy. Andrew Chuck.
Yeah, Andrew Chuck's 6'5".
Oh, who's that hit?
That's why like goalies hated him. He just stand in front of that.
Yeah,
Just Pekka at it.
You couldn't do anything to him.
Pekka. Oh, there's Palfy. Oh, Palfy getting in there.
He left his feet.
He
That probably wasn't even a
two-handed that
penalty.
guy.
That probably wasn't even a penalty.
Was that
back then.
Kasperitis? No.
Oh, that was the elbow right to the mouth. That was a bad hit.
Matthias Oland
That wasn't
out
a
for the
good hit.
count.
He just
And
hates.
these were good old clean hits back in the
Oh,
day.
that wasn't a Molten. That was
laying guys out.
that hit on Olin was an elbow to his mouth.
Oh, there's Kasperitis. Darius Kasperitis.
Yeah,
the
turtling.
disease.
Hitting people but not fighting.
Straight to the head on Rene
Rene
Corbet,
Corbet.
former
Oof.
Flame. That's the guy we got for that Flurry trade, eh?
was
We got Rene
Regier.
Corbet, Robin Regier.
And Rene Corbet, Robin Regier, and then we got like I think we got a pick or something.
I'm trying to remember. Dominic Hasek with his freaking Escapades.
Windmills. Oh man,
You know who?
this
you
is
know,
such good hockey.
You know what's
there's
goalie?
Jason Woolley.
You know what's goalies I love? You know what's goalie I loved?
What?
Was freaking
Who?
John Van Beesbrook.
Beezer.
Beezer when he made the was it 96?
And then
Carried them to the final.
yeah, and they arguably had a way worse team than Vegas had.
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
But they
Paul Laws,
I don't remember most of those guys. Man, Dominator was fucking so.
Mallenby was the
good.
man. Mallenby
Scott
was their
Mellenby
captain.
was on their team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rob Niedermeyer was on that team. They drafted him.
Yeah, Ray Shepard.
Yeah, Ray Shepard.
Who's their star? Like Mallenby was probably their star, their main
I
guy.
think so.
Bill Lindsay,
Dave Lowry was on that team.
Dave Lowry, yeah, classic Lowry. Olive goalie, the Zilla.
Oh, Olaf Kolzig, the South African guy.
Zilla. Yeah, you know who else was South African?
Who?
Robin Regeer.
No, he was Brazilian.
Oh, was he Brazil? His brother was African.
Yeah, but he was just one of those guys.
Timbuktu or something like that.
He was.
Oh, they're showing Kolzig replays. This must be 98. What?
I don't know. This is
Jared Tenorti.
Rock'em Sock'em 6. Donald Odette. Oh, that's probably the first year they started putting cameras in the net.
There's Satan. There's Hashik breaking his stick.
Nice.
He just probably just found out Teddy Nolan was kind of chilling with
Look
his,
at Bonder running him from behind.
he was so mad when Ted Nolan was on the bench.
It was because Ted Nolan banged his wife.
Allegedly. We want you on a pod, Ted. Just don't use that against us.
I'll fucking try to get Ted on the pod.
He'd be pretty cool. That'd be so sick. That'd be so freaking sick. Or even get in freaking Zach Whitecloud.
We just fucking, who knows? Put it out in the universe. Andre Trefilov.
He played with the Flames. Trefilov,
He was the Flames draft pick.
Tim Taylor. Brian Holmstrom. Oh, there's Doug Brown. Freaking Paul Coffey. There's Vernon.
Is that Vernon?
That's Vernon. Conn Smythe Vernon right there. He passes it to Grant Fuhr. Grant Fuhr. Oh, there he is. Grant Fuhr. Freaking Grant Fuhr was so good.
Flames and Oilers, yeah?
Yeah.
He was such a big cokehead, too.
Cocainum.
They should allow players to do coke.
They do.
Well, not now
They
because
just
it's
don't-
all
they just-
laced with
they just
fentanyl.
don't- They just
They'll
don't want
die.
you doing it on Instagram
They should-
like Adam
they-
Rajicka did.
They should make it public when I don't know about public. They should clamp down on the penalty. The what do you call it? The painkillers they give these guys. It's insane, man. The cortisone
All
shots,
sports, yeah. Cortisone,
cortisone shots, and stuff like that.
oxys.
Curtis Joseph was so good with the Oilers. Curtis
Oh,
Joseph
Vernon?
was such a good goalie.
Vernon and Cujo.
They're just smiling. He's like, get the frick out of here, Joseph. You can't throw a punch. Get the frick out of here. I'm Mike Vernon. I'll freaking knock you right out.
Cujo was bigger than I thought. Well, Vernon was tiny.
Well, Vernon has that nose like he's been in many fights. So he's probably just like, hey,
He
you don't
got
want
KO'd a lot.
You don't want to mess with me. I'm Mike
I
Vernon.
remember this one story somebody told me. They were at Ranchins back in the day,
yeah.
and it was during
Bobby
Stampede
Bond.
time. It was during Stampede time,
I remember that.
and
I wasn't alive.
And Vernon comes in, and there's this chick sitting at the bar, and he starts like cuddling up to her, and he's like, being a prick, and I'm a Stanley Cup champ, and she's like, I got my boyfriend here, and he goes, oh yeah, I don't give a fuck about your boyfriend, and her boyfriend turned out to be this bull rider, this champ bull rider, fucking KO'd Vernon in the bar.
Benoit Brunet. Remember Benoit Brunet?
Leclerc, Barrasso.
Tom Barrasso, one of my favorite goalies.
You know what?
Shout out.
He is one of the most unique goalies ever. Do you know why?
Because his pads would freaking bounce the puck.
They were huge.
All the way to the red line every time.
They were huge. But no, it was because he was drafted out of American high school.
That's weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark Jankowski.
Canadian high school.
Canadian high school. Shit.
Stansted College.
That's a big thing in the U.S. is high school hockey, eh?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know
Especially
that
in,
was a big thing.
Massachusetts and Minnesota.
But what am I talking about here? I played for I went to a school that had like a private hockey team.
Mike Keane, he was fucking sick.
Mike Keane was a grinder.
Wicked grinder, third line player.
Yeah.
Played on Canadians.
We're just watching highlights of old school. I think it's like an old Rock'em Sock'em.
It is Rock.
Which one? I'm assuming it's 98.
Who knows? We fucking got
Jamie
to. We can do this
Langenberg.
all night. You got to go home.
Mark Modano.
What is it? Rockets open 10.
Yeah. No, this is when they won. So He's doing the Dallas Stars. So, yeah, this is like
Oh,
99.
Jamie Langenbrunner scores on
This is
Chris
99.
Osgood. Yeah.
1999. Guy Carbonneau.
Jeff Sanderson.
Get this?
I like Jeff Sanderson.
Oh, Jeff Sanderson. Oh, yeah, this is because Jeff Sanderson only played for them for that year, and Doug Gilmour jumped on that team too. Doug Gilmour with the old. He was actually, Jeff Sanderson was one of the highest skilled guys. Shout out to Jeff Sanderson. His son, I think, plays for Team USA as a defenseman, and everyone's mad at him because his dad's like a Northwest Territory guy. But
you know what I learned? You know, Jake Sanderson from Ottawa. Yeah. You know where he grew up? He grew up in Calgary. He's from Montana, but he grew up in Calgary. Went to Edge School. Fucking played high school hockey here.
He played his whole junior amateur career here in Canada.
Yeah, I know.
And he actually has dual citizenship, so because his dad's Canadian, but he chose America.
Played for the fucking States.
Yeah.
Fuck.
There, Peter Bondra, the
Bondra.
Ripper.
Ooh.
Love that. The old school clappers, man. Like frickin' Backlund just scored a clapper the other night. Yeah. But low key, when I played hockey, I wasn't a skilled guy, but I modeled my game entirely from watching Guy Carbonneau. I knew that if I wanted to be a good hockey player, I just watched Guy Carbonneau. I even wanted the white skates he had, and I wanted the freaking messed up nose he had. And but what I learned from him was chipping out on penalty kills, or being able to chip out the puck high and over the D-man, but not icing. So it was actually something I learned from Guy Carbonneau. But I heard some guys talking about that now. They're saying the only guys who do that, there's only like 2 guys that do that in the league right now, like Kucherov and Marner. They're the only ones that actually chip high.
No.
Yeah, that's what
Lots of guys do that.
But I always say that
Kevin
because
Ball does it. A lot of defenders try that.
But that was a common thing for penalty kill. So you just chip it out. You don't shoot it all the way down to let the goalie have it. You just chip it over and let it bounce.
And so
or even
therefore,
when you need to make a line change, eh?
Yeah, make a line change. They do it still.
But they just rip it down, most guys.
But you're trying to find good draw weight, so that it doesn't cause icing.
And Andrzej Kopitar and Mogilny were the few guys that I've seen use that as a pass, where they just flip it up.
Yeah, some guys do that because I love that pass because it's like it's tough for a defenseman to get a read on it, and then if it bounces and you got a forward barreling down on him, I've seen a few times where it works and forward pokes it through his skates and then has
you
a break.
You have to practice it. You have to practice it. Like any good thing, you got to practice it unless like there's skill level out of their mind.
Fuck, I hate Ron McLean.
But
Ron McLean's a fucking traitor, man.
Well, I hate to say it, but you're the Ron McLean of this podcast.
Fuck you, yeah, right. Right. I would never sell you out. If someone fired us or was going to cancel our show, we're going together. We're starting a new podcast. I'm not fucking taking over without
Quest
you.
for water.
Quest for fucking butane.
Quest for dust.
Fuck Ron McLean.
Red Deer, Alberta. Ron McLean.
Go back to Red Deer Ron. Red Deer Ron.
Red Deer Ron. Only guys in freaking Red Deer, Alberta are named Ron.
This is Coach's Corner. Yes. Coach of the Year in the American Hockey League. Coach of the Year in the National Hockey League. Weatherman from Red Deer. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, that's it. Thank you for tuning in.
Yep.
If you listened to this point, you're amazing. We really, really got into it. That's the end of the third period. Goals and hits and passion that only the Quest for Fire podcast is known for. Thank you for tuning in. You guys have yourself a blessed day wherever you are, or a blessed evening wherever you are. Godspeed, and until we see you again.